Welcome to our cozy corner, where the magic of bedtime stories comes alive. As the gentle embrace of this season wraps around us, there's no better moment to indulge in calming tales. Thank you for joining us tonight. Your presence truly warms our hearts. Allow the soothing sounds of this video to guide you into relaxation as your imagination drifts into whimsical worlds waiting to be discovered. We're delighted you've chosen to spend this time with us. Story 1. Once upon a time, deep in an enchanted forest where the air was perpetually perfumed with the earthy scent of moss and the sweet aroma of wildflowers, lived a young fox named Russet. The forest was not just a backdrop to Russet's life, but a living, breathing entity. Each tree held its own personality, from the ancient oaks with their gnarled roots to the graceful birches whispering secrets with their silver leaves. The streams, clear as crystal, reflected the sky's ever-changing moods, from the pale pinks of dawn to the indigo blues of twilight. Russet had always been content with her life among the towering trees and babbling streams that wove a tapestry of sound, creating a symphony of rustling leaves and gurgling water. She loved scampering through the underbrush, the cool breeze ruffling her fur as she chased the kaleidoscope of butterflies dancing in the dappled sunlight. The forest was her home, her safe haven, and she couldn't imagine life any other way. One crisp autumn morning, as Russet was basking in a patch of warm sunlight filtering through the golden canopy, she noticed something peculiar. Her tail felt different somehow. It was as if an unfamiliar sensation was prickling through her fur. Twisting to examine it, she gasped in surprise. Her russet fur, once as vibrant as the autumn leaves themselves, was streaked with strands of pure white, gleaming like frosted silver in the morning light. "What's happening to me?" Russet cried, her heart pounding with fear. She had heard tales of the changing seasons, the whispers of elder creatures that spoke of transformation, but never imagined they would affect her so directly. As the days passed, more and more of Russet's fur turned white, until her once vibrant russet coat was a patchwork of reds, oranges, and snowy white. The forest, alive with the rustle of leaves and the occasional call of a distant bird, seemed to watch her with an expectant silence. She felt strange and out of place in her own skin, as if she were an unfinished painting in a gallery of masterpieces. Russet's friend, a wise old owl named Willoway, noticed her distress. His eyes, the color of ancient oak, softened as he spoke. "My dear Russet," he hooted gently, his voice as soothing as the wind through the pines, "you mustn't fear this transformation. It is the natural order of things." Willoway was not just any owl. He was the keeper of the forest's ancient knowledge. His feathers were a tapestry of history, each one a story, woven from the whispers of countless seasons. He had seen the forest's rhythms and cycles play out over the years, and his wisdom ran as deep as the roots of the oldest trees. But Russet couldn't shake her unease. "I don't understand, Willoway. I feel like a stranger to myself." Her voice trembled like a fragile leaf clinging to its branch. Willoway gazed at her with his big, kind eyes, reflecting the glow of the setting sun. "Listen to the whispers of the forest, little one. All living things must change and grow, just as the trees shed their leaves to make way for new growth in the spring." Russet tried to take Willoway's words to heart, but the changes kept coming. Her fur continued to whiten, and her steps felt heavier, more sluggish. Even her senses seemed dulled, as if a veil had been drawn over the vibrant world she once knew. The scent of pine no longer invigorated her, and the songs of the forest seemed muted, distant. In her darkest moments, Russet wondered if she was destined to fade away completely, like the fallen leaves that crunched beneath her paws, each step echoing her uncertainty. The forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting for her awakening. One frosty night, when the air was crisp with the promise of snow and the sky was a velvet blanket scattered with stars, Russet huddled miserably under a twisted root, the cold earth a reminder of her solitude. She heard a faint tinkling sound, like the gentle chime of distant bells. Lifting her head, she saw hundreds of delicate ice crystals drifting through the air, catching the moonlight and refracting it into 1,000 brilliant colors that painted the forest in ethereal hues. Russet watched, transfixed, as the icy magic swirled around her. The forest seemed to come alive, each tree a silent sentinel witnessing her transformation. Without warning, one of the crystals landed softly on her nose. Instead of melting, it began to glow with a soft, inner radiance that pulsed with a rhythm as ancient as the earth itself. More and more crystals followed, alighting on Russet's fur and filling the air with a dazzling constellation of light. She felt a warm, comforting energy beckoning her forth, as if the forest itself was urging her to embrace her destiny. Hardly daring to breathe, Russet stepped out from her hiding spot. The ice crystals coalesced around her, weaving a shimmering, translucent cocoon. For a single, eternal moment, Russet glimpsed the truth of the changing seasons, a cycle of transformation, death, and rebirth, playing out in perfect, delicate harmony. She saw visions of the forest through time, from the budding greens of spring to the fiery colors of autumn and the pristine whites of winter. When the cocoon finally dissolved, Russet emerged into the stillness of the winter forest. But she was no longer the same. Her fur was now a pure, glistening white that seemed to shimmer with every step, capturing the moon's glow and casting it back in a dance of light. Her senses felt heightened, alive with new clarity. She could smell the crispness of the snow-laden air, hear the soft whisper of the wind through the bare branches. Even the chilly air held a crisp, invigorating freshness. Most wonderfully of all, Russet's weariness had melted away, replaced by a newfound lightness of being. She realized that her metamorphosis was not an ending, but a beginning. The forest around her seemed to nod in agreement, the trees swaying gently as if to applaud her rebirth. With a joyful bark, Russet took off dashing through the snowy woodland. She leapt over fallen logs, her powerful new legs carrying her with effortless grace. She chased her own spiraling vapor trails, delighting in her unbridled energy. For the first time, she truly felt at one with the rhythms of nature. The forest was no longer just her home, it was a part of her, and she a part of it. As the winter melted into spring, Russet watched with wonder as the forest awoke with lush new life. She saw her own rebirth reflected in the delicate buds unfurling in a blaze of vibrant color. The air was filled with the scent of new beginnings, and she felt a kinship with every living thing around her. Willoway's words finally made sense. "Change is a beautiful thing, my friend," Russet said contentedly, her voice carrying the wisdom of her journey. "Each cycle brings its own gifts, if we have the courage to embrace them." From that day forth, Russet became a seasoned spirit, a visible reminder that no matter how cold and barren things may seem, brighter days will always return. Her transformation taught her to have faith in life's grand journey, for even the harshest of winters gives way to the tender joy of spring. The forest, in turn, embraced her as its guardian, its spirit, its eternal witness to the dance of time. As a new cycle of seasons began, Russet found herself drawn to the heart of the forest, an ancient grove where time seemed to stand still. The grove was said to be the birthplace of the forest's magic, a place where the first seeds were sown, and where the echoes of every creature's life could be heard if one listened closely enough. Here, the trees were giants, their canopies a cathedral ceiling that filtered the light into a kaleidoscope of colors. In this sacred space, Russet discovered a hidden wellspring of energy that pulsed beneath the earth, a reminder of the life force that connected all things. She realized that her transformation had granted her the ability to tap into this energy, to sense the forest's needs, and to nurture its growth. It was a gift she cherished, a responsibility she accepted with humility and joy. One day, as she lay beneath the towering trees, she noticed a small rabbit struggling to find food in the still thawing earth. Moved by its plight, Russet gently nudged aside the snow to reveal tender shoots beneath. The rabbit's eyes widened with gratitude, and in that exchange, Russet understood the true essence of her new role, to not only witness change, but to facilitate it, ensuring the balance of life was maintained. With each passing season, Russet's presence became a beacon of hope and renewal. The creatures of the forest, from the smallest mouse to the mightiest stag, looked to her as a symbol of resilience and change. And in turn, Russet found strength and inspiration in the forest's enduring cycles, in the dance of life that continued unabated year after year. Thus, Russet's journey came full circle. From the uncertainty and fear of her initial transformation, she emerged as a guardian of the forest's magic, a spirit of the seasons, forever intertwined with the land she loved. Her story became a legend, whispered among the rustling leaves and carried on the wind, a testament to the power of change and the beauty of embracing one's true self. Story 2. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the overhead canopy wove a tapestry of emerald and sunlight, there lay a realm where the natural world thrived in symphonic harmony. This forest, known as Windwhisper Wood, was nestled in a gentle valley where the air was perfumed with the scent of pine and damp earth, and the ground was carpeted with a soft mosaic of mosses and ferns. Here, the whisper of the wind through the leaves carried tales older than time itself, tales of creatures that lived hidden but vital lives, each with a role to play in the delicate balance of their world. Among these creatures was a wise old owl named Alden, whose feathers were the color of the twilight sky. His eyes, large and luminous like twin moons, held the wisdom of countless generations. Alden's perch was high in the branches of an ancient oak, a tree that had stood witness to the forest's ebb and flow for centuries. Every evening as dusk descended, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Alden would glide silently through the woods, his keen eyes observing the intricate dance of life below. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Alden noticed an unusual stillness in the air. The creatures of Windwhisper Wood, normally bustling with the preparations of night, seemed quieter than usual. The rustle of the leaves was gentle, almost hesitant, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. Intrigued, Alden swooped down to the forest floor where he found Bramble, a young hedgehog with quills that glinted like starlight. Bramble was busy gathering twigs to fortify his snug burrow against the cooling autumn winds. "Good evening, Bramble," Alden greeted, his voice a soft murmur that blended seamlessly with the rustling leaves. "The night feels different, does it not?" Bramble paused and looked up, his small eyes reflecting the flicker of curiosity. "It does, Alden. There's a whisper of change in the air, something I cannot quite grasp." Alden nodded wisely. "The forest speaks to those who listen. Come, let us find others who might share their insight." Together, the owl and the hedgehog ventured deeper into the woods, where the trees stood like ancient sentinels under the moon's gentle gaze. As they moved through the forest, the ground beneath their feet shifted from the soft embrace of moss to the crunch of dry leaves, each step a reminder of the season's change. They soon encountered Willow, a gentle deer whose coat shimmered with a silvery sheen under the moonlight. Willow was known for her grace and gentle spirit, often serving as a mediator in the forest disputes. She was standing at the edge of a clearing, looking up at the stars as if seeking guidance from the heavens. "Willow," Alden called softly, "what news do you bring from the meadow?" Willow lifted her head, her ears twitching attentively. "The wind carries a song of change," she said, her voice as soft and flowing as a mountain stream. "I believe the time of the frost spirits is near." The frost spirits were mystical beings who visited Windwhisper Wood at the turning of autumn to winter. Their arrival was heralded by the first frosts that painted the leaves in delicate patterns of ice, signaling the forest's preparation for the long winter slumber. Their presence was a reminder of the cyclical nature of life, of endings that were also beginnings. As they continued their journey, Alden, Bramble, and Willow came upon a secluded grove where an ancient stone circle stood. The stones were worn and covered in lichen, whispering secrets of the past to those who would listen. It was here that they found elder moss, a venerable tortoise whose shell bore the scars of countless years, a living testament to resilience and continuity. Elder moss moved slowly, each step deliberate and thoughtful, as if he was in tune with the very heartbeat of the forest. His eyes, though aged, sparkled with an inner fire. "Greetings, Alden and friends," he rumbled, his voice deep and resonant like the earth itself. "What brings you to this sacred place?" "We seek understanding, Elder Moss," Alden replied. "The air is thick with anticipation, and we wonder what changes the frost spirits might bring." Elder Moss nodded, a slow, deliberate motion. "Ah, the frost spirits," he mused. "They remind us that life is a dance of light and shadow, warmth and cold. It is in the transitions that we find our true selves." As they spoke, the air around the stone circle seemed to hum with an ancient energy, a connection that transcended time and space. The ground beneath them pulsed gently, and for a moment, each creature felt the weight of history upon them. the countless cycles of life and death that had unfolded in this very spot. Bramble, feeling the weight of the moment, asked, "Elder Moss, how do we prepare for the challenges and blessings that lie ahead?" The tortoise regarded him with a kind gaze. "By holding true to your nature, young one, each of us has a gift to offer in the tapestry of life. Embrace it, nurture it, and share it with those around you." With newfound clarity, the group left the stone circle, their spirits buoyed by Elder Moss's wisdom. They gathered once more in a clearing bathed in silver moonlight, where Alden began to speak. "Every season brings its own challenges and blessings," he said, addressing the assembly. "The frost spirits remind us to prepare, to cherish the warmth and abundance that we have, and to embrace the quiet introspection of winter." Thistle, the fox with fur as red as the autumn leaves, whose quick wit and keen senses were unmatched, nodded, her eyes glinting with understanding. "Balance is the key," she said. "For every leaf that falls, there is a seed that waits to sprout. The forest teaches us that endings are merely preludes to new beginnings." As the discussion continued, a soft rustling from the underbrush caught their attention, and from the shadows emerged Lark, a timid squirrel with eyes wide as saucers. Lark was known for her keen ability to find the sweetest acorns hidden beneath the forest floor, and her gentle nature made her a beloved figure among the creatures. "I overheard your gathering," Lark said, her voice barely a whisper above the breeze. "I, too, feel the change. The acorns I've gathered seem to speak of a harsher winter than we've known. Perhaps the frost spirits bring not just beauty, but also a challenge we must face together." Her words hung in the air, a new layer of complexity added to their understanding. Alden nodded, his eyes meeting Lark's with gratitude. "Your insight is invaluable, Lark. It reminds us to look beyond the surface and see the deeper truths in the world around us." The creatures listened, absorbing the wisdom that flowed like a gentle river through their gathering. They spoke of their preparations for the winter, of storing food and thickening their coats, of finding shelter and supporting one another through the cold months ahead. As the night deepened, the group dispersed, each creature returning to their tasks with renewed purpose and a sense of community. Alden remained a while longer, watching as the stars twinkled like 1,000 tiny eyes in the velvet sky. He felt a sense of peace, knowing that the forest would endure, as it always had, through the gentle, unyielding passage of time. In the days that followed, the first frosts arrived, draping the forest in a delicate lace of ice. The frost spirits danced through the trees, their touch transforming the landscape into a shimmering tableau of crystal and light. The creatures of Windwhisper Wood watched the spectacle with awe, their hearts warmed by the knowledge that they were part of something timeless and beautiful. The frost spirit's arrival brought with it a vivid spectacle, where every branch, leaf, and even the smallest twig glimmered under the moon's ethereal glow. Yet the wonder was coupled with urgency, as the whispers of a harsher winter became reality. The forest community banded together, exchanging tales of past winters, sharing resources, and weaving a tapestry of unity and resilience. Within the heart of the forest, a council was formed, a gathering of creatures who would plan and ensure the survival of all. Led by Alden, the council included not only the wise and the strong, but also the young, whose voices carried fresh perspectives. Among them, a young rabbit named Hayes, whose hops were as swift as the flickers of lightning, suggested new paths for foraging that had not been explored before. "We must venture beyond what we know," Hayes proposed, his voice bright and clear. "There are hidden groves with berries that remain untouched, even in the deepest frost." His words sparked a wave of determination, and soon small groups set out to map these new territories. Meanwhile, Elder Moss, with his slow but steady pace, guided others in fortifying their homes against the winds that howled through the treetops like ancient, mournful songs. The frost crept over the land, and as the temperature dropped, the creatures found solace in their shared purpose. They held gatherings around makeshift fires, the crackle of the flames a warm counterpoint to the icy breath of the frost spirits. Songs were sung, stories of old were recounted, and a new story of togetherness was written. Amidst these fireside gatherings, a new figure emerged, a wanderer from beyond the forest's ancient borders. Her name was Zephyr, a migratory bird with iridescent plumage that shimmered in the firelight like the aurora. Known for her travels across vast lands, Zephyr carried stories from places unknown, enriching the gathering with her tales of other realms. Zephyr's stories spoke of distant lands where the sun never set, and of seas that sang with the voices of ancient creatures. Her presence was a breath of fresh air, reminding the forest dwellers of the broader world beyond Windwhisper Wood. She shared a tale of a winter so harsh that it forged a bond between unlikely allies, a reminder of the strength found in unity. As the winter deepened, the creatures discovered that their combined efforts led not only to survival, but to a newfound appreciation for their community. The frost spirits, once seen as harbingers of challenge, were now viewed as catalysts for growth and unity. And so, as the seasons turned and the world shifted beneath the sky's watchful eye, the hidden lives of the forest continued to weave their tapestry of harmony and balance. In the quiet corners of Windwhisper Wood, where magic and reality intertwined, wisdom passed from generation to generation like a cherished heirloom, ensuring that the forest's gentle song would never fade. And as the snowflakes fell softly, like whispered secrets from the heavens, the creatures of the forest nestled into their cozy homes, content in the knowledge that they were part of a story as old as time, a story that would continue long after they were gone, in the whispers of the wind and the rustle of the leaves. The frost spirits had left their mark, not just in the delicate frost that adorned the trees, but in the hearts of those who had embraced the challenge and emerged stronger, united in their shared journey through the ever-turning wheel of seasons. In the heart of the winter, as the full moon cast its silvery glow upon the forest, Alden convened a special gathering. Around a great bonfire, creatures from every corner of Windwhisper Wood assembled, their breaths mingling in the cold night air like wisps of smoke. It was a time for reflection and celebration, a moment to acknowledge their journey and honor the bonds they had forged. Beneath the ancient oak where Alden made his home, the fire crackled and sparked, sending shadows dancing across the faces of those gathered. Thistle, with her eyes bright and her voice confident, recounted tales of their shared efforts, the way they had woven a stronger fabric of community through adversity. Her words were met with nods and murmurs of agreement, a chorus of unity that resonated deep within the heart of the forest. As the night wore on, Zephyr took to the skies, her iridescent wings catching the firelight as she soared above them, a living symbol of hope and harmony. Her song, a melody that carried echoes of distant lands and ancient wisdom, filled the air, wrapping around the forest like a warm embrace. It was a moment of magic, a reminder that they were part of a much larger story, one that transcended the boundaries of their woodland home. When the song ended, silence enveloped the gathering, a silence thick with understanding and connection. In that quiet, Alden spoke, his voice carrying the weight of generations. "We are the keepers of this forest," he said, his words a vow that echoed in the hearts of all present. "Together we shall endure, as we always have, in harmony with the world around us." The night continued, a celebration of life and resilience, of stories old and new. As the first light of dawn began to creep through the trees, the creatures of Windwhisper Wood dispersed, carrying with them the warmth of the fire and the strength of their community. The forest, draped in its wintry cloak, stood as a testament to their unity, a sanctuary for all who called it home. And so, through the long winter nights, the creatures dreamed beneath the frosted canopy, their hearts beating in rhythm with the ancient pulse of the earth. They were part of a timeless tale, one that would continue to unfold with each turning of the seasons, bound by the whispers of the wind and the eternal dance of life. Story 3. In a distant corner of the galaxy, where stars shimmered like scattered diamonds across an endless velvet sky, lay a small, unassuming planet named Luminara. It was a place where verdant jungles whispered ancient secrets, and crystalline lakes mirrored the heavens. The air was thick with the sweet scent of exotic blooms, and the ground beneath was soft, blanketed by a carpet of moss that cushioned every footfall. It was here that our story begins, with the gentle hum of life vibrating through every leaf and stone, a melody that seemed to be woven into the very fabric of the planet. On this tranquil planet lived a creature named Nara, a luminari known for their luminous wings that glowed softly in the moonlight. Her wings shimmered with hues of azure and emerald, casting a gentle luminescence that danced with every movement. Nara, with her iridescent eyes that reflected the myriad colors of the forest, and a heart as gentle as the morning breeze, spent her days tending to the vibrant flora of her home. She moved with a grace that mirrored the swaying of the ferns, a silent guardian of the lush ecosystem. She was content, yet there was a flicker of curiosity within her that longed to understand the mysteries beyond her world, a yearning that often led her to the edge of the jungle, where she would gaze at the stars with wonder. Her curiosity was a seed planted deep within her soul, nurtured by the whispers of the elders who spoke of other worlds and the songs of the wind that carried tales of distant lands. Each evening, as the twin moons rose in the sky, casting a silvery glow over the landscape, Nara would sit beneath the ancient Celestine tree, its gnarled branches reaching towards the heavens, and dream of what lay beyond the familiar canopy of green. One evening, as the twin moons rose in the sky, casting a silvery glow over the landscape, a shimmering light streaked across the heavens. It was a spacecraft, descending with a graceful arc before landing amidst the swaying ferns of the jungle. The ground trembled softly as it touched down, and a light mist rose from the foliage, creating a halo around the enigmatic vessel. From it emerged a being unlike any Nara had ever seen. A tall, slender figure with skin that shimmered like polished silver, and eyes that sparkled with the colors of the cosmos, shifting like nebulae in the vastness of space. His name was Zephyr, a traveler from the distant planet of Eris. Zephyr had journeyed far, seeking knowledge and adventure among the stars. His ship, a marvel of sleek design and advanced technology, spoke of a world where the skies were not just a boundary, but a canvas for innovation and exploration. His arrival, however, was met with apprehension. The Luminaris had never encountered a being from another world, and whispers of fear spread through the jungle like the rustling of leaves in a phantom breeze. Nara, driven by her innate curiosity and a desire to bridge the chasm of the unknown, approached Zephyr with cautious steps, her wings fluttering softly in the evening breeze, leaving trails of light in the gathering dusk. "Greetings," she said, her voice like the gentle rustle of leaves, soothing yet filled with the authority of one who truly knew her world. "I am Nara. What brings you to our world?" Zephyr, though wary, sensed the kindness in her tone, a warmth that transcended the barriers of language and culture. He had seen many worlds, but never one where life itself seemed to glow with an inner light. "I seek to learn about the wonders of your planet, and to share stories of my own," he replied, his voice resonating like the distant echo of a melody, rich with the tales of countless journeys. Despite the initial tension, a tentative friendship began to form between the two. Nara showed Zephyr the hidden beauty of Luminara, the fragrant blossoms that bloomed only under moonlight, their petals collecting the silvery dew like jewels, the symphony of creatures that sang in harmony as night fell, a choir of voices that rose and fell with the rhythm of the forest. In return, Zephyr shared tales of floating cities and skies filled with swirling winds from his home on Eris, where the air itself was alive with energy and motion, a place where every breeze carried a story. Yet misunderstandings were inevitable. One day, as Zephyr attempted to help Nara gather the glowing nectar from a rare flower, his touch was too firm, causing the delicate petals to wilt. The flower, once vibrant, now lay limp in his hands, a testament to the fragility of life and the weight of unintentional harm. Nara's heart ached at the loss, and a shadow passed between them. But instead of retreating into silence, they chose to speak openly, each explaining their intentions and learning from the other. Zephyr, humbled by the experience, realized the importance of patience and delicacy, while Nara learned to communicate her needs more clearly, understanding that their differences were an opportunity for growth. Through their shared experiences, they began to understand the nuances of each other's worlds. Zephyr learned the gentle touch required to handle Luminara's fragile plants, his fingers brushing against the petals with a reverence born of respect and newfound knowledge. Meanwhile, Nara discovered the resilience and adaptability needed to navigate the winds of Eris, where strength was not measured by force but by the ability to bend without breaking. Their bond deepened when a sudden storm swept across the jungle, an occurrence both rare and fierce. The skies darkened with an ominous swiftness, and rain fell in torrents, drumming against the leaves like 1,000 tiny hammers, threatening to uproot the very trees that stood for centuries. Thunder rumbled in the distance, a deep, resonant sound that seemed to echo the heartbeat of the planet. In the face of nature's fury, Nara and Zephyr worked together, sheltering the creatures of the forest, guiding them to safety, and securing the precious plants. Their shared effort was a dance of coordination and trust, each relying on the other's strengths. As the storm raged, they sought refuge in a cave, its walls adorned with luminescent crystals that cast a warm, comforting glow, painting the stone with colors that pulsed like living light. Sitting side by side, they shared stories and laughter, their differences forgotten in the face of shared adversity. It was in those moments that they realized the true strength of their friendship, one forged through understanding, compassion, and mutual respect. When the storm passed and the sun peeked shyly through the clouds, the jungle emerged renewed, washed clean by the rain's embrace, and so did their bond. The Luminaris, seeing the friendship between Nara and Zephyr, began to set aside their fears, welcoming the traveler with open hearts. They gathered in the clearing, their wings casting a kaleidoscope of colors, a living tapestry of acceptance and unity. Zephyr, his time on Luminara drawing to a close, prepared to continue his journey among the stars. Yet, as he stood at the edge of the jungle, he felt a pang of sadness at the thought of leaving his newfound friend. The bonds they had forged were not easily severed, and the thought of parting left a hollow ache in his chest. "Will you return?" Nara asked, her eyes shimmering with hope, reflecting the sky's endless possibilities. Zephyr smiled, his heart warmed by the thought of their shared adventures, the memories they had created lingering like a sweet melody. "I will, for there are many more stories to tell and mysteries to explore." As his spacecraft lifted into the sky, its engines humming with a gentle power, Nara watched until it became a speck in the vastness, her heart filled with gratitude for the friendship that had blossomed against all odds. Her wings quivered with the anticipation of future reunions, the promise of more stories to share. And so, on the gentle winds of Luminara, whispers of their tales spread, a story of unlikely companions who discovered the true meaning of friendship. It was a story of growth and understanding, a reminder that even amidst the vastness of the universe, hearts from different worlds could beat as one. The Luminaris, once wary of the foreign traveler, now spoke of him with warmth, a testament to the power of connection and the courage to embrace the unknown. In the warmth of their friendship, both Nara and Zephyr found a new home, not bound by planets or distances, but by the enduring connection they had forged. And as the stars twinkled above, their light a testament to the bonds that unite us all, the galaxy seemed just a little bit brighter. The stories of Nara and Zephyr became legends, passed down through generations, a beacon of hope that illuminated the path of unity and understanding for all who dared to follow. In the years that followed, the Luminaris and the Erisites exchanged not only stories, but also knowledge and culture. Nara was invited to visit Eris, and she marveled at the floating cities, the dynamic skies, and the intricate dance of the winds. She learned to ride the air currents, her wings adapting to the new environment, and she brought back seeds of resilient plants that thrived in high altitudes, enriching Luminara's biodiversity. Zephyr, in turn, became a beloved figure among the Luminaris, participating in their festivals and learning their ancient songs. He discovered an affinity for their music, by often playing a harmonious duet with Nara, their sounds weaving together like the intermingling of two worlds. Their friendship became a symbol of cooperation and mutual respect, inspiring others across the galaxy to seek out and embrace the unknown. The legacy of Nara and Zephyr lived on, a testament to the transformative power of friendship and the endless possibilities that arise when hearts are open and minds are willing to learn. As the stories of Nara and Zephyr continued to spread, their tale reached even the farthest corners of the galaxy, igniting a new wave of exploration and discovery. Delegations from various planets began visiting Luminara, eager to learn from the Luminaris' harmonious way of life and the Erisites' innovative spirit. This cultural exchange led to a golden era of galactic cooperation, with planets working together to solve universal challenges and celebrate their unique differences. In time, an interplanetary council was formed, with Nara and Zephyr as honored advisors. They guided the council with wisdom and empathy, drawing from their own experiences to foster understanding and unity among the diverse worlds. Under their influence, new initiatives were launched to promote ecological preservation, technological advancement, and cultural exchange, ensuring a brighter future for all. Nara and Zephyr's friendship, once a simple bond between two individuals, had now blossomed into a symbol of hope and possibility for the entire galaxy. Their story became a reminder that even the smallest gestures of kindness and understanding could ripple outwards, creating waves of change that touched the hearts and minds of countless beings. And so, as the stars continued to shine brightly in the night sky, the galaxy thrived, united by the shared stories and dreams of its many inhabitants. Nara and Zephyr's legacy lived on, a testament to the power of friendship and the magic that occurs when worlds come together in harmony. Story 4. In the vast expanse of the Andromeda Galaxy, where stardust wove tales older than time itself, there existed a peculiar planet known as Lumina. This world was famous for its cascading waterfalls of liquid light and skies that danced with hues of sapphire and gold. The inhabitants of Lumina were the Luminari, gentle beings who thrived on the harmony of their world, their translucent skin shimmering with the colors of the aurora. The air on Lumina was thick with a sweet fragrance reminiscent of blooming starflowers, and the gentle hum of the liquid light falls filled the atmosphere with a melodious symphony. The ground beneath the Luminari's feet was a soft, luminescent moss that glowed gently under the twilight skies, creating a dreamlike landscape that seemed to pulse with life itself. The scent of the starflowers was intoxicating, infusing each breath with a sense of tranquility and wonder. As the light falls cascaded down with a grace unmatched, they carved paths through the lush terrain, their glow reflecting in the eyes of the Luminari, who cherished the symphony of their world. One day, as the skies of Lumina painted a particularly breathtaking twilight, a visitor arrived. A ship, unlike any ever seen on Lumina, descended with a gentle hum, its hull reflecting the brilliant lights below. From within emerged a figure, sturdy and clad in metallic armor that shimmered like the surface of a distant star. This was Crix, a traveler from the harsh desert planet of Tarkon, where survival was a daily battle against sandstorms and scorching suns. Tarkon was a world of extremes, with landscapes dominated by endless dunes and skies often obscured by swirling sand. The air was dry and abrasive, leaving a lingering sense of grit even in Crix's memories. His armor was not just a protection, but a necessity against the relentless elements, crafted to withstand the fiercest storms and the unyielding heat. Each step Crix took on Lumina was a reminder of the stark contrast between his home and this serene planet, his footsteps echoing with the memories of Tarkon's fierce winds. Crix's arrival caused a stir among the Luminari, who were unaccustomed to visitors from the stars. The Luminari were cautious but curious, their curiosity piqued by this being so different from themselves. Among them was a particularly inquisitive Luminari named Solara, whose heart was as warm as the golden glow she radiated. Her presence was calming, like a gentle breeze that whispered through Lumina's glowing groves. The gentle rustle of the moss beneath her feet mirrored the soft cadence of her thoughts, her presence soothing the initial apprehension of her people. Solara approached Crix with a mixture of wonder and apprehension. "Welcome to Lumina," she said in a voice as soft as the light that enveloped her. "What brings you to our world?" Crix, though initially wary of these gentle beings, noticed the genuine warmth in Solara's eyes. "I seek knowledge," Crix replied, his voice resonating like the low rumble of distant thunder. "Our records spoke of Lumina as a place of great wisdom." As the days passed, Crix and Solara found themselves drawn to one another, despite their differences. Crix was fascinated by the peacefulness of Lumina, a stark contrast to Tarkon's relentless harshness. Solara, in turn, was intrigued by Crix's tales of resilience and survival. She found herself wondering about the strength required to thrive in such a place, and how that strength translated into the gentle determination she saw in Crix. Their friendship deepened as they explored Lumina together, Crix marveling at the gentle whisper of the light falls and the way the air shimmered with warmth. Solara, in turn, was captivated by Crix's tales of Tarkon's fierce beauty, where life thrived against all odds. She began to understand that there was beauty in struggle, a lesson that resonated with her own desire to grow beyond the comforts of her serene world. On one of their explorations, Solara led Crix to the heart of Lumina, a sacred grove where the light falls converged into a brilliant pool of liquid light. Here, the air was thick with the energy of the planet, and the ground pulsed with a gentle heartbeat. Solara explained that this was the source of Lumina's harmony, a place where the Luminari came to renew their connection with their world. "Do you ever feel the weight of your world, Crix?" Solara asked, gazing into the pool. "Even in a place as serene as Lumina, there are moments when I long to understand more, to see beyond what is known." Crix paused, the question stirring something deep within him. "On Tarkon, I felt the weight of every sandstorm, each one a reminder of the struggle to survive. But here it's different. The weight is a longing, a quest for something beyond survival." Their friendship was not without its challenges. One evening, as the stars began to twinkle like scattered jewels in the sky, a misunderstanding arose. Crix, used to Tarkon's blunt and straightforward nature, made a comment that Solara perceived as dismissive of Lumina's tranquility. Hurt, Solara retreated to the comfort of Lumina's shimmering groves, her light dimmed by sorrow. Recognizing his mistake, Crix followed her, his heart heavy with regret. "Solara," he began, his voice gentler than it had ever been, "I did not mean to belittle your world. It is more beautiful than I could have imagined. I am simply unaccustomed to such serenity." Solara turned, her light flickering softly. "I understand," she replied, her voice a whisper in the night. "We have much to learn from one another. Perhaps our worlds are not so different after all." From that moment, their bond deepened further. They spent hours sharing stories under the kaleidoscope of Lumina's skies, Solara revealing dreams she had never shared with anyone else. She spoke of her longing to see beyond the familiar glow of her world, to understand the vastness of the galaxy that stretched beyond Lumina's tranquil borders. Their friendship was put to the test when a sudden cosmic storm threatened Lumina, a phenomenon rare and dangerous. The skies grew dark, and the liquid lightfalls began to flicker uncertainly. The Luminari, unaccustomed to such events, were fearful. Crix, drawing on his experience of Tarkon's tempests, took charge. "We must work together," he declared, his voice steady. Solara stood beside him, her glow bright and reassuring. Together, they organized the Luminari, teaching them how to harness their collective light to stabilize the energy of their world. As the storm raged, Crix and Solara stood side by side, their hands entwined, their differences forgotten in the face of shared purpose. The storm eventually passed, leaving Lumina more radiant than before, the skies now a tapestry of brilliant colors. In the aftermath, the Luminari celebrated the resilience and unity that Crix and Solara had inspired. Crix, once a stranger from a distant star, was now a cherished friend, his armor etched with the light of Lumina's gratitude. Under the serene glow of Lumina's night, Crix and Solara sat together, watching the stars twinkle like 1,000 distant dreams. "Thank you," Solara said, her voice melding with the gentle hum of the night, "for teaching us the strength in unity." Crix smiled, a warmth spreading through him that he had never known on Tarkon. "And thank you," he replied, "for showing me the beauty of peace." In that moment, beneath the vast, star-speckled sky, Crix and Solara understood that true friendship transcended worlds and differences. It was built on mutual respect, shared experiences, and the willingness to learn and grow together. As the gentle breeze carried the sweet scent of Lumina's blossoms through the air, Crix knew that he had found something more valuable than knowledge on this tranquil planet. He had discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond as enduring and luminous as the stars that guided him across the galaxy. And so, with hearts intertwined like the constellations above, Crix and Solara continued their journey, knowing that no matter where the stars would lead them, they would always have each other's light to guide the way. Their adventures would take them to new worlds, where they would share the lessons of unity and understanding, spreading Lumina's glow across the cosmos. Their journey was not just one of exploration, but of learning how different worlds could teach one another. They visited planets where gravity danced to its own tune, where oceans sang ballads of forgotten epochs, and where skies were painted with colors unseen by most. Each place added a new layer to their understanding, a note to the symphony of their shared experiences. On the planet of Elysia, where the air was filled with music and light seemed to ripple like water, Crix and Solara met beings who communicated through song. Here they learned the power of emotion conveyed through melody, a universal language that transcended words. Solara found her voice blending with the harmonies, her light twinkling in rhythm with the dance of sounds. Crix, too, felt the resonance of the music, its notes echoing the silent strength that had always guided him. As they left Elysia, Crix and Solara realized that their journey wasn't just about discovering new worlds, but about understanding and appreciating the myriad expressions of life and culture. With each new encounter, they added to an ever-growing tapestry of experiences, one that celebrated the diversity and unity of the cosmos. Their travels took them to realms where flora and fauna defied the imagination, where every breath was a new sensation and every sight a marvel. Through it all, they held on to the lessons of Lumina, that peace and understanding were the cornerstones of true wisdom, and that even the most different of beings could find common ground. One such world was the enigmatic planet of Viridian, where the landscape was a verdant labyrinth of colossal trees and floating isles. The air was alive with the scent of moss and damp earth, and creatures of all shapes and sizes roamed freely in the emerald twilight. Here, Crix and Solara encountered the Verdans, beings who had formed a symbiotic relationship with the planet's flora, their very essence intertwined with the living tapestry of Viridian. The Verdans welcomed Crix and Solara with open arms, their curiosity mirroring that of the Luminari. They shared stories of their world, where the very ground beneath their feet shifted in response to the planet's moods, and where the skies bore witness to the dance of countless bioluminescent creatures. Crix and Solara marveled at the interconnectedness of life on Viridian, a reflection of the harmony they had witnessed on Lumina. During their stay, Crix and Solara learned of a great imbalance threatening Viridian's delicate ecosystem. A rare celestial alignment had disrupted the natural order, causing the floating isles to drift dangerously close to one another. The Verdans, though wise, lacked the means to restore balance on their own. Driven by the bond they had forged with the Verdans, Crix and Solara devised a plan. Drawing upon Crix's knowledge of Tarkon's harsh landscapes and Solara's innate understanding of harmony, they worked tirelessly alongside the Verdans to stabilize the isles. Solara's light guided their efforts, weaving a radiant tapestry that reconnected the isles to the planet's heartbeat. Through their perseverance and unity, the isles were restored to their rightful place, and Viridian's balance was preserved. The Verdans expressed their gratitude through a vibrant celebration, their songs echoing through the verdant canopy, a testament to the strength found in collaboration. As Crix and Solara prepared to depart, the Verdans gifted them with seeds from the heart of Viridian, a symbol of the growth and understanding they had nurtured together. With these seeds, Crix and Solara carried the essence of Viridian with them, a reminder of the interconnectedness of all worlds. And so, with each step they took, Crix and Solara continued to spread the gentle glow of Lumina across the galaxy, a beacon of hope and unity in a universe vast and wondrous. They journeyed ever onward, their hearts aglow with the knowledge that true friendship and understanding could bridge even the greatest of cosmic distances. Story 5. In the quaint village of Everwood, nestled within the embrace of rolling emerald hills, there lived a young woman named Marigold. Her name, much like her spirit, was bright and cheerful, a testament to the golden flowers that lined the paths she often wandered. Marigold possessed a gentle heart and a smile that could warm even the coldest of days. Yet, beneath her sunny exterior, she often found herself at odds with change, a restless undercurrent in her otherwise serene life. Marigold had spent all her days in the village, under the watchful gaze of ancient oak trees that canopied the cobblestone streets. The village was a tapestry of familiar sights and sounds. The bakery, with its cinnamon-sweet air that enveloped passers-by like a warm embrace, the tailor's shop, where vibrant threads wove stories in the window, and the bustling market square, where laughter floated like petals in the wind. The cobblestones, worn smooth by countless footsteps, were as familiar to her as the lines on her own palm. Marigold cherished every corner of her small world, and the thought of anything altering it filled her with unease. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves blushed in shades of amber and russet, Marigold's grandmother called her aside. Her grandmother, a wise woman with eyes as deep as wells of knowledge, had always been a source of comfort and wisdom. She held out a tiny, dusty bottle, its surface etched with intricate patterns that seemed to dance in the early morning light. "This," she said, her voice a soft echo of the rustling trees, "is the essence of transformation. It belonged to our ancestors, and now I pass it to you." Marigold took the bottle, its glass cool and smooth against her fingers. The weight of its history was palpable. "But grandmother, why me?" she asked, her voice a whisper against the rustling leaves and distant caws of crows. "Because, my dear, you have yet to see the beauty in change," her grandmother replied with a gentle smile, her eyes twinkling with a mystery Marigold longed to understand. "This bottle will help you understand that change is not something to fear, but a path to grow." Marigold nodded, though her heart fluttered with apprehension. She placed the bottle on the wooden shelf in her room, where it caught the light like a prism, casting rainbows across the walls. The light seemed to dance, painting her room with a vibrancy that mirrored her own inner turmoil. The village, with its familiar rhythms, began to whisper of an unusual occurrence. Rumors of an enchanted forest at the village's edge, a place where the trees whispered secrets and the air shimmered with magic, captivated the hearts of all. The villagers, both curious and cautious, spoke of the forest as if it were a living being, capable of change and transformation. These tales reached Marigold's ears, filling her dreams with visions of what lay beyond the village border. Despite her trepidation, Marigold felt an inexplicable pull toward the enchanted forest. It was as if an invisible thread connected her to the mystery that lay within. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, she set out on a walk, the little bottle safely tucked in her pocket. The air was crisp, carrying the scents of autumn leaves and distant wood smoke, as Marigold's feet carried her toward the unknown. As she stepped beneath the canopy of whispering leaves, the forest enveloped her in a warm embrace. The air was cool and fragrant, alive with the scent of pine and earth. Marigold wandered deeper, her footsteps soft against the carpet of fallen leaves, each step a symphony of crunches and whispers. Suddenly, she came upon a clearing bathed in moonlight. At its center stood a circle of stones, each one etched with mysterious symbols that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. From the shadows stepped a fox, its fur as red as the setting sun, eyes bright with intelligence and kindness. "Welcome, Marigold," the fox spoke, its voice like the rustle of leaves, both familiar and foreign. "I've been waiting for you." Marigold blinked in surprise. "You know me?" "Indeed," the fox replied with a nod. "I am known as Rowan, a guardian of this forest, and you, young Marigold, are here for a reason." The fox guided her to the circle of stones. "These stones," Rowan explained, "hold the power of transformation. Each one represents a part of you that waits to grow and flourish." Marigold hesitated, glancing at the bottle in her pocket. "But I'm afraid of what that change might bring." Rowan chuckled softly, a sound like tinkling chimes. "Change is like the seasons, Marigold. It is inevitable, and with it comes new life and beauty. Will you trust me to guide you?" Taking a deep breath, Marigold nodded. She uncorked the bottle, and a gentle mist curled forth, wrapping around the stones. As the mist settled, each stone began to glow softly, illuminating the clearing with a gentle golden light. The first stone pulsed warmly, and Marigold felt a soft breeze tussle her hair, whispering secrets of courage. A vision unfolded before her eyes, a younger version of herself, timid and hesitant, yet stepping forward with newfound confidence. She realized that courage was not the absence of fear, but the decision to move forward despite it. The second stone shimmered with a silvery light, and the sound of laughter filled the air. Marigold saw herself surrounded by friends, their faces alight with joy. She understood then that friendship was a powerful ally in times of change, offering support and understanding when she needed it most. As the third stone glowed a deep blue, Marigold felt a wave of calm wash over her. She saw herself standing beneath a sky full of stars, her heart open to the wonders of the world. She learned that acceptance was the key to embracing change, allowing her to grow without resistance. Finally, the fourth stone erupted in a cascade of colors, a reminder of the beauty and richness that change could bring into her life. Marigold felt a deep sense of gratitude for the journey she was on, understanding that every step, every change, was a part of her personal growth. Rowan watched quietly as Marigold absorbed the lessons of the stones. "You see, Marigold," the fox said gently, "transformation is not something to be feared. It is a gift, a chance to become who you are meant to be." As Marigold prepared to leave the clearing, Rowan spoke once more. "Remember, the forest holds many secrets. Return when you seek guidance, for there is always more to learn." Marigold's heart felt lighter, her earlier fears melting away like mist in the morning sun. She thanked Rowan and the forest for their wisdom, feeling a newfound appreciation for the changes that lay ahead. With a peaceful heart, Marigold returned to the village, the path now clear and inviting. She carried with her the lessons of courage, friendship, acceptance, and gratitude, ready to face whatever changes life might bring. As she reached the village, the familiar sights greeted her with a new warmth. The bakery's sweet aromas seemed richer, the tailor's threads more vibrant, and the laughter in the market more melodious. Under the watchful eyes of her grandmother and the ancient oak trees, Marigold embraced a life of transformation. She discovered that within the gentle folds of change lay the seeds of growth, and with each new season, she bloomed anew. As the village settled into the comforting rhythms of life, Marigold often found herself walking to the edge of the forest, where the whispers of magic lingered in the air. And there, beneath the starlit sky, she would remember the fox's wise words, feeling a deep sense of peace and belonging. For in the heart of change, Marigold had found herself, a radiant blossom, ever growing, ever transforming, in the enchanted garden of life. The lessons she learned were not only about embracing change, but also about nurturing her inner resilience and strength, allowing her to face the uncertainties of life with grace and courage. And thus, the village, with its rolling hills and whispering oaks, became not just a home, but a living testament to the power of transformation and the beauty of a life well lived. Marigold's journey had only just begun, as she realized that change was not an end, but a continuous cycle of beginnings. She often returned to the clearing, seeking new wisdom from the stones and Rowan, each visit deepening her understanding of the world and herself. And in those moments, beneath the canopy of stars, Marigold felt truly alive, ready to embrace whatever came next in her enchanted life. Days turned into weeks, and as the first snowflakes danced down to the village, Marigold found herself drawn to the stories of the villagers, tales of love, loss, and triumph woven into the fabric of Everwood. She listened with newfound empathy, her heart resonating with the shared experiences of her neighbors. Each story was a thread that connected them, revealing the tapestry of human existence. One evening, as the village gathered in the square for the annual winter festival, Marigold stood amidst the swirling snow and laughter, her heart full of warmth. Lanterns glowed softly, casting a golden hue over faces lit with joy. She realized that her journey was intertwined with those of the people around her, their lives a testament to the strength found in unity. Standing beside her grandmother, Marigold felt a profound sense of belonging. Her grandmother squeezed her hand, a silent acknowledgement of the growth they both had witnessed. As Marigold looked into her grandmother's eyes, she saw the reflection of her own journey, a path illuminated by courage, friendship, and love. In that moment, Marigold understood that change was not just a personal journey, but a collective one, shared with those she loved. The essence of transformation was not only in embracing the unknown, but also in cherishing the bonds that held them together. As the festival continued, Marigold danced with the villagers, her heart light and free. The music of the village filled the night air, a melody of hope and renewal. And as the stars twinkled above, Marigold knew that she was exactly where she was meant to be, part of a community that celebrated the beauty of change together. With each step and every turn, Marigold embraced the rhythm of life, ever changing, ever growing, in the enchanted world of Everwood. 6. Once upon a time, in the heart of the enchanted woodlands, where the trees whispered secrets and the streams sang in lilting melodies, there existed a quaint little village known as Tumbledown Hollow. The village nestled amidst vibrant meadows, where flowers bloomed in every hue imaginable, and butterflies danced like living jewels in the sunlit air. Tumbledown Hollow was home to an array of quirky creatures and characters, each with their own delightful peculiarities. In this village lived a wise and slightly eccentric owl named Archimedes, who wore spectacles perched precariously on the tip of his beak. Archimedes was known for his vast library of books and his penchant for solving puzzles during the stillness of the night. His best friend was a jovial squirrel named Nutmeg, who had a tail so bushy it seemed to have a mind of its own, often swishing and flicking in rhythm with her giggles. One sunny morning, as the village bustled with activity, a peculiar problem arose. The magical stream that wound its way through Tumbledown Hollow began to sparkle with an unusual golden glow, and anyone who drank from it found themselves speaking in rhymes for hours on end. At first, the villagers were amused by the lyrical conversations, but as the day wore on, the novelty wore thin, and they longed to speak normally again. Archimedes and Nutmeg, intrigued by this enchanting predicament, decided to get to the root of the matter. They set off towards the source of the stream, where the ancient willow of whimsy stood with her wise branches dipping into the water. As they approached, the air was filled with the sweet scent of honeysuckle and the gentle rustling of leaves. "Good day, dear willow," Archimedes called out in his wise, sonorous voice. "We seek your counsel on this curious occurrence with the stream." The willow chuckled softly, her leaves shimmering in the dappled sunlight. "Ah, my feathered friend and sprightly squirrel, it seems the stream has been enchanted by a playful spell. It was cast by none other than the mischievous pixie twins, Glimmer and Gleam." Nutmeg's eyes widened with excitement. "The pixie twins? I haven't seen them in ages. They're always up to some delightful mischief." "Indeed," the willow nodded, her branches swaying gently. "The pixies mean no harm, but they've woven a spell of rhyme to spread joy. However, they forgot the counter-charm to end it." Archimedes adjusted his spectacles thoughtfully. "Then it seems we must find Glimmer and Gleam and persuade them to set things right." With a sense of adventure tingling in their hearts, Archimedes and Nutmeg began their search for the pixie twins. They ventured deeper into the woods, where the shadows danced and the air was filled with the scent of pine and moss. Along the way, they met an assortment of charming creatures, a chattering family of chipmunks, a bashful hedgehog named Prickles, and even a graceful fox with fur the color of autumn leaves. Finally, they stumbled upon the pixie twins in a clearing bathed in golden light. Glimmer and Gleam were tiny, with gossamer wings that shimmered like rainbows. They were in the midst of crafting flower crowns, their laughter as light as the breeze. "Hello, Archimedes. Hello, Nutmeg." Glimmer chirped, her eyes twinkling with mischief. "We've heard you've been causing quite the lyrical stir," Nutmeg said with a playful grin. Gleam clapped her hands with delight. "Isn't it splendid? Everyone speaking in rhyme, filling the village with poetry and song." Archimedes nodded, his wise eyes twinkling. "It is indeed delightful, but the villagers wish to speak normally again. Might you share the counter-charm to end the spell?" The pixie twins exchanged a glance, their wings fluttering with excitement. "Oh, we did forget about that," Glimmer admitted with a giggle. "But fear not, it's a simple fix." Gleam retrieved a small bottle filled with sparkling dust from her satchel. "This is the dew of dawn. A sprinkle of this into the stream will dispel the enchantment." With gratitude shining in their eyes, Archimedes and Nutmeg accepted the dew of dawn and made their way back to the village. As they sprinkled the magical dust into the stream, the golden glow faded, and the enchantment lifted like morning mist under the sun. The villagers cheered with relief and laughter, grateful to speak without rhyme once more. They celebrated with a grand feast, where stories and laughter flowed as freely as the stream itself. As the sun set over Tumbledown Hollow, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold, Archimedes and Nutmeg sat side by side, content in the knowledge that their friendship and a sprinkle of magic had brought joy and harmony back to their beloved village. And so, with hearts full of warmth and whimsy, the villagers drifted into happy dreams, knowing that in Tumbledown Hollow, adventure and friendship would always light their way. Story 7. Once upon a dreamy night, when the moon was full and the forest thrummed with life, a young rabbit named Willow ventured from her burrow. Her velvety nose twitched, catching the scent of wild honeysuckle carried on the gentle breeze. Dew glistened on the ferns like shimmering diamonds as Willow's paws traced a familiar path winding between towering oaks and willows draped in ethereal ivy. Up ahead, a symphony of croaks and ribbits signaled the woodland pond where Willow's dearest friends gathered each full moon. She bounded eagerly towards the familiar sounds and scents, instinctively alert but unafraid. For in this ancient forest, the animals had learned to live in perfect harmony, sharing the land's bounty as equals. Willow hopped to the water's edge and was immediately swarmed by a whirlwind of delighted greetings from her amphibious companions. "Willow, you've arrived just in time," croaked Padma, the wizened old bullfrog who served as teacher and guide. "The moonflowers are about to bloom, and today's lesson is a precious one." The other creatures settled into a hushed semicircle around Padma, as Willow took her place beside Quill, a hedgehog with an endless curiosity. Between them floated a crown of delicate silver buds, petals tightly furled, awaiting moonlight's magic touch. As the moon reached its peak in the star-speckled sky, its milky beams gradually warmed the flowers' pale orbs. One by one, silvery white blossoms unfurled in exquisite splendor, releasing waves of fragrance so intoxicating it made Willow's whiskers twitch. A collective sigh of wonderment rippled through the stillness. "Behold the moonflowers," Padma said reverently, "opening their ethereal beauty only on the full moon to enchant and remind us of nature's great rhythms and cycles." Under the moonflower's spell, the old frog began to weave a tale passed down through countless generations. "You see, my friends, the moon governs the tides of the oceans and cycles of all living things, including the rhythms of our beloved forest. As the moon waxes and wanes, her power ebbs and flows through plants, trees, earth, and skies in an intricate dance as ancient as time itself. Plants and trees reach their peak flowering during the full moon, seedlings sprout from the soil during the new moon's fertile darkness, and tides in the nearby ocean swell with the brightness of moonbeams. But the moon is not alone in her cosmic choreography," Padma continued, voice rich with wisdom. "The sun plays an equal part, regulating the seasons which nourish our forest home." As if on cue, a faint rosy glow began to tint the horizon, slowly brightening to brilliant shades of peach and amber. Dawn was awakening. Padma motioned for the creatures to turn towards the emerging daybreak. "Watch closely, my friends, for you are about to bear witness to spring's return." At that moment, the first rays of golden sunlight spilled across the landscape, instantly coaxing a vibrant green blush from every tree and bush. Like magic, a riot of wildflowers burst into kaleidoscopic bloom across the forest floor. Birds began singing joyful refrains, and fuzzy buds covered the tree branches in preparation for leafing out. It was as if the entire wood had been roused from a winter's slumber by the sun's warm, revitalizing kiss. "The changing seasons are ruled by Mother Earth's relationship with Father Sun and Grandmother Moon," Padma explained. "Each transition is a sacred reminder to live in step with nature's eternal cycles of birth, growth, harvest, and rest. All lives, plant, animal, and human, depend on maintaining balance and respecting the intricate web that sustains us." Willow marveled at the forest's breathtaking renewal occurring all around them, a vibrant tapestry of rebirth and possibility stitched by sunbeams. She knew in her heart that as long as the precious lessons of the moon flowers and forest's rhythms were passed from generation to generation, the delicate balance would be preserved for all creatures great and small. The young rabbit gazed in wonder at the awakening wood, her senses utterly alive to the sights, scents, and sounds of spring. As the forest's magic enveloped her, Willow felt a profound connection to all living things, and an unshakable truth that would forever guide her path. Nature's cycles and seasons flow through every spirit, every breath, every dawn and dusk. To live in harmony is to embrace the eternal dance of sun, moon, earth, and sky within ourselves and around us. Always. Story 8. In the vast expanse of the galaxy, on the outer rim where the stars glimmered like scattered diamonds against a velvet backdrop, lay the quaint little planet of Nivara. It was a world wrapped in perpetual twilight, its skies painted in hues of lavender and gold, and its surface blanketed in lush, phosphorescent flora that glowed softly in the dim light. The gentle hum of the planet's unique atmosphere was like a lullaby, soothing and ever-present. On this tranquil world lived a creature named Leora, a Nivarian whose skin shimmered with an iridescent glow that mirrored the colors of her surroundings. Her large, expressive eyes were a deep shade of amethyst, and her voice was a gentle melody that seemed to blend with the whispers of the wind. Leora was a caretaker of the luma flowers, delicate blooms that required both patience and a tender touch to cultivate. Her life was one of routine and solitude, and she was content among her flowers, listening to their tales carried by the breeze. Far across the galaxy, on the bustling, metallic world of Zarion, lived a creature named Jax. He was a Zarianite, with skin made of a smooth, silvery alloy that reflected the electric blues and greens of his home planet's neon-lit skies. His eyes were like polished onyx, and his voice had the soft, rhythmic cadence of raindrops on a tin roof. Jax was an inventor, always tinkering with gadgets and machines, driven by a desire to bring his creative visions to life. His world was one of noise and motion, a stark contrast to the serene calm of Nivara. Their paths crossed by an unexpected twist of fate. Jax had been testing a new prototype of his invention, a device meant to harness cosmic energy, when a sudden surge sent his ship spiraling out of control. The malfunction hurled him across the galaxy, and he crash-landed on the unfamiliar terrain of Nivara, his ship embedded in the soft earth like a fallen star. Leora was tending to her luma flowers when she saw the streak of light blaze across the sky and heard the distant thud of the impact. Curiosity piqued, she ventured through the bioluminescent forest, her heart a gentle drumbeat in her chest until she found the source of the disturbance. There, amidst the ferns and flowers, lay the crumpled remains of Jax's ship, and beside it, Jax himself, looking dazed and bewildered. At first, there was misunderstanding. Leora, speaking in the lilting tones of her native tongue, tried to offer comfort, but Jax, disoriented and unable to understand her, recoiled in confusion. He spoke in rapid Zarianese, his voice tinged with frustration. They were two beings from different worlds, struggling to bridge the chasm of language and culture. But Leora, with her gentle spirit, refused to give up. She smiled, a gesture universal in its warmth, and extended a hand. Hesitantly, Jax took it, feeling the warmth of her touch and the sincerity in her eyes. It was a simple act, yet it spoke volumes, breaking through the walls of misunderstanding. Over the days that followed, Leora and Jax learned to communicate through gestures, expressions, and the shared language of kindness. Leora showed Jax the wonders of her world, guiding him through the luminous gardens and teaching him the soothing songs of the luma flowers. In return, Jax shared his inventions, crafting small devices that brought new light and sound to Leora's life. As they spent more time together, they faced challenges that tested their budding friendship. One evening, a sudden storm swept across Nivara, threatening to uproot the luma flowers and wash away the delicate ecosystem. Leora, used to tending her flowers alone, found herself overwhelmed by the ferocity of the tempest. Jax, seeing her distress, sprang into action, using his engineering skills to create barriers and channels to protect the flowers from the deluge. In those moments of crisis, they learned the true depth of their bond. Jax's resourcefulness complemented Leora's nurturing care, and together, they weathered the storm. The experience forged a connection stronger than words, rooted in trust and mutual respect. As the skies cleared and peace returned to Nivara, Leora and Jax sat together under the twinkling canopy of stars, their hearts full of gratitude for the friendship that had blossomed between them. They realized that despite their differences, they had found in each other a harmony that transcended the boundaries of their worlds. Through their journey, Leora and Jax discovered that friendship was not defined by similarities, but by the willingness to understand and support one another, even in the face of challenges. They had learned to see the world through each other's eyes, finding beauty in their differences and strength in their unity. As the gentle breeze carried the soft scent of luma flowers and the comforting hum of Nivara's atmosphere wrapped around them like a warm embrace, Leora and Jax knew that they had found a lifelong companion in each other. Their unlikely friendship had illuminated their lives, like the twinkling stars that guided weary travelers home. And so, under the watchful gaze of the cosmos, Leora and Jax continued their journey together, hand in hand, their hearts intertwined like the glowing tendrils of the Luma flowers, forever bound by the unbreakable bond of friendship. Story 9. In the vast tapestry of the cosmos, where stars shimmered like scattered diamonds on velvet, there existed a small, uncharted planet known to the galaxy as Lumina. It was a place where the sky blushed in hues of lavender and gold, and the air was sweet with the fragrance of blooming star lilies. Here, amidst floating isles of verdant green and serene lakes reflecting the galaxy's glow, a peculiar meeting was about to unfold. Aboard a starship crafted from the crystalline sands of her home planet, the young explorer Lyra soared through the galaxy with a heart full of curiosity. Lyra was a being from the planet Celestara, where the inhabitants were known for their luminous skin and their gentle, empathetic nature. Her mission was to map the uncharted territories of the universe, but more than anything, she longed to understand the diverse forms of life that inhabited it. Meanwhile, in the opposite corner of the galaxy, a creature named Thax was on his own journey. Thax hailed from the planet Terragru, a world of rugged terrains and constant storms. His species, the Gruels, were known for their resilience and strength, with skin like roughened stone and eyes that glowed like embers. Thax was tasked with discovering new sources of energy to sustain his storm-battered home. Fate, with its gentle hands, guided these two onto Lumina's surface on the very same day. Lyra, captivated by the planet's floating gardens, descended gracefully upon a patch of shimmering moss. Not far from her, Thax's sturdy craft landed with a gentle thud, its impact echoing softly through the air. Curiosity led Lyra to venture beyond her landing site, her delicate footsteps barely disturbing the ground beneath her. Thax, too, set out, his heavy gait a rhythmic counterpoint to the silence of the landscape. It wasn't long before their paths crossed, each taking in the sight of the other with a mix of wonder and uncertainty. Lyra's heart leapt at the sight of the unfamiliar creature. She had never seen a being so rugged, so grounded to the earth. Thax, in turn, was struck by Lyra's ethereal glow, her presence a soft light in the twilight of Lumina. "Hello," Lyra said, her voice a gentle melody carried by the breeze. "I am Lyra from Celestara. What brings you to this beautiful world?" Thax hesitated, his voice a deep rumble. "I am Thax from Terragru. I seek energy for my people. And you, what is your purpose here?" Lyra smiled, her eyes sparkling like the stars above. "I am an explorer, eager to learn and share stories of the worlds I visit." Their initial conversation was tentative, as each struggled to understand the other's intentions. Misunderstandings arose, as Thax's straightforward manner sometimes clashed with Lyra's more nuanced expressions. But beneath the surface of their differences, a seed of friendship began to take root. Days turned into weeks as they explored Lumina together. They encountered many wonders: a lake whose waters sang a melody as it rippled, trees that whispered ancient secrets in the wind, and creatures that danced in beams of starlight. Through each adventure, they learned more about one another. One evening, as the sky blazed with the colors of an impending cosmic storm, they took shelter in a cavern adorned with crystals that glowed softly in the dim light. It was here, in the safety of the cavern, that they shared stories of their worlds. Lyra spoke of Celestara, of its tranquil meadows and the gentle harmony of its people. She spoke of her longing to bring understanding and peace to every corner of the galaxy. Thax listened intently, his heart warming to her vision. In turn, Thax shared tales of Terragru, of the mighty storms that shaped their lands and the strength his people drew from the earth. He spoke of their resilience and the hope that one day they would find a way to calm the tempests that ravaged their home. Lyra listened, her empathy bridging the gap between their worlds. As they shared, the storm outside raged on, its winds howling like a distant symphony, yet within the cavern, a calm warmth enveloped them. The misunderstandings that had once stood between them began to dissolve, replaced by a mutual respect and growing friendship. Their journey was not without challenges. There were moments when Lyra's gentle approach seemed ill-suited to the rugged terrain, and times when Thax's strength alone could not solve a problem. but each time, they found a way to support one another. Lyra's wisdom often provided solutions when brute force failed, and Thax's unwavering determination bolstered their spirits when they faltered. One day, they stumbled upon a mysterious grove bathed in a soft, otherworldly light. In the center was a pool that shimmered with an energy unlike anything they had seen. It was the energy Thax had been seeking, and Lyra marveled at its beauty, sensing its potential to heal and nurture. As they approached, the energy responded to their presence, swirling around them like a gentle embrace. It was then that they realized their bond, forged through trials and understanding, had unlocked something profound. The energy was a gift, born from their friendship and trust. Together, they devised a way to harness it, creating a conduit that would allow Thax to transport this precious resource back to Terragru. It was a moment of triumph, a testament to their journey and the power of unity. As their time on Lumina drew to a close, they stood side by side on a hill overlooking the planet's breathtaking expanse. The lavender sky above was a canvas painted with the first stars of evening, and the air was filled with the soft rustle of leaves. "Thank you, Lyra," Thax said, his voice filled with gratitude, "for showing me that strength is not just in the body, but in the heart." Lyra smiled, her eyes reflecting the starlight. "And thank you, Thax, for teaching me that resilience and hope can weather any storm." With hearts full and paths intertwined, they bid farewell to Lumina, knowing their friendship would span the galaxies. As they departed, the planet seemed to glow a little brighter, a beacon of the bond they had forged. And so, amidst the vastness of the cosmos, two unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship. It was a bond that transcended stars and worlds, a gentle reminder that, in the end, it is our connections that light the way through the universe. Story 10. In the quiet village of Willowbrook, where the air was always scented with the fragrance of blooming lilacs and the sky was a tapestry of shifting colors at dusk, lived a young boy named Finn. Willowbrook was nestled at the edge of the Whispering Woods, a forest rumored to harbor secrets and wonders known only to the oldest of the village storytellers. It was a place both feared and revered, where shadows seemed to dance with the light and the wind carried the faintest hint of laughter. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the golden leaves twirled down from the trees, Finn found himself at the edge of these woods. He had always been drawn to their mystery, feeling a pull that was as gentle as it was insistent. Finn was a boy of quiet wonder, with eyes that mirrored the deep blues of the river that wound through the village, and a heart open to the whispers of the world around him. On this particular day, as the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows that wove intricate patterns on the forest floor, Finn felt an urge to step beyond the familiar paths. Clutching his worn satchel, a gift from his grandfather, he ventured deeper into the woods than he ever had before. The air was cool and filled with the earthy scent of moss and fallen leaves, creating a soothing melody with each of his cautious steps. As he wandered, Finn's thoughts flowed like the stream that gurgled nearby. He marveled at the towering trees that seemed to touch the sky and the delicate ferns that carpeted the ground. It was then that he noticed a curious glimmer among the roots of an ancient oak. Kneeling down, he brushed away the leaves to reveal a small, intricately carved box. The box was unlike anything Finn had seen. Made of dark, polished wood, it was adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to shift and change as the light caressed them. His fingers traced the delicate carvings, feeling the warmth that emanated from the wood. It was as if the box held a secret, a tale waiting to be told. With a mixture of excitement and reverence, Finn gently opened the lid. Inside, nestled on a bed of soft velvet, was a shimmering key. It was an object of ethereal beauty, with a handle shaped like a delicate vine, its tendrils curling around a small, luminescent stone that pulsed with a gentle light. As Finn held the key, an unfamiliar sensation washed over him, a whispering of promises and possibilities. He felt a strange connection, as if the key was meant for him, and him alone. He knew then that this was not just any key. It was a magical object, a conduit to something beyond the ordinary. With the key clutched tightly in his hand, Finn continued his journey, feeling a newfound sense of purpose guiding his steps. The woods seemed to respond to his presence, the trees swaying gently, their leaves rustling in a language of their own. Finn's heart beat in time with the rhythm of the forest, a soothing cadence that led him deeper into the heart of the whispering woods. Night began to fall, draping the forest in a cloak of deep indigo. The stars emerged, twinkling like 1,000 tiny lanterns in the sky. It was then that Finn stumbled upon a clearing, bathed in the silvery light of the moon. In the center stood an ancient stone archway, partially hidden by creeping vines and moss. The archway was a relic of a time long past, its stones worn smooth by the passage of centuries. At the top, Finn noticed a small keyhole, perfectly sized for the key he held. His heart fluttered with anticipation and a touch of fear. He knew instinctively that this was the doorway to a hidden world, a place that existed beyond the veil of reality. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, Finn approached the archway. He could feel the air around him hum with energy, a gentle vibration that resonated with the core of his being. As he inserted the key into the lock, he felt a surge of warmth spread through his fingers, up his arm, and into his heart. With a soft click, the key turned, and a soft golden light spilled from the keyhole, illuminating the clearing with a gentle glow. The vines and moss began to shimmer, and the air was filled with a soft, melodic hum, as if the forest itself were singing a lullaby. Stepping through the archway, Finn found himself in a world unlike any he had imagined. The forest here was aglow with soft, luminescent colors. Trees towered above him, their leaves sparkling like jewels in the moonlight. The ground beneath his feet was carpeted with flowers that emitted a gentle, soothing fragrance, their petals shimmering with an inner light. At the center of this enchanted forest stood a great tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, branches stretching toward the heavens. It was the heart of this hidden world, a sentinel of peace and wisdom. As Finn approached, he felt an overwhelming sense of calm and belonging, as if he had finally found a place that welcomed him with open arms. The tree spoke, not with words, but with a gentle rustling of leaves and a soft breeze that caressed Finn's cheek. In that moment, he understood that this was a place of learning and growth, a sanctuary where he could discover the truths hidden within himself. Finn spent what felt like days in the company of the great tree, each moment filled with wonder and discovery. He learned to listen, not just with his ears, but with his heart. The forest taught him the language of the wind and the songs of the stars, filling him with wisdom and peace. As each day passed, Finn felt himself changing. The worries and fears he had carried with him began to melt away, replaced by a quiet confidence and understanding. He realized that the key had not only opened a door to this magical world, but also unlocked the potential within him, revealing strengths and talents he never knew he possessed. One day, as he sat beneath the great tree, listening to its stories of the world and the secrets of the forest, Finn felt a gentle tug at his heart. He knew it was time to return to Willowbrook, to bring the lessons he had learned back to the world he called home. With a sense of gratitude and a promise to return, Finn bid farewell to the enchanted forest. He retraced his steps to the stone archway, feeling the gentle pull of the whispering woods behind him. As he passed through, the world transformed back into the familiar embrace of the forest he knew, the magic lingering in the air like a soft, comforting sigh. Finn emerged from the woods with the key still in his possession, its light now a gentle glow that pulsed in rhythm with his heartbeat. He felt a deep connection to the forest and the lessons it had imparted, a bond that would guide him through the challenges and joys of life. Returning to Willowbrook, Finn was welcomed with open arms by his family and friends. He shared his stories, weaving tales of wonder and magic that captivated the hearts of all who listened. But more than that, Finn brought back the wisdom he had gained, using it to help those around him with kindness and understanding. As the years passed, Finn grew into a young man, his heart still open to the whispers of the world around him. The key remained a cherished keepsake, a reminder of the journey that had changed him forever. And though he often returned to the edge of the whispering woods, he knew that the true magic lay not in the hidden world beyond the archway, but in the way it had transformed him. In the quiet moments of dusk, when the sky was a canvas of colors and the village was wrapped in the gentle embrace of twilight, Finn would sit beneath the lilac trees and listen to the wind. and in those moments he could still hear the soft, melodic hum of the forest, a reminder that the magic was always with him, guiding him on his journey through life. And so, with the lessons of the enchanted forest etched in his heart, Finn lived a life of kindness and wonder, sharing the magic of friendship and wisdom with all who crossed his path. The key, a symbol of the hidden world and the transformation it had inspired, remained a treasured part of his story, a story that would be told and retold as the years went by, lighting the way for others to find their own paths and discover the magic within. Story 11. In the gentle embrace of twilight, when the sky was a tapestry of soft pinks and dusky purples, a young girl named Clara found herself standing at the edge of the enchanted glade. This was a place whispered of in bedtime tales, where the trees wore cloaks of emerald green and the air shimmered with hidden magic. The glade was said to be a realm of wonder, where the ordinary world gave way to the extraordinary. Clara's heart fluttered with a mix of excitement and trepidation. She had always been curious about the world beyond her familiar village, a place where the mundane was her everyday, yet her dreams always beckoned her to explore the unknown. Tonight, guided by the soft silver light of the moon, she had come to see if the stories were true. As she stepped into the glade, a gentle breeze whispered through the leaves, singing a melody only the night could compose. Each step Clara took was cushioned by a bed of moss that seemed to hum under her feet, as if welcoming her to this mystical realm. Around her, fireflies twinkled like stars fallen to earth, casting a warm glow that danced across her skin. In the heart of the glade, a magnificent tree stood, its trunk wide and gnarled, with branches that reached out like open arms. Its leaves rustled softly, and Clara could swear she heard a voice within its creaks and groans. Approaching cautiously, she laid her hand on the bark, which felt smooth and cool beneath her fingers. The tree seemed to sigh in contentment, its branches swaying gently as if in greeting. As Clara explored further, she came upon a bubbling brook that wound its way through the glade. The water glistened in the moonlight, each ripple a silver thread weaving through the night. She knelt beside it, captivated by its serene beauty, and watched as small, luminescent fish darted through the clear waters. Their scales shimmered with a rainbow of colors, and they seemed to wink at Clara as they passed. Suddenly, a soft giggle broke the stillness of the night. Startled, Clara looked around and spotted a group of tiny creatures peeking from behind a cluster of ferns. They were no taller than her hand, with delicate wings that sparkled like spun sugar. Their eyes, bright and curious, watched her with playful interest. "Hello," Clara said softly, not wanting to scare them away. Her voice carried a gentle warmth like a soft blanket on a chilly night. The creatures giggled again, their laughter a tinkling sound like wind chimes in a summer breeze. One of them, a particularly bold little sprite with golden wings, fluttered forward and landed lightly on Clara's shoulder. It chirped a greeting, its tiny hands patting her cheek with a friendly curiosity. "We are the Glimmer Sprites," it announced in a voice that seemed to echo with the chime of distant bells. "We watch over the glade and all who wander here." Clara smiled, feeling a sense of belonging in this mystical place. The sprites chirped excitedly, flitting around her in a joyful dance. Their presence was a comforting reminder that she was not alone on her adventure. Encouraged by the sprite's friendliness, Clara continued her exploration. She soon came upon a shimmering field of flowers, their petals glowing softly like lanterns in the night. The air was filled with a sweet fragrance, a blend of honeysuckle and fresh rain. As she wandered through the field, Clara noticed that the flowers seemed to react to her presence, their petals unfurling as if to greet an old friend. In the center of the field stood a peculiar sight, a large, ornate mirror framed by twisting vines and delicate blossoms. The surface of the mirror gleamed under the moonlight, reflecting the glade in all its magical splendor. Clara approached it with a mix of wonder and curiosity, drawn to its mysterious allure. As she gazed into the mirror, Clara saw not just her own reflection, but a myriad of scenes unfolding before her eyes. She saw herself climbing mountains, crossing rivers, and exploring distant lands. Each image shimmered with possibilities, whispering promises of adventures yet to come. The mirror, it seemed, was showing her all the paths she could take, all the dreams she could chase. Clara felt a surge of courage swelling within her, a realization that the world was vast and full of wonders waiting to be discovered. The glade, with its enchanting beauty and whimsical inhabitants, had taught her that the unknown was not something to fear, but something to embrace with an open heart. With newfound resolve, Clara turned away from the mirror, her heart light and her spirit buoyed by the magic of the glade. She knew now that she was capable of great things, that she had the courage to explore and the wisdom to face whatever challenges lay ahead. As she made her way back through the glade, the glimmer sprites flew alongside her, their laughter a bright melody in the night. The great tree waved its branches in farewell, and the brook sang a gentle lullaby as she passed. When Clara finally emerged from the glade, she paused to look back one last time. The moon hung low in the sky, casting a silver glow over the enchanted realm. She smiled, a warmth spreading through her chest, and whispered a silent promise to return one day. With a heart full of dreams and a spirit eager for adventure, Clara set off towards home, her footsteps light and her soul aglow with the magic of the enchanted glade. And as she walked, she knew that no matter where her journey took her, the courage and wonder she had discovered would always guide her path. And so, under the watchful eye of the moon and the twinkling stars, Clara ventured into the night, ready to embrace the world and all its possibilities, knowing that she would always carry a piece of the glade with her, a reminder of the courage that lay within her heart. Story 12. In the heart of an ancient forest where the sunlight trickled through the leaves like liquid gold, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were entwined with the magic of the seasons. This forest, known as Elder Grove, was a place where the whispering wind spoke of secrets and the babbling brook sang songs of old. As the first tendrils of dawn painted the sky with hues of pink and orange, the forest awoke gently. The air was crisp with the scent of pine and moss, while the ground was soft underfoot, carpeted with fallen leaves in shades of amber and rust. Among the roots of a mighty oak there lived a wise old badger named Bramble. His eyes, as deep and knowing as the forest itself, often twinkled with stories of times past. Bramble was the keeper of the forest's history, entrusted with the tales of its magical balance. One crisp autumn morning, Bramble gathered the younger creatures of the forest, squirrels, birds, and rabbits, beneath the oak's sprawling canopy. The golden leaves rustled as the creatures settled in, eager to hear their elder speak. "Listen closely," Bramble began, his voice a gentle rumble. "For today I shall tell you of the winds of change, a magical phenomenon that guides the balance of our beloved Elder Grove." The creatures leaned in, their eyes wide with wonder. "Long ago," Bramble continued, "when the forest was still young, the winds of change were first summoned by the great tree, a towering sentinel standing at the heart of Elder Grove. These winds, gentle yet powerful, carried the essence of each season, ensuring harmony among all living things." He paused, allowing the soft murmur of the forest to fill the air. "In spring," he said, "the winds bring life anew, coaxing buds to bloom and waking creatures from their winter slumber. In summer, they carry the warmth of the sun, whispering through the leaves like laughter. Autumn's winds paint the forest in vibrant colors, preparing us for the rest of winter. Finally, in winter, they blanket the world in quiet snow, allowing the earth to rest." A young squirrel named Pip, with fur as red as the autumn leaves, raised a paw. "But Bramble," he chirped, "what happens if the winds of change do not come?" Bramble smiled, a gentle glint in his eye. "Ah, Pip," he replied, "that is why we must learn to listen and act wisely. The forest is a delicate balance, and all creatures here play a part in maintaining it. By understanding the signs and working together, we ensure that the winds are welcomed every year." The gathering continued, with Bramble sharing stories of past generations, tales of friendship, courage, and wisdom. Each story carried a lesson, gently woven into the fabric of the narrative, teaching the young ones the importance of care and respect for their home. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the forest, the creatures dispersed, their hearts filled with a newfound appreciation for Elder Grove's magic. They understood now that the balance of their world was not just a result of the winds of change, but also of their own actions and harmony. Days turned into weeks, and the chill of winter began to creep into the forest. The creatures worked together, gathering food and building shelters, guided by the wisdom Bramble had shared. As they prepared, they noticed the signs, the subtle shift in the air, the way the light danced upon the frost-kissed leaves. The winds of change were coming. On the eve of the first snow, Bramble called the creatures together once more. The moon hung low, casting a silver glow over the forest, and the air was filled with anticipation. "Tonight," Bramble announced, "we welcome the winds of change. Together we shall sing the song of seasons, a melody passed down through generations, to honor the great tree and the balance it brings." The creatures gathered in a circle beneath the stars, their voices rising in harmony. The song was a gentle lullaby, a tribute to the cycles of nature and the unity of the forest. As they sang, a breeze began to stir, weaving through the branches and over the forest floor. It was the winds of change, answering their call. The winds danced among them, swirling leaves in a joyful spiral, carrying with them the promise of winter's peace and the hope of spring's renewal. As the last notes of the song faded into the night, a light snow began to fall, blanketing Eldergrove in a soft, shimmering layer. The creatures huddled together, their hearts warm with the knowledge that they had played their part in the forest's harmony. Under the gentle gaze of the moon, they drifted into a peaceful slumber, dreaming of the seasons to come. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, where magic and reality intertwined, the hidden lives of the creatures continued, wrapped in the timeless embrace of nature's balance. They had learned that wisdom was not just in the stories of the past, but in the bonds they formed and the care they took for their world, a lesson as enduring as the forest itself. And thus, as the gentle snow fell, Eldergrove slept, serene and harmonious, until the first whispers of spring stirred once more. Story 13. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees swayed like gentle dancers, and the air carried the sweet scent of honeysuckle, there lived a young woman named Leora. Her cottage, nestled between the roots of an ancient oak, was a cozy haven filled with the soft glow of candlelight and the comforting aroma of herb-infused teas. Despite the idyllic surroundings, Leora felt an unsettling restlessness within her heart. Leora had lived in the Whispering Woods her entire life, her days filled with familiar routines and quiet companionship with the forest creatures. Yet, she found herself yearning for something unknown, a change that both intrigued and frightened her. The woods, in their eternal wisdom, seemed to sense her inner turmoil, whispering secrets on the breeze that only she could hear. One evening, as the sky blushed with the colors of sunset, Leora sat by the river that wound through the forest. The water's gentle murmur was a balm to her troubled heart. She watched as the river's surface glimmered with the reflection of stars, and she wished she could be as fluid and adaptable as the water itself. As if in answer to her unspoken desire, a soft rustling came from the nearby ferns. Out stepped a small, wise-looking creature with fur the color of twilight and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed leaves. It was Nolan, the woodland sprite, known for his gentle wisdom and mischievous charm. "Good evening, Leora," Nolan greeted with a bow, his voice as soothing as the lullaby of the forest. "I couldn't help but notice the weight on your heart." Leora smiled wryly, drawing her shawl tighter around her shoulders. "I feel trapped, Nolan. Trapped in my own skin, in my own fear of what change might bring." Nolan chuckled softly, the sound like wind chimes in a gentle breeze. "Ah, but change is the river's edge, the song of the wind, the promise of a new dawn. It is not something to fear, but to embrace." Leora sighed, her breath mingling with the evening air. "What if I lose myself in the process?" "Transformation doesn't mean losing yourself," Nolan replied kindly. "It means finding parts of yourself you never knew existed." Intrigued, Leora listened as Nolan spoke of a magical glade hidden deep within the forest, where the ancient tree spirits held court. "They can help you understand the nature of change, how to bend with the winds of life without breaking." With a sense of both apprehension and anticipation, Leora agreed to visit the glade. As dawn broke, painting the world in soft hues of gold, she set off with Nolan as her guide. They walked through the forest, the path carpeted with fallen leaves that crunched softly underfoot. The journey through the woods was enchanting. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. Birds sang melodies that harmonized with the rustling of leaves, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and rich soil. Leora felt a sense of peace envelop her, a reminder of the beauty that change could bring. Finally, they reached the glade, a serene, circular clearing bathed in ethereal light. In the center stood an ancient oak, its branches reaching skyward, leaves whispering secrets to the wind. The air was thick with magic, a palpable energy that made Leora's skin tingle. From the depths of the oak emerged the tree spirits, their forms shifting like shadows in sunlight. They greeted Leora with warmth and wisdom, their voices a harmonious chorus. "Welcome, child of the earth," they intoned, their presence both mighty and gentle. "You seek to understand change, to find peace within its embrace." Leora nodded, feeling the weight of her questions lift slightly under their gaze. "I wish to grow, to transform, but I'm afraid of losing who I am." The spirits swayed in unison, their voices like a gentle breeze. "Change is not the end, but a beginning. It is the shedding of old leaves to make way for new growth. You are like the seasons, Leora, ever evolving, yet always yourself." As Leora stood before them, she felt a warmth spreading through her, a soft light that seemed to emanate from within. It was as if the very essence of the forest was pouring into her, filling her with strength and understanding. She realized that change was not something external that happened to her, but an integral part of her being, a dance of becoming. The tree spirits taught her to listen to the whispers of her heart, to trust the flow of life, as she trusted the river's course. With each lesson, Leora felt her fears dissolve, replaced by a quiet confidence that hummed through her veins like a soothing melody. When the time came to leave the glade, Leora felt a sense of renewal, as if she had shed an old skin to reveal a brighter, truer self. She thanked the tree spirits and returned to her cottage, accompanied by Nolan, who watched her with a knowing smile. In the days and weeks that followed, Leora embraced the changes in her life with grace and curiosity. She took up painting, capturing the forest's beauty on canvas, and began writing stories inspired by her woodland adventures. Her heart, once burdened by fear, now soared with possibilities. The forest seemed to celebrate her transformation, its whispers now filled with songs of encouragement and joy. The creatures of the woods, her steadfast companions, gathered around her, their presence a comforting reminder of the power of friendship and support. Through her journey, Leora had learned that change was not an adversary to be conquered, but a companion to be welcomed with open arms. She discovered that within the dance of transformation lay a world of beauty and potential waiting to be explored. And so, as the seasons turned and the forest continued its eternal cycle, Leora lived in harmony with the magic around her, her heart forever open to the wonders of change. Each night she would sit by the river, its gentle song a lullaby that lulled her into peaceful dreams of new beginnings. In the heart of the whispering woods, Leora found not only herself, but a deeper connection to the world around her, and in that connection, a profound sense of peace. And with every dawn, she welcomed the promise of another day, a new chapter in her ever-unfolding story. Story 14. In a forest untouched by time, where the whisper of the wind carried secrets known only to the trees, there lived a community of creatures who called this enchanted woodland home. The forest was a tapestry of vibrant greens and earthy browns, with towering trees that seemed to touch the sky, and a carpet of moss that cushioned every footstep. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows that danced like gentle spirits on the forest floor. In the heart of this magical realm was a clearing where a crystal-clear stream gurgled merrily over smooth stones. Here the air was perfumed with the scent of wildflowers, and the gentle rustle of leaves played like a soothing lullaby. This was a place where each season was celebrated with joy and reverence, and where the natural balance of life was a symphony of harmony. The creatures of the forest were as diverse as they were enchanting. There was Thistle, a wise old tortoise with a shell that gleamed like polished amber. His eyes, bright and curious, had witnessed the passage of countless seasons. Thistle was the keeper of the forest's ancient wisdom, passed down from generation to generation. He moved slowly, yet deliberately, leaving a trail of knowledge for those who cared to follow. Then there was Fen, a sprightly squirrel with fur the color of autumn leaves. Fen was known for his boundless energy and inquisitive nature. He was the forest's scout, always the first to notice the subtle changes that heralded the shift from one season to another. His sharp eyes and keen senses made him an invaluable member of the woodland community. Near the stream lived Willow, a gentle deer with eyes as soft as the twilight sky. Willow had an innate understanding of the forest's rhythms and a heart brimming with kindness. She often led the younger creatures in playful dances through the underbrush, teaching them to listen to the forest's whispers and to respect its many gifts. The forest thrived under the watchful care of these creatures and many others. Each creature played a role, no matter how small, in maintaining the delicate balance that kept the woodland alive with magic and wonder. But even in this harmonious place, challenges arose. One autumn morning, a peculiar stillness settled over the forest. The vibrant leaves, usually aflutter in the crisp breeze, hung motionless on their branches. The air felt heavy, as if holding its breath. Fen, ever the sentinel, was the first to notice. He scampered up the tallest oak, his bushy tail twitching with concern as he scanned the horizon. "Something is amiss," Fen chattered, his voice carrying through the clearing. "The wind has stopped and the air feels strange." Thistle, who had been basking in a patch of sunlight, lifted his head with a slow, deliberate motion. "Ah, young Fen," he intoned, "what you perceive is not merely the absence of wind. It is a sign, a message from the forest itself." Willow, who had been grazing nearby, stepped forward, her gaze gentle yet resolute. "What does it mean, Thistle? Is the forest in danger?" Thistle pondered this for a moment, his ancient mind sifting through the layers of wisdom gathered over countless years. "The forest speaks in ways that are both subtle and profound," he replied. "When the wind ceases, it is often a herald of change, a reminder that we must listen closely and act with care." The creatures gathered around Thistle, their eyes wide with curiosity and concern. The forest had provided for them for as long as they could remember, and they were determined to protect it in return. Together, they decided to embark on a journey to seek answers and restore the balance that had been disrupted. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the air grew cooler, and a gentle mist began to weave through the trees. The ground beneath their feet was soft and damp, and the sound of their footsteps was muffled as if the forest itself was holding its breath. The creatures moved with quiet determination, their hearts united by a common purpose. Their journey led them to a part of the forest rarely visited, a grove where the trees were ancient and gnarled, their branches twisted into intricate patterns that seemed to tell stories of their own. In the center of the grove stood a mighty oak, its trunk thick with age and wisdom. As they approached, the oak's leaves began to shimmer, catching the light in a way that made them appear as if they were woven from silver. A gentle breeze stirred, rustling the leaves and sending a cascade of shimmering light across the grove. "Welcome, guardians of the forest," a voice echoed, soft and resonant like the murmur of a distant stream. It was the voice of the great oak, the oldest and wisest of all the trees. The creatures bowed their heads in reverence, for they knew they were in the presence of a being whose knowledge spanned centuries. "Great Oak," Thistle began, his voice respectful and steady, "we have come seeking guidance. The forest has grown still, and we fear that something is out of balance." The great oak's branches swayed gently, as if nodding in understanding. "You have felt the forest's unease," the oak replied. "It is true, a disturbance has upset the harmony we cherish. The seasons themselves have been affected, and the natural order must be restored." "But how can we help?" Fen asked, his voice eager and determined. "To restore balance," the great oak continued, "you must journey to the heart of the seasons, where the essence of each season resides. There you will find the source of the disturbance and learn what must be done to heal it." The creatures listened intently, their hearts filled with resolve. They knew the journey would be challenging, but they also understood the importance of their task. Together they pledged to do whatever was necessary to protect their beloved forest. With the great oak's blessing, the creatures set off on their quest. Their path led them through the heart of the forest, past bubbling brooks and sun-dappled glades, over moss-covered stones and beneath arches of intertwining branches. As they traveled, they encountered many wonders. a family of foxes playing in a field of wildflowers, a chorus of birds singing a melody that echoed through the trees, and a gentle rain that turned the leaves into shimmering jewels. Finally, after days of travel, they arrived at the heart of the seasons. It was a place of breathtaking beauty, where the colors of autumn, winter, spring, and summer blended together in a kaleidoscope of hues. The air was alive with a vibrant energy, and the ground pulsed with the heartbeat of the forest itself. At the center of this magical place stood a stone altar, ancient and weathered, upon which lay 4 crystals, each one glowing with the light of a different season. These were the crystals of balance, the source of the forest's harmony. As the creatures approached the altar, they noticed that one of the crystals, the autumn crystal, had lost its luster. Its light was dim, casting a shadow over the heart of the seasons. The creatures understood that this was the source of the disturbance. "Autumn's light has faded," Willow whispered, her voice filled with concern. "We must restore it to bring balance back to the forest." "But how?" Fen asked, his brow furrowed in thought. "What can we do to rekindle its light?" Thistle, ever the voice of wisdom, spoke with quiet assurance. "The light of each season is fueled by the love and respect we show for the forest and its cycles. To restore autumn's light, we must remind the forest of the beauty and bounty that autumn brings." Inspired by Thistle's words, the creatures set to work. They gathered fallen leaves, their colors as vibrant as a painter's palette, and arranged them around the altar in a spiral pattern. They collected acorns and seeds, symbols of the harvest, and placed them with care beside the autumn crystal. Willow led a gentle dance, her graceful movements echoing the rhythm of the falling leaves. Fen and the other creatures joined in, their hearts filled with joy and gratitude for the gifts of the forest. Thistle, with his deep, resonant voice, recited an ancient poem that celebrated the turning of the seasons and the eternal cycle of life. As the creatures danced and sang, a warm breeze swept through the heart of the seasons, rustling the leaves and carrying the scent of autumn, of ripe apples and wood smoke, of crisp air and golden sunlight. The autumn crystal began to glow once more, its light growing stronger with each passing moment. The forest seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, the tension in the air dissolving like morning mist. The balance had been restored, and the creatures knew that they had played their part in safeguarding the harmony of their home. With their task complete, the creatures returned to their beloved forest, their hearts light and their spirits renewed. They knew that the forest would continue to thrive, its magic and wonder preserved for generations to come. As the sun set over the ancient woodland, casting a golden glow over the trees, the creatures gathered once more in the clearing by the stream. They shared stories of their journey, their voices mingling with the gentle murmur of the water and the rustle of the leaves. In the quiet moments that followed, Thistle spoke once more, his voice carrying the weight of ages. "Remember, dear friends, that the forest is a living, breathing entity. It is our home, our sanctuary, and our teacher. Let us cherish it, protect it, and learn from its wisdom." And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, the creatures of the forest settled down to rest, their hearts at peace. The forest was alive with the magic of the seasons, a place where harmony reigned and where the bonds of friendship and love would always endure. In the gentle embrace of the forest, they knew they were home. Story 15. In the heart of a rolling, verdant countryside, nestled between ancient whispering woods and fields of wildflowers, lay the quaint village of Avalon. It was a place where time seemed to stroll gently, where the cobblestone streets hummed with the echoes of yesteryears, and the air was perpetually infused with the sweet scent of apple blossoms and honey. The village was surrounded by an enchanting forest known as Elder Grove. This forest was no ordinary woodland. It was a place where the trees stood as tall sentinels, their leaves murmuring secrets of old. Among these trees was an ancient oak, gnarled and wise, known as the Elder Tree. It was said that the tree held a hidden world within its roots, a realm unseen by most but whispered about in bedtime tales. In this village lived a young girl named Leora, known for her gentle spirit and wild, untamable curls that danced in the wind like flames. Leora was a curious soul, often found with her nose buried in books of lore and legend that she borrowed from the kindly old librarian, Mr. Thistlewood. Her heart was filled with dreams of adventure, her imagination painting worlds beyond the confines of Avalon. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun gilded the horizon with hues of amber and gold, Leora set out for a walk in the elder grove. The forest was alive with the symphony of rustling leaves and the distant call of a lark. She wandered deeper than usual, her feet following a path of their own accord, as if drawn by some invisible thread. As she walked, she stumbled upon something curious, a small, intricately carved wooden box partially hidden beneath a carpet of fallen leaves. It was adorned with symbols that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. Intrigued, Leora knelt beside it, brushing away the leaves with gentle fingers. The box was warm to the touch, pulsing with a gentle energy that seemed to resonate with her very soul. Leora's heart raced with excitement. She carefully opened the box, revealing a delicate, shimmering stone nestled within. It was a deep azure, like the depths of a midnight sky, and it glowed softly, casting an ethereal light. As she held it, a warmth spread through her fingertips, and she felt a gentle tugging at the edge of her consciousness, as if the stone was whispering secrets only she could hear. With the stone cradled in her palm, Leora felt a sense of calm and belonging. She knew somehow that this was no ordinary stone. It was magical, imbued with ancient power, and it had chosen her. But what was its purpose? And why had it been hidden here, in the heart of the elder grove? As dusk began to cloak the forest in its velvety embrace, Leora made her way back to the village, her mind buzzing with questions and possibilities. That night, as she lay in bed, the stone resting on her bedside table, she dreamt of a world bathed in moonlight, where creatures of myth and legend roamed free and the air was thick with magic. The next morning, driven by a sense of purpose and wonder, Leora sought the counsel of Mr. Thistlewood. The elderly librarian was a repository of knowledge, his mind a labyrinth of tales and truths. As she recounted her discovery, his eyes widened with recognition and awe. "Ah, the Starstone," he murmured, reverence lacing his voice. "It is said to be a gift from the stars themselves, a conduit of ancient magic. Its power is immense, but it is also a guide, leading the bearer to their true path." Leora listened intently, her heart swelling with a mix of fear and excitement. The Starstone was both a blessing and a responsibility. It was a key to the hidden world within the Elder Grove, a realm that only she could unveil. Armed with this knowledge, Leora embarked on a journey into the heart of the forest, the Starstone illuminating her path. As she walked, the air shimmered with magic, and the forest seemed to come alive around her. She could feel the pulse of the earth beneath her feet, the whisper of the wind in her hair. Eventually, she reached the elder tree, its massive trunk rising like a fortress against the sky. As she approached, the Starstone in her hand began to glow brighter, its light weaving a tapestry of luminescent threads that wrapped around the tree's roots. With a soft sigh, the ground beneath her seemed to shift, revealing a hidden passage leading into the depths of the earth. Heart pounding with anticipation, Leora stepped into the passageway, the air cool and fragrant with the scent of moss and earth. She emerged into a world unlike any she had ever imagined, a hidden realm of wonder and magic. The landscape was bathed in the soft glow of moonlight, even though no moon hung in the sky. Strange, ethereal creatures flitted between the trees, their eyes sparkling like stars. In this world, Leora felt a profound sense of connection, as if she had found a piece of herself that had been missing. She wandered through this realm, guided by the Starstone, discovering its secrets and marvels. Yet amid the beauty she sensed a presence, a gentle, watchful spirit that seemed to hover on the edge of her awareness. It was a guardian of this hidden world, an entity of pure magic and wisdom. Through the Starstone, Leora could feel its warmth and guidance, a silent promise of companionship and support. As days turned into weeks, Leora visited the hidden realm often, learning its mysteries and weaving its magic into her heart. She discovered that the Starstone had a purpose beyond guiding her. It was a beacon of hope, a source of healing for both the hidden world and her own. In time, Leora came to understand that the hidden world was not separate from her own. It was a reflection, a mirror of the balance and harmony that existed within nature and within herself. The Starstone had shown her the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate dance of life and magic. Through her journeys, Leora grew in wisdom and strength, her spirit blossoming like a flower in the sun. She learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, to see the beauty in every moment, and to walk her path with courage and grace. Her adventures in the hidden realm forged bonds of friendship that transcended the boundaries of worlds. She met creatures of legend and lore, each with their own stories and wisdom to share. Together, they faced challenges and celebrated triumphs, their hearts united by the magic of the Starstone. One day, as Leora sat beneath the boughs of the elder tree, the guardian spirit appeared before her, a shimmering silhouette of light and warmth. It spoke without words, its presence a gentle caress on her soul. "You have brought balance and harmony to our world," it seemed to say. "The Starstone chose well, for your heart is pure and your spirit strong. You are a bridge between worlds, a keeper of the light." Leora bowed her head, gratitude swelling within her. She understood now that her journey had not only changed her, but had also transformed the hidden world. It was a place of healing and wonder, a sanctuary for those who sought its magic. With the Starstone as her guide, Leora returned to her village, her heart filled with love and purpose. She shared her stories and wisdom with those around her, weaving the magic of the hidden realm into the fabric of everyday life. And so, the village of Avalon thrived, its people living in harmony with nature and each other, their hearts touched by the magic of the hidden world. The Elder Grove remained a place of wonder, a testament to the power of dreams and the beauty of friendship. As for Leora, she continued to walk her path with grace, her spirit forever intertwined with the magic of the Starstone. She had discovered the truth of her heart and the strength of her soul, and in doing so, she had found her place in the world, a place of light and love, where the whispers of the wind carried stories of hope and wonder for all who dared to dream. Story 16. In a quaint little village, nestled between gently rolling hills and lush, whispering woods, there stood an ancient cobblestone bridge. It arched gracefully over a stream that sang a gentle song as it meandered through the landscape. The bridge was a place where the villagers often paused to admire the beauty of their world and to dream of the mysteries it might hold. One crisp autumn afternoon, when the air was sweet with the scent of fallen leaves and the sun cast a golden glow over everything, a young girl named Lily stumbled upon something unusual beneath the bridge. As she sat by the water's edge, her eyes caught a glimmer of something tucked into the roots of an old willow tree. It was a small, ornate box, no larger than her palm, adorned with intricate carvings of stars and moons. Curious and careful, Lily reached out to touch the box. As her fingers brushed against its surface, she felt a warmth spread through her hand, as if the box knew it had been found by someone special. With a gentle click, the box opened, revealing a shimmering crystal that seemed to hum with a life of its own. Lily's heart raced with excitement and a hint of wonder. She held the crystal up to the light, and as she did, she heard a soft, melodic voice in her mind. "I am the Whisperstone," it said, "a keeper of secrets and a guide to those who seek wisdom." Over the days that followed, the Whisperstone revealed its magic to Lily. It allowed her to see the hidden stories of the world around her, the dreams of the trees, the laughter of the brook, and the ancient tales woven into the stones of the bridge. It was a gift both wondrous and weighty, for it came with a responsibility to listen and learn. As Lily grew more attuned to the Whisperstone's magic, she began to notice changes in herself. She became more patient, more observant, and her heart grew fuller with a quiet joy. Yet, she also sensed that the stone was preparing her for something more, a journey that would take her beyond the familiar comforts of her village. One evening, as the stars blinked into the velvet sky, the Whisperstone's voice grew insistent. "Lily," it said, "there is a place deep in the heart of the Whispering Woods where a great wisdom waits to be uncovered. You must seek it out, for it holds the key to a mystery that affects us all." With a mixture of excitement and trepidation, Lily set out the next morning, her satchel packed with essentials and the Whisperstone nestled safely inside. The path into the woods was dappled with sunlight and shadow, and as she walked, she felt the gentle rustle of leaves as if they were whispering encouragement. Along her journey, Lily met a host of enchanting companions. First was a wise old turtle named Thistle, who carried the stories of the forest upon his back. Thistle spoke slowly and with great care, sharing tales of the wood's ancient history and offering Lily guidance with each step. Next was a lively squirrel named Pippin, whose eyes twinkled with mischief and kindness. Pippin was nimble and quick, always darting ahead to scout the path and returning with news of what lay beyond. His laughter was infectious, and he taught Lily the value of play and lightness, even in the face of challenges. And finally, there was a gentle doe named Aurelia, whose calm presence was a balm to Lily's spirit. Aurelia seemed to know the language of the forest itself, and with her, Lily learned to listen to the subtle signs of nature, the way the wind whispered through the branches, the songs of the birds, and the quiet rustle of creatures unseen. Together, this unlikely band of travelers made their way deeper into the heart of the whispering woods. The journey was not without its challenges, for the forest was vast and filled with mysteries. Yet each obstacle was met with patience, wisdom, and the strength of friendship. One day, as the sun dipped low and cast long shadows across the forest floor, they reached a clearing unlike any other. In its center stood a great oak tree, ancient and majestic, its branches spreading wide like welcoming arms. At its roots lay a pool of crystal-clear water, reflecting the sky above with perfect clarity. The whisper stone pulsed with warmth in Lily's hand, guiding her to the water's edge. As she gazed into the pool, she saw something extraordinary, a vision of the world as it could be, a place where harmony and understanding reigned, where creatures lived in balance with nature and with one another. But the vision was marred by shadows, hinting at discord and a loss of connection. The Whisperstone's voice was gentle but resolute. The wisdom you seek is not in the seeing, but in the doing. You must learn to weave the harmony you envision. Lily understood then that her journey was not only to seek wisdom, but to bring it back to her world. With the help of her companions, she had learned the importance of listening, of seeing beyond the surface, and of cherishing the bonds that connect all living things. With a heart full of gratitude, Lily thanked Thistle, Pippin, and Aurelia, knowing that their friendship had been her greatest lesson. She returned home, her steps lighter and her spirit brighter, carrying with her the magic of the Whisperstone and the wisdom of the forest. Back in her village, Lily shared her journey and its teachings with others. She became a storyteller, a keeper of the forest's secrets, and a gentle guide to all who sought understanding. And as the seasons turned and the years passed, the village thrived, a community bound by the harmony Lily had envisioned. And so, in the quiet hours of the evening, when the stars twinkled above and the brook sang its gentle song, Lily would sit by the cobblestone bridge, the Whisperstone resting in her lap, and she would whisper stories of wonder and wisdom to those who came to listen, ensuring that the magic of the world would never be forgotten. Story 17. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled in a gentle valley, there lived a young girl named Lila. Willowbrook was a place where time seemed to move more slowly, where the air was always fragrant with the scent of blooming flowers, and the soft hum of crickets was a constant serenade. The village itself was encircled by lush, rolling hills that glowed golden in the sun, and a crystal-clear stream that wound its way through fields of wild lavender. Lila was known in the village for her kind heart and her insatiable curiosity. Her days were spent exploring the countryside, often losing herself in the wonder of the natural world. She had a particular fondness for the old oak tree that stood at the edge of the village, its branches stretching wide as if trying to embrace the sky. It was here, beneath the comforting shade of the ancient tree, that Lila discovered something extraordinary. One golden afternoon, as the sun began its descent, painting the sky with hues of pink and orange, Lila was drawn to a curious glimmer beneath the roots of the oak. With gentle hands, she unearthed a small, intricately carved wooden box, its surface etched with swirling patterns that seemed to dance in the fading light. The box was warm to the touch, and as she held it, a soft, melodious hum resonated from within, as if the box itself were alive with magic. Intrigued, Lila carefully opened the box. Inside lay a delicate, shimmering object, a key unlike any she had ever seen. It was made of a silvery metal that sparkled with a rainbow of colors, as if capturing the essence of 100 sunrises. Alongside the key was a note, written in an elegant script that read, "To open the door to your heart's desire, seek the wisdom of the forest." Lila's heart fluttered with excitement. She knew that the forest referred to in the note was the Enchanted Forest, a place whispered about in village tales, said to be filled with ancient secrets and mysterious creatures. Though many spoke of it with a hint of fear, Lila felt a gentle pull, a sense of belonging that beckoned her to embark on a journey of discovery. Early the next morning, she set off towards the forest, the magical key safely tucked in her pocket. The path to the enchanted forest was lined with towering trees, whose leaves rustled like whispers in the wind. As she walked, the light filtered through the canopy, casting playful patterns on the forest floor, and the air was sweet with the scent of pine and earth. Upon entering the forest, Lila was greeted by a gentle deer with wise, knowing eyes and a coat that shimmered like moonlight. This was Sylvan, the guardian of the woods, whose presence was as calming as a lullaby. Sylvan nodded in greeting, and with a soft nudge encouraged Lila along a winding path that seemed to glow faintly underfoot. As Lila ventured deeper into the forest, she encountered other creatures who joined her on her journey. There was Tilly, a spirited squirrel with a knack for finding hidden paths, her bushy tail flicking with excitement as she led the way. Then there was Bramble, a kindly hedgehog with a wealth of wisdom tucked beneath his prickly exterior, who shared stories of the forest's ancient past. Together, they journeyed through the forest's heart, where the trees stood like sentinels, their branches forming a vaulted ceiling overhead. The air was filled with the soft symphony of birdsong and the gentle babbling of a distant brook. Lila felt a sense of peace envelop her, as if the forest itself were cradling her in a warm embrace. After what felt like hours, they arrived at a clearing where a beautiful, ancient door stood, seemingly grown from the very trees that surrounded it. The door was adorned with intricate carvings of vines and leaves, and in its center was a keyhole that shimmered with the same rainbow hues as Lila's key. Lila took a deep breath, her heart filled with a mixture of wonder and anticipation. She reached into her pocket, feeling the comforting weight of the key, and gently inserted it into the keyhole. As she turned the key, the door swung open with a soft sigh, revealing a garden that was both familiar and wondrously new. In this secret garden, every flower glowed with its own light, and the air was alive with the scent of jasmine and honeysuckle. At the garden's center stood a mirror-like pond, its surface reflecting the sky in a perfect tapestry of blues and whites. Lila approached the pond and gazed into its depths, and as she did, she saw not only her own reflection, but also the dreams and desires she held deep within her heart. It was then that Lila understood the true magic of the key. It was not merely a tool to unlock doors, but a guide to unlocking her own potential, her own dreams. She realized that the journey through the forest had taught her more than she could have imagined, about friendship, about courage, and about the power of listening to one's heart. With a newfound sense of purpose, Lila returned to the village, her heart light and her spirit aglow. She shared her tale with the villagers, and in doing so, inspired them to embark on their own journeys of discovery to seek out the magic within their everyday lives. From that day forward, the village of Willowbrook became a place where ordinary objects held the potential for extraordinary stories, and where the gentle wisdom of the heart guided each and every soul. And so, as the stars twinkled in the night sky, Lila lay in her bed, wrapped in the warmth of her own dreams, knowing that the key to magic lay not in objects, but in the love and kindness she shared with the world. And thus, she drifted into a peaceful slumber, her heart content and her spirit at peace, as the gentle night embraced the village in its quiet, starry arms. Story 18. In the serene village of Willowbrook, nestled between emerald hills and a sparkling river, there was a quaint little shop called the Tinker's Trove. The shop was a curious place, brimming with trinkets and treasures, each with its own tale whispered through time. The villagers often visited, not just to purchase oddities, but to listen to the stories spun by the shop's owner, a kind-hearted tinker named Mr. Wimble. Mr. Wimble was an elderly man with twinkling eyes and a beard as white as the snow-topped mountains. He had a gentle smile that could warm the coldest day, and a knack for finding the extraordinary in the mundane. In his shop, everything from an old bronze compass to a delicate porcelain teacup held a secret, waiting for the right person to discover it. One spring morning, as the sun cast golden rays through the shop's dusty windows, a young girl named Mira entered the tinker's trove. Mira was known in the village for her insatiable curiosity and a heart as kind and vibrant as a summer meadow. With her chestnut hair tied in a loose braid and a satchel slung over her shoulder, she wandered through the shop, her fingers trailing over shelves filled with peculiar items. As Mira explored, she was drawn to a small, unassuming box tucked away in a corner. The box was made of dark cherry wood, its surface smooth and polished, with a silver latch that gleamed in the sun. There was something about it that whispered secrets, calling softly to her. "Ah, you have an eye for the remarkable," Mr. Wimble said, shuffling over with a knowing smile. "That box has been waiting for someone like you." Mira looked up at him, intrigued. "What's inside?" "Ah, that's for you to discover," he replied, winking. "But be gentle, for it holds a magic all its own." Curiosity piqued, Mira carefully unlatched the box. Inside, nestled on a bed of velvet, was a small, intricately carved wooden bird. It was a nightingale, its wings delicately spread as if poised to take flight. Mira picked it up, marveling at the craftsmanship. As her fingers brushed against the bird, a soft, melodious tune filled the air, resonating with an enchanting quality that seemed to echo the song of 1,000 dawns. Mira felt a warmth spread through her, as if the song was wrapping around her like a comforting embrace. "That nightingale," Mr. Wimble explained, "has a special ability. It can reveal hidden paths and lead the way to places unseen." Mira's eyes widened with wonder. "But how?" "By listening," he said simply, "and by trusting in the journey it takes you on." With her heart alight with excitement, Mira knew she had to follow wherever the nightingale led. She thanked Mr. Wimble and stepped out of the shop, the bird held carefully in her hands. As she walked through the village, the nightingale's song grew stronger, guiding her towards the riverbank. There she found a path she had never noticed before, winding through the lush, whispering willows and leading into the heart of the forest. The journey was both an adventure and a solace. Along the way, Mira met a pair of whimsical creatures, a wise old owl named Oliver, with feathers like moonlight, and a playful fox called Finn, whose fur was as bright as autumn leaves. Oliver had a penchant for riddles and shared his wisdom in cryptic yet enlightening ways, while Finn had a gift for finding joy and laughter in the simplest things. Together, they traveled through sun-dappled glades and over babbling brooks, each step accompanied by the nightingale's soothing melody. The forest was alive with the scent of pine and the sound of leaves rustling gently in the breeze, creating a symphony of nature that harmonized with the bird's song. As the trio ventured deeper, they came upon a shimmering lake. Its waters were as clear as glass, reflecting the sky's vibrant hues. On its shore stood an ancient willow tree, its branches dipping gracefully into the water like a dancer's gentle caress. But the lake was not merely a serene beauty. It held a challenge. A mysterious mist hovered above its surface, swirling and shifting, obscuring what lay beyond. To continue their journey, they needed to find a way through the mist. Mira, Oliver, and Finn pondered the dilemma. It was Oliver who spoke first, his eyes wise and thoughtful. "The mist is a veil, concealing what is hidden. To see through it, one must look with more than just their eyes." Mira closed her eyes, letting the nightingale's melody guide her thoughts. She realized that the mist was not a barrier of force, but one of understanding. It required trust, a belief in the unseen paths that the heart could perceive. With a calm breath, Mira opened her eyes, focusing not on the mist, but on what she felt within. Slowly, the mist began to part, revealing a bridge of light that arched across the lake, connecting the shore to the other side. Together, they crossed the bridge, the nightingale's song now a triumphant crescendo. On the far side of the lake, they discovered a hidden grove, bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun. At the grove's center stood a magnificent tree, its branches adorned with blossoms that shimmered like stars. Mira felt a sense of peace and fulfillment, knowing that the journey had changed her. She had learned the power of listening, of trusting in the invisible threads that weave through life, guiding us when we are open to them. With the nightingale's song gently fading into the twilight, Mira, Oliver, and Finn shared a moment of quiet gratitude. They knew that their friendship, forged through the journey, was the true magic, a bond as enduring as the ancient forest around them. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Mira felt the warmth of the nightingale's melody in her heart, a reminder of the wondrous journey she had embarked upon. And with that warmth, she returned to Willowbrook, carrying with her the gentle wisdom of the forest and the promise of new adventures to come. In the cozy confines of her home, Mira placed the nightingale on her windowsill, its song softly mingling with the lullaby of the night. She drifted into dreams, her heart light and her spirit content, knowing that the world was filled with extraordinary secrets, just waiting to be discovered by those who listened with open hearts. Story 19. Once upon a moonlit night in the tranquil village of Willowbrook, nestled within a valley brushed by gentle breezes and swaying willows, there lived a young girl named Clara. With hair the color of chestnut and eyes that shimmered like dew-kissed leaves, Clara was known for her curious heart and a smile as warm as the first rays of dawn. In her quaint cottage, filled with the comforting scents of lavender and honey, Clara loved to explore the nooks and crannies that held the secrets of yesteryears. Her most treasured place was the attic, a realm of forgotten stories and whispering memories. One chilly evening, as the fireplace crackled softly downstairs, Clara ventured up to this magical space. The attic was a world unto itself, with trunks and boxes stacked like ancient sentinels guarding their treasures. Dust motes danced in the moonlight that streamed through the small round window, casting a silver glow on everything it touched. As Clara rummaged through an old oak chest, her fingers brushed against something peculiar, a book bound in deep emerald leather, its surface embossed with gold vines that seemed to shimmer with an inner light. Intrigued, Clara opened the book, feeling a gentle warmth spread through her hands. The pages were blank, save for the first, which bore a single word in elegant script, Whisperwood. As she spoke the word aloud, the room seemed to hold its breath, and the air around her shimmered with a soft radiance. Suddenly the pages began to fill with images and words, painting a tale of a mystical land hidden within the heart of the forest. The book revealed that Whisperwood was a place where ordinary objects held the power to transform, where trees sang in the wind and streams whispered secrets of the past. It was a place of gentle magic, waiting to be discovered by one with a kind heart and an open mind. Clara's eyes widened with wonder. She knew she had to find this enchanting place. With a heart full of curiosity, she set out at dawn, guided by the book's newfound map that glowed softly in the early morning light. As Clara stepped into the forest, the air was cool and fresh, carrying the earthy scent of pine and moss. The path was dappled with sunlight, and the leaves above rustled like a gentle lullaby. Her journey led her deeper into the woods, where the songs of unseen birds filled the air with melodies both strange and beautiful. Along the way, Clara met a wise old owl named Oliver, whose eyes twinkled with ancient knowledge. With a voice as soft as the rustling leaves, Oliver offered to guide her through the forest. "Beware, dear Clara," he hooted gently, "for the forest holds many wonders, but not all paths are as they seem." Grateful for his guidance, Clara followed Oliver, who led her through hidden trails and across babbling brooks that sparkled in the sunlight. As they journeyed, Oliver shared stories of the forest, of trees that could speak and stones that remembered every footstep. When they reached a clearing bathed in golden light, Clara met another helper, a gentle deer named Lila, whose eyes were as deep and wise as the forest itself. Lila spoke in a soft voice, her words flowing like the gentle streams. "In Whisperwood, the heart sees what the eyes cannot. Trust in your kindness, and you will see its magic." With Oliver and Lila by her side, Clara felt a warmth in her heart that spread through her entire being. Her journey had brought her to a place of peace, yet there was still a challenge she must face. In the heart of Whisperwood stood an ancient tree, its bark etched with symbols of wisdom and time. The tree spoke in a voice that resonated through the ground and air, a voice as old as the forest itself. To unlock the magic of Whisperwood, you must answer a riddle that lies not in your mind, but in your heart. The riddle was woven with words of nature and time, and Clara pondered its meaning. She closed her eyes, listening to the forest's heartbeat, feeling the gentle breeze against her skin. With a sense of calm, she realized the answer lay in the harmony of all things, the unity and friendship between the creatures, the trees, and the land. When Clara opened her eyes, the tree's symbols glowed with a warm light, and the forest around her came alive with a gentle, welcoming energy. Whisperwood had opened its heart to her, revealing a world where magic was not in the grand, but in the small, everyday wonders of life. Clara returned to Willowbrook with a heart full of stories and a newfound understanding of the world around her. The book, now filled with tales of Whisperwood, became her cherished companion, reminding her of the gentle magic that lies in kindness and the power of seeing with the heart. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moonlit sky and the soft lullaby of the forest, Clara's journey of discovery became a cherished tale whispered through the ages of a girl who found a world of wonder in the simplest of things and the magic that blooms from a kind heart. As the fire crackled gently in the hearth and the night blanketed the village in its soothing embrace, Clara's story became a bedtime lullaby, a gentle reminder that within every heart lies the power to see the extraordinary in the ordinary. Story 20? Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled at the edge of a vast uncharted forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. She was a curious soul, her eyes always sparkling with wonder at the world around her. One crisp autumn morning, Willow was playing near the tree line when a gentle breeze carried a strange, alluring scent towards her. It was like nothing she had ever smelled before, a tantalizing blend of sweet wildflowers and something else entirely mystical. Willow's heart fluttered with excitement, and she knew she had to follow that captivating fragrance into the forest. With a deep breath, she stepped beneath the ancient boughs, and the world around her transformed. The trees seemed to shimmer with enchantment, their leaves glittering like gemstones in the dappled sunlight. Strange, luminescent mushrooms dotted the mossy ground, their soft glow guiding Willow's path deeper into the woodland realm. As she wandered further, she noticed tiny flickerings of light darting between the trees, like 1,000 little fairies were playing a secret game of chase. Willow giggled in delight, her sense of wonder growing with every step. Suddenly, a peculiar creature fluttered into view before her. It had the body of a plump little bird, but the kindly face of an old woman, framed by wispy white feathers. "Why, hello there, dear child," the bird woman cooed in a gentle, crackling voice. "I am Gilda, keeper of this enchanted forest. Where are your wings carrying you today?" Willow's eyes widened in amazement, but she found her courage and replied, "I was following the most wonderful smell, but I seem to have lost my way. Could you help me find it, please?" Gilda let out a tinkling laugh. "Ah, yes, the fragrance of the moonlight blossoms. They only bloom once every 100 years, you know. Follow me, little one." With a flick of her feathery wings, Gilda took flight, leading Willow deeper into the forest's mysteries. They flitted past towering trees that seemed to breathe and sway with life, their branches reaching out like gnarled, welcoming hands. At last, they came upon a clearing bathed in a soft, ethereal glow. In the center stood a twisted, ancient tree, its boughs laden with delicate, shimmering white flowers that gave off that same irresistible perfume. Willow gasped in wonder, her heart swelling with pure joy at the breathtaking sight. As she approached the tree, the flowers seemed to tremble with excitement, releasing a shower of glittering petals that danced around her. Willow spun and laughed, utterly enraptured by the magic unfolding before her. Gilda alit on a nearby branch, her feathery face beaming with pride. "You see, dear child, the greatest wonders often lie just beyond the boundaries of the known world. All it takes is a little courage to venture forth and embrace them." Willow felt a warm glow blossoming in her heart, understanding the truth in Gilda's words. She had taken a leap into the unknown, and in doing so discovered a beauty and enchantment beyond her wildest dreams. As the last few petals fluttered to the ground, Willow turned to Gilda with a grateful smile. "Thank you for showing me this magical place. I'll never forget it." Gilda winked one of her twinkling black eyes. "The true magic lies within you, Willow. Never lose your sense of wonder and curiosity, and the world will forever be full of surprises and delights." With those parting words, Gilda took to the air once more, disappearing among the canopy of trees. Willow watched her go, her heart overflowing with joy and a newfound sense of courage to seek out life's enchanting mysteries. As she turned to make her way back home, Willow knew she would cherish the memory of the moonlight blossoms forever, a shining reminder that magic is always waiting for those brave enough to step into the unknown. Story 21. Once upon a time, in the peaceful village of Willowbrook, nestled between lush, rolling hills and sparkling streams, there lived a gentle-hearted young girl named Clara. She had chestnut-brown hair that shimmered like autumn leaves under the sun and eyes as bright as the morning sky. Clara was known for her curiosity and her love for exploring the world around her. One crisp, golden morning, as the village was waking up to the soft chirping of birds and the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers, Clara set out on her usual stroll through the woods. The leaves crunched beneath her feet as she walked, their whispers echoing the secrets of the forest. She loved these woods, where every tree seemed to have a story to tell, and every breeze carried the laughter of unseen friends. As Clara wandered deeper into the heart of the forest, she stumbled upon a small, weathered cottage that she had never seen before. It was nestled at the foot of a great oak tree, its walls covered in ivy and its windows twinkling with the promise of mystery. With a heart full of wonder, Clara approached the cottage and gently pushed open the creaking wooden door. Inside, the cottage was warm and inviting, filled with the aroma of cinnamon and honey. Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a gentle glow over everything. In the center of the room stood a quaint wooden table, and on it lay an object that caught Clara's eye, a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with delicate patterns of swirling vines and tiny leaves, and it seemed to hum with an ancient energy. Drawn by an irresistible curiosity, Clara reached out and opened the box. To her astonishment, inside she found a shimmering, iridescent feather, unlike any she had ever seen. As she held it in her hand, she felt a warm, comforting sensation spread through her fingers, as if the feather were whispering secrets of a forgotten world. Just then a melodious voice echoed from the shadows of the cottage. "Ah, you have found the Feather of Echoes," said the voice, gentle and kind. Clara turned to see a small, wise-looking owl perched on a bookshelf, its eyes twinkling with wisdom and warmth. "Who are you?" Clara asked, her voice filled with wonder. "I am Orin, guardian of the feather," the owl replied, fluttering down to perch on the table. "This feather holds the power to hear the echoes of the past, to understand the whispers of those who have come before us." Clara's eyes widened with awe. "What must I do with it?" she asked. Orin tilted his head thoughtfully. "The feather is a guide. It will lead you on a journey, one that will teach you about kindness, courage, and the wisdom of listening. Are you ready to embark on such a journey?" With a heart full of anticipation, Clara nodded. "Yes, I am ready." And so, with the Feather of Echoes in hand and Orin by her side, Clara set out on her adventure. The forest seemed to come alive as they traveled, the trees rustling with excitement, the streams singing along their path. As they walked, Orin shared stories of the forest's history, tales of friendship, and the lessons learned by those who had traveled these paths long ago. Their journey led them to a quaint meadow, where they met a playful fox named Felix, whose mischievous eyes sparkled with laughter. Felix had the gift of finding hidden paths and secret places, and he eagerly joined Clara and Orin, leading them through fields of wildflowers and over babbling brooks. Together, they ventured further until they reached the edge of the forest, where a great, shimmering lake lay before them. Its waters were as clear as crystal, reflecting the world above like a perfect mirror. It was here that they encountered a wise old turtle named Tilda, who spoke slowly but with great insight. Tilda shared tales of the lake's ancient magic and the wisdom it had gathered over the ages. She taught Clara to listen not just with her ears, but with her heart, to understand the subtle harmonies of the world around her. As they sat by the lake, Clara held the Feather of Echoes close, allowing its magic to guide her thoughts. She listened to the stories of the past, of those who had once stood where she now stood, and she felt a deep connection to the world and its history. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Clara noticed something unusual. The lake, usually so calm and serene, was troubled by ripples that seemed to come from nowhere. Concerned, she turned to Oren and her new friends. What could be causing this disturbance? She wondered aloud. Tilda pondered for a moment before speaking. There is an ancient legend of a hidden spring beneath the lake, a source of great energy and wisdom. Perhaps it has become unsettled. Realizing the importance of restoring the balance, Clara knew she needed to use the feather's power. With Oren, Felix, and Tilda by her side, she closed her eyes and focused on the gentle hum of the feather. She listened deeply, allowing the echoes of the past to guide her thoughts. In her mind's eye, she saw visions of the spring, hidden beneath the lake's depths, its waters swirling with untapped energy. She understood that sometimes the answers to our challenges lie in understanding and harmony rather than force. Clara gently placed the feather of echoes on the water's surface, and as she did, a soft glow emanated from it, spreading across the lake. The ripples began to calm, and a soothing harmony filled the air, as if the lake itself were sighing with relief. With the balance restored, the forest and its inhabitants rejoiced. Clara felt a deep sense of peace and fulfillment, knowing that she had learned the true power of listening and understanding. As the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Clara and her friends made their way back through the forest, their hearts light with joy. The woods seemed to sing a gentle lullaby, the leaves rustling like a soft whisper of gratitude. When Clara finally returned to her village, she carried with her the stories and wisdom she had gathered on her journey. She knew that though her adventure had come to an end, the lessons she had learned would stay with her forever. And so, in the quiet comfort of her little village, surrounded by friends and the gentle embrace of nature, Clara found a home not just in Willowbrook, but in the hearts of all those she had met along the way. As she drifted off to sleep that night, the feather of echoes resting on her bedside, Clara dreamed of new adventures and the endless wonders of the world, her heart forever open to the gentle whispers of wisdom and friendship. And so, the story of Clara and the Feather of Echoes became a cherished tale in Willowbrook, a bedtime story passed down through generations, reminding everyone of the power of listening, understanding, and the magic that resides in the world around us. Story 22. Once upon a time, in the heart of an ancient forest, where emerald leaves whispered secrets to the wind, there lay a hidden world vibrant with life and mystery. This forest, known to the wise as the Glimmering Wood, was a place where the ordinary and the magical danced in harmony, a delicate ballet choreographed by nature herself. In this enchanted realm, the trees stretched skyward, their boughs dressed in a tapestry of moss and lichen, while the air was perfumed with the earthy scent of damp soil and wildflowers. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in golden shafts, creating a dappled pattern on the forest floor, where soft ferns and delicate mushrooms thrived. Among the inhabitants of this mystical woodland was a gentle fox named Fern. Her fur was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes sparkled like the clearest stream. Fern was known throughout the forest as a creature of wisdom and kindness, always listening to the songs of the forest and understanding the language of the winds. Close by, in a burrow lined with feathers and fragrant herbs, lived a wise old owl named Thistle. His feathers were as silver as moonlight, and his eyes were deep pools of wisdom. Thistle had watched over the forest for many years, his heart beating in rhythm with the season's passage. He was the keeper of stories, the guardian of the forest's ancient tales. As the days grew shorter and the chill of autumn began to creep into the air, a peculiar phenomenon stirred within the glimmering wood. The gentle rustle of leaves was accompanied by a strange melodic hum that seemed to rise from the very roots of the trees. It was a sound both haunting and beautiful, echoing through the forest like a forgotten lullaby. Fern, curious and concerned, sought out Thistle to discuss this unusual occurrence. She found him perched on the branch of an old oak tree, his eyes half closed as if in deep thought. "Good evening, Thistle," Fern greeted with a soft voice, her breath forming small clouds in the crisp air. "Have you heard the melody that fills our forest?" Thistle opened his wise eyes and nodded. "Indeed, dear Fern, I have heard it. It is the Song of Seasons, a rare and magical event that heralds a change. It is a call for balance, a reminder that we must ensure harmony within our home. Fern cocked her head, intrigued. How do we achieve this balance, Thistle? The old owl spread his wings, gesturing to the forest around them. The song reminds us to listen to the whispers of the trees, to heed the advice of the wind, and to cherish the bonds we share with one another. It is through understanding and unity that we maintain the harmony of our land. With Thistle's words echoing in her mind, Fern set off to share this wisdom with the other creatures of the forest. She visited the burrows of rabbits, the nests of birds, and the dens of badgers, speaking gently of the song of seasons and the importance of working together. The animals, inspired by Fern's kindness and Thistle's wisdom, agreed to come together in celebration of the forest's harmony. They decided to hold a gathering beneath the ancient willow tree, whose roots entwined with the very heart of the glimmering wood. On the evening of the gathering, the forest was alive with anticipation. The scent of pine and cedar mingled with the sweetness of ripened berries as the creatures made their way to the willow. The moon cast a silver sheen over the clearing, and the stars twinkled like scattered diamonds in the night sky. As they gathered, Fern stood at the center, her warm gaze meeting each pair of eyes. "We are the guardians of this forest," she began softly, her voice weaving through the crowd like a gentle breeze. The Song of Seasons reminds us that our strength lies in our unity and our understanding of the natural world. Thistle, perched above, added his deep, resonant voice. "Let us share our stories, our wisdom, and our dreams. Through our bond, we shall keep the balance, ensuring our forest thrives for generations to come." With these words, the creatures began to share tales of their lives, stories of bravery and friendship, of challenges overcome and lessons learned. The air hummed with the warmth of camaraderie, and as each story was told, the melodic hum of the Song of Seasons grew softer, as if content with the harmony it had inspired. As the night deepened, the gathering turned into a celebration. The fireflies danced in the air, their light twinkling like tiny lanterns, while the frogs joined in with their chorus, adding to the forest's symphony. The creatures feasted on the bounty of the season, sharing fruits and nuts, and the air was filled with laughter and joy. Fern, watching the scene unfold, felt a sense of peace settle within her. The forest was alive with a spirit of togetherness, each creature understanding that their lives were intertwined like the roots of the great willow tree. As dawn's first light began to paint the horizon in shades of pink and gold, the gathering drew to a close. The creatures, filled with warmth and gratitude, returned to their homes, their hearts carrying the lessons of the night. Fern and Thistle remained beneath the willow, the gentle breeze ruffling their fur and feathers. Fern looked up at Thistle with a smile. "Thank you, Thistle, for sharing your wisdom. The forest feels more alive than ever." Thistle nodded, his eyes twinkling with contentment. "And thank you, Fern, for your kindness and courage. Together we have woven a bond that will endure, as strong as the ancient trees that shelter us." With the forest in harmony once more, the Song of Seasons faded into the gentle rustle of leaves, a melody that would linger in their hearts until it was needed again. In the glimmering wood, peace reigned, and the creatures lived in balance with the world around them, their lives a testament to the power of unity and understanding. And so, with the forest aglow in the morning light, Fern and Thistle watched as the day began anew, the promise of another beautiful season unfolding before them. The forest, vibrant and alive, embraced the dawn with open arms, ready to share its wonders with those who listened to its timeless song. And thus, the story of the glimmering wood continued, whispered from generation to generation, a gentle reminder of the harmony that comes from living with wisdom, kindness, and love. Story 23. In the gentle embrace of a twilight sky, the village of Willowbrook nestled like a delicate jewel among rolling emerald hills. The air was sweet with the scent of blooming jasmine, and the soft murmur of the nearby brook wove a lullaby through the evening hush. Here, in a small cottage warmed by the glow of a crackling fireplace, lived a young woman named Mara. Mara had always felt a curious pull toward the whispers of her ancestors, a legacy she could feel in the rustle of leaves and the hum of the earth beneath her feet. Her grandmother, a wise and gentle soul, often spoke of an ancient tradition that had been passed down through their family for generations. It was said that their lineage was intertwined with the magic of the earth, a bond sealed by an artifact known as the Heartstone, a luminous crystal imbued with the wisdom of ages. One evening, as the stars blinked into being in the velvet sky, Mara's grandmother invited her to sit by the hearth. The old woman, her eyes twinkling like the night sky, reached into a worn leather pouch and drew out the Heartstone. It shimmered with a soft, iridescent glow, casting rainbows across the walls of the cottage. "Tonight," her grandmother began in a voice as soft as a whispering breeze, "I will tell you the story of our heritage, and with it, the legacy of the Heartstone." As Mara listened, the firelight danced, painting shadows that seemed to animate the tale. She learned of an ancient time when their ancestors lived in harmony with the land, guided by the magic of the Heartstone. It was a time of peace and prosperity, where the knowledge of the earth's secrets was revered and cherished. The Heartstone, her grandmother explained, was more than a mere artifact. It was a symbol of their connection to nature and to each other, a reminder of the wisdom and strength that lay in unity and understanding. However, over time, as the world changed, the Heartstone had been forgotten, its legacy fading into myth. Mara felt a stirring in her soul, a call to rediscover this forgotten heritage. The next morning, as the sun painted the sky in hues of gold and pink, she set out on a journey to uncover the truths hidden in the whispers of her lineage. The path led her through lush, dew-kissed meadows, where wildflowers swayed gently in the morning breeze. She crossed babbling brooks and climbed ancient hills that held stories in their stones. With each step, the land seemed to speak to her, guiding her toward a forgotten grove deep within the heart of a forest. In this sacred place, where sunlight filtered through the canopy in golden streams, Mara found herself standing before an ancient oak tree. Its gnarled branches reached out like welcoming arms, and at its base lay a circle of stones, each etched with symbols of old. As she approached the tree, the Heartstone in her hand began to glow with a warmth that resonated in her chest. She knelt before the circle, placing the Heartstone at its center. The earth beneath her seemed to sigh in contentment, and a gentle wind stirred the leaves into a soft symphony. In that moment, Mara understood the lesson of the Heartstone. It was not just a relic of the past, but a living testament to the enduring bonds of family and the power of remembering one's roots. The magic of her ancestors was alive within her, a legacy of love and wisdom that transcended time. With newfound clarity, Mara returned to Willowbrook, carrying with her the stories of the past and a renewed sense of belonging. She shared the lessons of the Heartstone with her community, reminding them of the beauty in their shared heritage and the strength found in unity. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the village, Mara stood among her friends and family, her heart full and at peace. The Heartstone, nestled in the circle of stones, continued to shine softly, a beacon of hope and harmony. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Mara's journey came full circle, leaving a legacy of love and understanding that would endure for generations to come. Story 24. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled at the edge of a vast and mysterious forest, there lived a young girl named Clara. Clara was known for her curious spirit and gentle heart, always eager to explore the world around her with the wide-eyed wonder of someone who believed there was magic in every corner. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden leaves rustled softly under her feet, Clara ventured into the attic of her grandmother's old cottage. The attic was a treasure trove of forgotten trinkets and dusty memories, and Clara loved nothing more than to lose herself in its enchanting chaos. As she tiptoed through the maze of boxes and old furniture, her eyes caught sight of a peculiar object. It was an old wooden kaleidoscope, its surface etched with intricate patterns and symbols that seemed to dance in the slivers of sunlight streaming through the attic window. Curious, Clara picked up the kaleidoscope and peered through it. At first, she saw the usual swirl of colors and shapes, but as she turned it slowly, she discovered something extraordinary. Through the lens, the world outside transformed. The trees in the forest shimmered with ethereal light, and the air was filled with the soft, melodic hum of unseen creatures. It was as if the kaleidoscope revealed a hidden layer of reality, one that was teeming with magic and wonder. Eager to share her discovery, Clara hurried down the creaky attic stairs and into the village square, where her best friends, Oliver and Lily, were playing. Oliver was a clever boy with a knack for solving puzzles, while Lily was known for her kind heart and infectious laughter. "Look what I found," Clara exclaimed, holding out the kaleidoscope. "It shows you the hidden magic of the world." Skeptical but intrigued, Oliver took the kaleidoscope and gazed through it. His eyes widened in amazement as the ordinary village square was transformed into a vibrant tapestry of light and color. "This is incredible," he breathed, handing it to Lily. Lily laughed with delight as she looked through the lens, her eyes sparkling with the reflected magic. "We have to explore the forest with this," she suggested. "Who knows what wonders we might find?" And so the three friends set off towards the forest, their hearts filled with excitement and a sense of adventure. As they walked beneath the towering trees, Clara used the kaleidoscope to guide them, revealing hidden paths that glowed with soft, luminescent light. The forest was alive with the gentle rustle of leaves and the distant calls of creatures unseen. Their journey led them to a serene glade, where a gentle stream meandered through the emerald grass. Here, they met an old wise tortoise named Elder Timon, who was known as the guardian of the forest's secrets. Elder Timon welcomed them with a slow, knowing smile. "Ah, young ones," he said in a voice that rumbled like distant thunder yet was as comforting as a lullaby. "You have discovered the lens of wonder, a rare gift indeed. But with such gifts come responsibilities and challenges." The friends listened intently as Elder Timon explained that the kaleidoscope was a tool for seeing the beauty and magic in the world, but it could also reveal truths that were not always easy to accept. Their challenge was to use their newfound ability wisely, to help and heal rather than harm or judge. As they pondered Elder Timon's words, a flutter of wings announced the arrival of a small, vibrant bird named Pippin. Pippin was known throughout the forest for his quick wit and cheerful demeanor. "If you ever find yourselves unsure, just listen for my song," he chirped. "I'll guide you with my melodies." With Elder Timon's wisdom and Pippin's promise of guidance, the friends felt ready to embrace their journey. They spent the days that followed exploring the forest, using the kaleidoscope to uncover hidden wonders and help those in need. They learned to see not only the magic, but also the subtle connections that bound the world together, understanding that every action, no matter how small, could ripple outwards like the gentle waves of a pond. As weeks turned into months, Clara, Oliver, and Lily grew in wisdom and kindness, their bond strengthened by the shared journey. They learned to listen, to see beyond the surface, and to cherish the beauty in the everyday. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Clara sat with her friends beneath the ancient oak that stood at the heart of the village. She turned the kaleidoscope towards the night sky, watching as the stars danced in brilliant patterns. "We've come so far," she mused, her voice soft and filled with wonder. "But I think the greatest magic is the friendship we found and the way we see the world now." Oliver nodded, his eyes reflecting the starlight. "It's not just about seeing magic, it's about being part of it." Lily smiled, her heart full of warmth and contentment, and sharing it with those we care about. As they sat together, the gentle breeze carrying the sweet scent of night-blooming flowers, they knew that their journey was far from over. The kaleidoscope was a reminder of the endless possibilities and the magic that lay in every moment, waiting to be discovered. And so, with hearts full of gratitude and eyes open to the wonders around them, Clara, Oliver, and Lily drifted into a peaceful sleep, cradled by the whispering leaves and the soft glow of the stars above. The village, the forest, and the world beyond seemed to hum with a quiet, comforting song, a lullaby of magic and friendship that would guide them always. And in the quiet of the night, a wise old tortoise and a cheerful little bird watched over them, knowing that the true magic lay not in the kaleidoscope itself, but in the hearts of those who dared to see the world through its lens. Story 25. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang softly in the breeze and the skies were a perpetual twilight of lavender and gold, lay the quaint little village of Bramble Hollow. Nestled comfortably between the gentle slopes of Mossy Hill and the murmuring banks of the Crystal Creek, this village was known for its peculiar charm and the warm-heartedness of its inhabitants. As the day melted into the embrace of evening, fireflies began to weave their luminescent threads through the air, and the sweet scent of honeysuckle mingled with the cool, fresh aroma of dew-kissed earth. It was in this serene setting that a curious mystery began to unfold. The villagers of Bramble Hollow had recently been puzzled by a series of strange occurrences. Each morning they found their beloved gardens in disarray. Neatly planted rows of marigolds were jumbled, the lilac bushes appeared to have been gently but firmly braided, and the pumpkins, which had been growing steadily, seemed to have swapped places overnight. There was no sign of mischief or malice, only a quiet, whimsical rearrangement that left everyone scratching their heads in wonder. One such evening, as the village began to settle into the comforting routine of twilight, a gentle soul named Linnea decided to unravel the mystery. Linnea was known for her curiosity and her keen eye for detail. She had hair the color of autumn leaves and a heart as warm as the morning sun. As she walked through the village, she felt the cool breeze whispering secrets through the branches overhead, inviting her into the heart of this enigma. Her first stop was the cozy cottage of Old Master Pine, the wise, ancient owl who was known throughout the Whispering Woods for his deep knowledge and gentle humor. Perched upon a gnarled oak, Master Pine blinked his great knowing eyes as Linnea approached. "Ah, dear Linnea," he hooted softly, "what brings you to my neck of the woods this evening?" Linnea explained the peculiar happenings, her voice mingling with the soft, rustling leaves. Master Pine listened intently, nodding his head with a rhythm that matched the swaying branches around him. "Strange indeed," he mused. "But have you considered that the answer may lie in the company of the night itself?" With a thoughtful nod, Linnea thanked Master Pine and continued her journey, pondering his cryptic words. She wandered further into the woods, where the shadows deepened and the stars began to peek through the canopy above, casting a gentle silver light on her path. As she walked, the sound of tinkling laughter drifted through the air, leading her to the edge of the Crystal Creek. There, beside the glistening waters, she found the luminous sprites, tiny, shimmering creatures with wings like dewdrops and smiles that could light up the darkest night. "Linnea," they chimed in unison, their voices a chorus of bells. "What brings you to our stream under the starlit sky?" Linnea shared her tale, watching as the sprites danced and twirled, leaving trails of light that flickered like the reflections of stars upon the water. "Ah, the garden mystery," giggled one sprite, named Twinkle. "We've seen the night gardener at work." "The night gardener?" Linnea echoed, her curiosity piqued. "Yes," replied another sprite, Glimmer, "a gentle spirit who wanders the village at night, rearranging the gardens in ways that only the moon can understand." Intrigued by this revelation, Linnea thanked the sprites and continued her exploration, determined to meet this elusive night gardener. As she walked deeper into the woods, the air grew thick with the fragrance of night-blooming flowers, and the soft hoot of an owl accompanied her steps. Finally she arrived at a clearing bathed in moonlight where the night gardener stood, a figure draped in a cloak woven from the very essence of twilight. The gardener moved gracefully among the flowers, their touch as gentle as the night breeze. "Hello," Linnea called softly, not wanting to startle the mysterious figure. The night gardener turned, revealing a face that was kind and wise, with eyes that sparkled like the stars themselves. "Good evening, Linnea," they greeted warmly, their voice as soothing as a lullaby. "I've heard of your work," Linnea said, smiling. "The villagers are curious about the changes in their gardens." The night gardener chuckled softly. "Ah, I mean no harm. I only wish to bring a touch of whimsy to the world. Sometimes the plants whisper to me, asking for a dance beneath the moonlight, and I simply oblige." Linnea nodded, understanding the gardener's gentle intent. Perhaps if the villagers knew, they would appreciate your artistry even more. The gardener inclined their head, considering Linnea's words. "Perhaps you're right. A little bit of magic shared can brighten the hearts of many." With that, Linnea and the night gardener made their way back to the village, where the morning sun began to paint the sky with hues of coral and gold. Together, They explained the story of the night gardener to the villagers, who listened with wide-eyed wonder. From that day forward, the people of Bramble Hollow embraced the nightly transformations. They would wake each morning eager to see what delightful surprises awaited them in their gardens, and they felt grateful for the gentle touch of magic that graced their lives. And so, with hearts full of joy and a newfound appreciation for the wonders of the night, the villagers of Bramble Hollow continued to live in harmony with the whispering woods, where the trees sang softly and the stars danced in the twilight sky. Story 26. In the heart of a vast, whispering forest, where the trees stood tall like ancient sentinels and the air hummed with the soft song of nature, lay the village of Willowbrook. This quaint hamlet was cradled in the arms of the woodland, its cobblestone streets winding gently between cottages with thatched roofs and gardens blooming with wildflowers. It was a place where time seemed to drift as lazily as the clouds overhead, and where the villagers lived in harmony with the magical creatures that called the forest home. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lyra, whose heart was as curious as it was kind. Lyra had a particular fondness for exploring the woods, always accompanied by her loyal companion, a wise old owl named Sage. Sage had feathers as soft as velvet and eyes that glistened like amber, and he often shared tales of ancient forest lore with Lyra as they wandered beneath the leafy canopy. One morning, as the first rays of sunlight filtered through the trees, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, Lyra and Sage set out for one of their routine adventures. But something was amiss. As they walked, they noticed peculiar things, a trail of shimmering dust that led off the path, and trees that seemed to whisper secrets more urgently than usual. Curious, Sage hooted softly, his voice a gentle breeze through the branches. "There is magic afoot, Lyra, but not the kind we are used to." Intrigued, Lyra followed the trail of dust, her senses attuned to the mystery. The path wound deeper into the forest, where the light grew softer and the air carried the scent of pine and earth. Soon they arrived at a small clearing, where a curious sight met their eyes, a circle of mushrooms glowing faintly in the morning light, and in the center, a small, delicate creature, no taller than a toadstool. The creature had wings like a dragonfly, shimmering with hues of blue and green, and eyes that sparkled with mischief and wisdom. It was a pixie, one of the forest's magical dwellers known for their playful spirits and occasional pranks. "Welcome, Lyra and Sage," the pixie chimed, her voice tinkling like a distant bell. "I am Pippin, and I have been waiting for you." Lyra knelt down, her eyes wide with wonder. "Waiting for us? Why, Pippin?" Pippin fluttered her wings, sending a shower of sparkles into the air. "Strange things have been happening in our forest, and we need your help to make sense of them. The moon has been hiding behind clouds for days, and the stars whisper of a mystery that only a clever heart can unravel." Lyra felt a thrill of excitement mingled with a touch of apprehension. She looked to Sage, who nodded sagely, his eyes encouraging. Together, they agreed to help Pippin uncover the mystery. Their first stop was the grove of the elder tree, a majestic oak whose branches stretched wide, sheltering the creatures of the forest. The elder tree was known for its wisdom, its roots deep in the earth and its leaves rustling with the knowledge of ages. As they approached, the tree's bark seemed to shift subtly, forming the face of the elder tree spirit. Its voice was a low, comforting rumble, like distant thunder. "Ah, young Lyra and noble Sage, what brings you to my grove?" Lyra explained the strange occurrences they had witnessed and their quest to solve the mystery. The elder tree listened patiently, its leaves whispering in the gentle breeze. "Seek the counsel of the river," the tree advised, "for water remembers all, and its song may guide you to the truth." Thanking the elder tree, Lyra, Sage, and Pippin made their way to the riverbank. The water flowed serenely, its surface reflecting the sky like a sheet of glass. As they listened closely, they began to hear the river's song, a soft melodic murmur that spoke of distant lands and forgotten tales. A small water nymph emerged from the river, her hair a cascade of shimmering droplets. She greeted them with a smile, her presence as soothing as the river's lullaby. "You seek answers," she said, her voice echoing the river's song. "Listen closely, and the river will tell you what it knows." They closed their eyes, allowing the river's melody to wash over them. In its gentle rhythm, they heard of a missing star, one that had fallen from the sky and landed somewhere within the forest. Its absence was the reason for the moon's shyness and the star's whispers. Determined to find the missing star, the trio ventured further into the forest. They followed the clues the river had provided, noting the patterns in the sky and the subtle signs left by the forest creatures who had witnessed the star's descent. Their journey led them to an enchanting glade, where the air shimmered with a magical light. There, nestled among the ferns and flowers, they found the fallen star, a small, radiant orb that pulsed gently with a soft, ethereal glow. Lyra held the star in her hands, feeling its warmth spread through her fingers. It was a beautiful thing, filled with a tranquil energy that resonated with the harmony of the forest. But the star was weary, its light dimmed by its journey from the heavens. Understanding what needed to be done, Lyra whispered words of encouragement, and Sage flapped his wings, sending a breeze of comfort around the star. Pippin sprinkled a handful of pixie dust, infusing it with joy and laughter. Slowly, the star's light began to grow brighter, rejuvenated by the kindness and care of its new friends. With a grateful flicker, it rose from Lyra's hands, floating gently upwards until it rejoined its place in the night sky. As the star settled back among its celestial siblings, the moon peeked from behind the clouds, casting its silver glow over the forest. The stars twinkled in delight, their whispers now a song of gratitude. Lyra, Sage, and Pippin watched the night sky, their hearts filled with the warmth of having helped restore the balance of their magical world. They knew that they had not only solved a mystery, but had also strengthened the bond between the villagers and the magical creatures of the forest. With their task complete, they made their way back to Willowbrook, the path now illuminated by the gentle light of the moon and stars. As they arrived at Lyra's cottage, they bid each other good night, their spirits lifted by the adventure they had shared. Lyra slipped into bed, the soft rustle of the forest and the gentle hoot of Sage lulling her to sleep. In her dreams, she danced among the stars, guided by their gentle light and the friendship that had made them shine once more. Story 27. On the gentle slopes of the Whispering Valley, where the breezes carried secrets of old and the sun spilled its golden warmth over the emerald fields, there lived a young girl named Marin. Marin was a kind-hearted soul, with eyes the color of the twilight sky and hair that flowed like the river's silken ribbons. Yet, despite her gentle nature, Marin struggled with something that weighed heavily on her heart: change. The seasons had always come and gone in the valley, painting the landscape with vibrant hues and then sweeping them away in a flurry of crisp leaves or snow. But Marin found herself clinging to the familiar, fearful of what change might bring. She wished for the constancy of the spring blossoms, forever bright and unyielding to the passage of time. One quiet afternoon, as Marin wandered along the riverbank, she stumbled upon an ancient twisted tree. Its bark was rough and worn, yet its branches bore delicate flowers that shimmered like stars against the deep green canopy. Beneath its shade sat an elderly woman, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of ages. Her name was Nessa, the gentle keeper of the valley's secrets. "Come, child," Nessa beckoned, her voice as soothing as the river's lullaby. "Sit with me." Marin settled beside her, feeling the warmth of the earth beneath her. "Why do things have to change?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. Nessa smiled softly, her gaze drifting to the blossoms above. "Change is the river that carries us onward, ever-flowing, never stagnant. It is the moon that guides the tides, and the sun that brings dawn after the night." "But what if change takes away what I love?" Marin pressed, her eyes misty with unspoken fears. The old woman reached into her satchel and pulled out a small, iridescent stone. It glowed with a soft, ethereal light. "Within this stone lies the magic of transformation," Nessa explained. "If you truly wish to understand, take it with you, and it will reveal the path you seek." Marin took the stone, its warmth seeping into her palm. She thanked Nessa and promised to return, carrying the stone close to her heart as she made her way back to her cottage, nestled amongst the wildflowers. That night, as the stars cast their silver glow upon the world, Marin placed the stone by her window. Its light danced across the room, weaving patterns of gentle luminescence. As she drifted into slumber, the stone's magic began to whisper to her dreams. In her dream, Marin found herself in a forest, rich with the scent of pine and earth. The trees swayed in a gentle rhythm, their leaves rustling like a soft symphony. Before her stood a magnificent butterfly, its wings a kaleidoscope of colors that shimmered with every movement. "Follow me," the butterfly beckoned, its voice a melodic chime. Curiosity overcame fear, and Marin followed the butterfly deeper into the forest. They came upon a clearing where a stream babbled joyfully over smooth stones. Along its banks, flowers unfurled their petals, revealing hues she had never before seen. "These flowers bloom only through change," the butterfly explained, resting upon a blossom. "Each petal is a testament to the journey they've undertaken, facing the winds and rains that shaped them." Marin knelt by the stream, watching as it flowed tirelessly, carving new paths through the land. She realized that the stream was not weakened by its constant motion. Instead, it was strengthened, its waters clear and vibrant. Awakening with the dawn, Marin felt a newfound sense of peace. The stone by her window had lost its glow, but left behind a warmth that lingered in her heart. She understood now that change was not a thief, but a weaver, crafting moments of beauty and growth. With this wisdom, Marin ventured into the village, where her friends awaited. There was Oliver, with his infectious laughter, and Lila, whose kindness wrapped around others like a comforting shawl. They welcomed her with open arms, noticing the shift in her demeanor. "What has changed?" Lila asked, a knowing smile playing on her lips. Marin recounted her dream, the magic of the stone, and the lessons she had learned. Her friends listened intently, their eyes alight with understanding. Oliver grinned. "Life is like a dance, Marin. Sometimes the steps change, but the music never stops." The days that followed were filled with new experiences. Marin learned to embrace the ebb and flow of life, finding joy in the unexpected. She discovered that change brought not only challenges, but also opportunities for discovery and growth. As the seasons turned, Marin returned to the ancient tree where Nessa awaited, her eyes reflecting the hazy glow of a setting sun. "Thank you," Marin said, her voice steady and full of gratitude. Nessa nodded, her smile as gentle as a spring breeze. "Remember, dear child, that you are like the river, resilient and ever-changing. Embrace the journey, and you will find the beauty within." With a heart lighter than it had ever been, Marin walked back through the valley, the stone now a cherished memory rather than a guide. She understood that true magic lay within herself, in the courage to face change and the wisdom to grow from it. And so, in the Whispering Valley, where the winds sang of ancient tales and the river danced beneath the moonlight, Marin found her peace. She learned that life's greatest transformation was not in the world around her, but within her own heart, where the seeds of change had blossomed into a garden of endless possibilities. Story 28. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between rolling green hills and a shimmering azure lake, there was a tiny cottage with ivy crawling up its stone walls and wildflowers dancing in the breeze around it. This was the home of a kind-hearted young man named Oliver. Oliver had a gentle smile and a curious spirit, always finding wonder in the smallest of things. Every morning, Oliver would take a leisurely stroll through the village, greeting his neighbors with a warm nod and a cheerful wave. One particular morning, as he wandered down the cobblestone path, his attention was caught by a peculiar glint of light peeking out from beneath a pile of autumn leaves. Kneeling down, he brushed the leaves aside and discovered a small, intricately carved wooden box. The box was unlike anything Oliver had ever seen. It was adorned with delicate patterns of swirling vines, and nestled among them were tiny, sparkling gemstones that seemed to hum with a gentle warmth. Curious, Oliver opened the box, and to his surprise, a soft golden glow spilled out, enveloping him in a warm embrace. Inside the box, there lay a single, perfectly round, shimmering marble. As Oliver gingerly picked it up, he felt a tingling sensation spread from his fingertips to his heart. The marble pulsed with a quiet energy, and Oliver suddenly understood that this was no ordinary trinket. This was a magical marble, capable of revealing hidden truths to those with the courage to seek them. With the marble safely in his pocket, Oliver set off on a journey to discover its secrets. Along the way, he met a wise old owl named Hoot, perched on a gnarled oak tree. Hoot had eyes that twinkled with ancient wisdom and a voice as smooth as honey. Hoo-hoo, young traveler, Hoot greeted with a gentle nod. I see you have found the marble of truth. It has chosen you for a reason. What is it that you wish to know? Oliver pondered for a moment before replying. I wish to understand the world and my place within it. Hoot chuckled softly. Ah, a noble quest indeed. Remember, the marble will guide you, but it is your heart and mind that must find the answers. With Hoot's wise words echoing in his ears, Oliver continued his journey. Soon, he came across a babbling brook, where a cheerful fish named Finley was leaping joyfully from the water. Hello there, Finley called, his scales glistening in the sunlight. Care for a chat? The water is lovely today. Oliver laughed and sat by the water's edge. I'm on a journey to learn more about the world, he explained. Finley twirled in the water with excitement. Oh, the world is full of wonders. But remember, young friend, it's the little things that often hold the greatest truths. As Oliver listened to Finley's tales of underwater adventures, he felt a sense of peace and clarity wash over him. He realized that understanding the world wasn't about grand revelations, but about appreciating each small, beautiful moment. Continuing his journey, Oliver soon found himself at the edge of a vast meadow blanketed with soft, fragrant lavender. Here he met a gentle breeze named Zephyr, who spoke in whispers that tickled Oliver's ears. Welcome, seeker of truth, Zephyr murmured, swirling playfully around him. The marble you carry holds great power, but it is your own wisdom that will unlock its magic. As the sun began to set in a blaze of orange and pink, Oliver sat in the meadow, cradled by the sweet scent of lavender and the soothing touch of the breeze. With a heart full of newfound understanding, he finally asked the marble the question he had carried with him on his journey. How can I make the world a better place? The marble shimmered softly, and in that quiet moment, Oliver heard the gentle voices of Hoot, Finley, and Zephyr mingling in his mind. He realized that the answer was simple yet profound. By being kind, by listening, and by cherishing the beauty in every living thing. With this wisdom in his heart, Oliver made his way back to his cottage, the path now bathed in the silvery glow of the moon. As he lay in bed that night, the marble resting on his bedside table, he knew that he was exactly where he was meant to be. And so, with a heart full of peace and a spirit brimming with wonder, Oliver drifted into a gentle slumber, dreaming of the endless possibilities that awaited him with each new day. And the village, cradled between the hills and the lake, whispered softly in the night, content in the knowledge that kindness and understanding would always light the way. Story 29. In the gentle folds of the whispering woods, where the leaves danced with the whispers of the wind, there was a village called Lullaby Hollow. The village was nestled under the protective arms of towering oaks and maples, their leaves rustling in a symphony that lulled even the busiest minds into a serene calm. Each cottage in Lullaby Hollow was unique, painted in cozy hues of lavender and buttercup, their thatched roofs dotted with tufts of moss that glimmered like emeralds in the morning dew. The heart of Lullaby Hollow was its market square, where villagers gathered not just to trade goods but to share stories and laughter. Dominating the center of the square was the great oak, an ancient tree with a trunk so wide that it would take a dozen children holding hands to encircle it. The great oak was said to be the keeper of secrets, its roots entwined with the very essence of the forest's magic. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun spilled golden light across the land, a peculiar thing happened in Lullaby Hollow. The villagers awoke to find that the colors of the leaves had changed overnight, not to the usual fiery reds and oranges, but to a shimmering silver, as if a blanket of moonlight had settled upon them. The villagers gathered beneath the great oak, murmuring in astonishment as they gazed up at the silvery canopy. Among those gathered was a young girl named Marigold. She was known for her quick wit and gentle heart, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity at the sight. Marigold's closest friend was a wise old squirrel named Thistle, who lived among the branches of the great oak. Thistle had seen many seasons come and go, and his bushy tail twitched with intrigue as he observed the unusual transformation. Marigold, my dear, Thistle chattered as he scurried down to her shoulder. This is indeed an oddity. Perhaps it's a riddle that the forest wishes us to solve. Marigold nodded, her mind already whirring with possibilities. She decided to seek the counsel of Elder Moss, the oldest and wisest of the villagers, whose knowledge of the forest's mysteries was unmatched. Elder Moss lived in a cozy cottage on the edge of the village, surrounded by a garden where herbs and flowers grew in a delightful tangle. As Marigold approached, Elder Moss was tending to his garden, his long white beard mingling with the stems of lavender and chamomile. He greeted Marigold with a warm smile, his eyes twinkling like stars in the twilight. "Ah, Marigold, I was expecting you," Elder Moss said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "Come, tell me what brings you here on this fine morning." Marigold explained the strange occurrence, and Elder Moss listened intently, nodding thoughtfully. "The forest is a living tapestry of wonders," he mused. "It speaks to us in its own way. Perhaps this silver hue is a message, a gentle call to action." Intrigued by Elder Moss's words, Marigold decided to explore the forest, seeking clues that might unravel the mystery. She was joined by Thistle and a small band of her friends, Pippin, a clever fox with fur as fiery as autumn itself, and Luna, a graceful deer whose presence was as calming as a moonlit night. Together, they ventured deeper into the whispering woods, where the air was filled with the crisp scent of pine and the ground was soft with fallen leaves. As they walked, they noticed subtle changes. The song of the brook was gentler, the colors of the wildflowers were more vivid, and the usual chatter of the birds was replaced by a serene melody. It was Luna who first noticed a trail of sparkling light weaving through the trees, like a thread of starlight leading them onward. "Follow the light," she whispered, her voice barely louder than the rustle of the leaves. The trail led them to a hidden glade, a place where the sunlight filtered through the branches, casting dappled shadows on a small pond at its center. The water shimmered with the same silvery hue as the leaves, and a gentle breeze carried the scent of honeysuckle and moss. In the heart of the pond stood a creature unlike any they had seen before. It was a silken feathered swan, its plumage glistening with an ethereal light. The swan gazed at them with eyes as deep and knowing as the forest itself. "Welcome, seekers of truth," the swan spoke, its voice a melodic echo that seemed to resonate from the very earth. "I am Serene, guardian of the whispering woods. The change you see is a reflection of the forest's longing for harmony." Marigold stepped forward, her heart full of wonder. "What can we do to help, Serene?" The swan spread her wings, creating ripples across the pond. "The balance of the forest has been disturbed by an old forgetting. There is a song, a melody of unity, that must be remembered and sung once more. It lies within the heart of the great oak." Understanding dawned upon Marigold. The great oak, the keeper of secrets, held the key to restoring harmony. With newfound purpose, she and her friends returned to Lullaby Hollow, where the villagers were still gathered in wonder beneath the silvery leaves. Marigold shared Celine's message, and together the villagers encircled the great oak, their hands entwined. Elder Moss began to hum a gentle tune, a melody that seemed to rise from the depths of his heart. Slowly, others joined in, their voices weaving together like strands of a golden tapestry. As the song grew, the great oak seemed to awaken, its branches swaying in rhythm with the melody. The silvery leaves shimmered, and a soft, warm light enveloped the village. The forest itself seemed to sigh with relief, as if a long-lost memory had been found. When the last note faded into the air, the villagers opened their eyes to find the leaves had returned to their vibrant autumn colors. The forest was once again in harmony, its magic flowing freely through the land. Serene appeared before them, her eyes shimmering with gratitude. "Thank you, dear friends, for restoring the balance. The forest will remember your kindness and courage." With hearts full of joy and peace, the villagers returned to their homes, their spirits lifted by the adventure and the connection they had forged with the forest. Marigold, Thistle, Pippin, and Luna lingered a while longer beneath the great oak, basking in the glow of a world made right. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the sky in hues of rose and indigo, Marigold whispered a soft thank you to the forest and to Serene. She knew that the Whispering Woods would always be a place of wonder and magic, a place where mysteries could be unraveled and where harmony could always be restored through friendship and song. And so, with hearts light and dreams sweet, the villagers of Lullaby Hollow drifted into a restful slumber, cradled by the gentle embrace of their beloved forest. Story 30. In the heart of a lush, sprawling forest, where the trees whispered secrets and the streams sang lullabies, lived a young woman named Lyra. Her hair was as dark as the night sky, with eyes that sparkled like the stars above. Lyra lived in a quaint cottage, nestled amidst the greenery, where the walls were lined with books and the air was scented with the soothing aroma of chamomile and lavender. Life in the forest was peaceful, yet Lyra felt a restlessness within her, a stirring that disrupted the harmony of her days. She had always been content with her routine, tending to her herb garden and walking through the forest paths. But lately, an unease had settled into her heart, a yearning for something she could not quite name. One crisp autumn morning, as leaves painted in hues of amber and gold danced in the gentle breeze, Lyra decided to visit the heart of the forest, a place known to hold ancient magic. She hoped the journey might offer her some clarity, or at least a brief respite from her unsettled feelings. As she walked deeper into the forest, the sunlight fell in dappled patterns across the path, and the air grew cooler, carrying with it the sweet scent of pine and earth. Lyra could hear the soft rustle of creatures in the underbrush and the melodic call of birds flitting from branch to branch. Her heart began to lighten, the forest's embrace soothing her troubled spirit. After walking for some time, she arrived at a small clearing where a large, ancient oak stood, its branches spreading wide like a protective canopy. At the base of the tree, nestled among the roots, was a shimmering pool of water. Lyra knelt beside it, her reflection wavering in the surface, and as she gazed into the pool, she felt a gentle tug at her heart, an invitation to look deeper. As she peered into the water, a soft, silvery light began to swirl within the pool, and slowly an image formed. It was Lyra, yet different. Her eyes shone with a new confidence, her posture was straight and assured, and there was a serene smile upon her face. The reflection seemed to whisper of the person she could become, if only she embraced the changes life was offering her. Startled, Lyra pulled back, her heart racing. She had always feared change, clinging to the safety of what she knew. But the vision in the pool was a gentle reminder that growth required courage, that transformation was a natural part of life's journey. Just then, a soft voice interrupted her thoughts. "It seems the forest has shown you a glimpse of your true self." Lyra turned to see an elderly woman emerging from the shadows of the trees. Her hair was silver, and her eyes twinkled with a wisdom that spoke of countless years. She wore a cloak of deep green, blending seamlessly with the forest around her. "I am Mirabelle," the woman said, her voice warm and soothing like a lullaby. "The forest has chosen you, Lyra, to see the magic within yourself." Lyra hesitated, unsure of what to say. I feel lost," she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. "I don't know how to find the path that leads to who I am meant to be." Mirabelle smiled gently. "Change is never easy, dear one, but it is through change that we discover our true strength. The magic of this forest mirrors the magic within you. Let it guide you." For the next few days, Lyra spent her time in the forest, learning from Mirabelle. They would sit by the ancient oak, and Mirabelle would tell her stories of the forest's magic, of how the trees grew stronger with each storm, how the streams carved new paths through the land, and how the creatures adapted to the changing seasons. Each story held a lesson, and slowly, Lyra began to understand. She realized that change was not something to fear, but something to embrace. It was through change that she could grow, just as the forest did, transforming with each new season. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky was painted in shades of pink and orange, Lyra sat beside the shimmering pool once more. She looked into its depths and saw again the reflection of her future self. This time, she did not pull away in fear. Instead, she smiled, feeling a warmth spread through her chest. As the days turned into weeks, Lyra began to integrate the lessons she had learned. She started small, trying new things that she had always been too timid to attempt. She learned to weave baskets from willow branches, to paint with the colors of the forest, and even to play a lilting tune on the flute, a gift from Mirabelle. With each new endeavor, Lyra felt her confidence grow. She found joy in the process of learning, in the gentle unfolding of her potential. And as she embraced these changes, she felt the forest's magic within her, a quiet strength that whispered of endless possibilities. Mirabelle watched her with pride, her heart full of joy at the transformation she witnessed. "You see, Lyra," she said one afternoon, as they walked through the forest, "the magic was within you all along. You just needed to believe in it." Lyra nodded, her heart full of gratitude for the forest, for Mirabelle, and for the journey she had embarked upon. She had learned that change was not something to be feared, but a path to discovering the beauty and strength within herself. As the first snows of winter blanketed the forest in a soft, white embrace, Lyra stood at the edge of the clearing, looking out at the world around her. The forest was quiet, serene, and she felt a deep sense of peace settle within her. She knew that there would be more changes to come, more challenges to face, but she no longer feared them. With the forest as her guide and the magic within her heart, she was ready to embrace whatever lay ahead. And so, as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, and the world was hushed in a gentle slumber, Lyra returned to her cottage. There, by the warmth of the crackling fireplace, she reflected on the journey she had taken, the lessons she had learned, and the magic she had discovered within herself. And as sleep gently claimed her, Lyra dreamed of the endless possibilities that awaited her, of the beautiful transformation that was yet to come, a transformation that was not just about change, but about becoming who she was always meant to be. Story 31. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Lily. She was a curious child with a heart full of wonder and an insatiable appetite for adventure. One crisp autumn morning, Lily set out on a walk through the nearby woods, her boots crunching on the fallen leaves. As she wandered deeper into the forest, she spotted a peculiar sight, an old, weathered book lying open on a mossy stump. Intrigued, Lily approached the book and traced her fingers over the faded pages. To her surprise, the words began to shimmer and dance before her eyes, forming intricate patterns that seemed to come alive. Suddenly, a gentle voice whispered from the pages, "Welcome, dear child. This is no ordinary book, but a gateway to a world of enchantment." Lily's eyes widened with delight as the book's pages fluttered, and a tiny figure emerged, a wizened old owl perched atop the book's binding. "Greetings, Lily," the owl hooted softly. "My name is Cedric, and I am the keeper of this ancient tome. It holds the secrets of the natural world, and those with pure hearts may unlock its magic." Lily could scarcely believe her eyes, but she knew in her heart that this was no ordinary encounter. Cedric explained that the book had the power to reveal the hidden wonders of the forest, but only to those willing to embark on a journey of discovery. Without hesitation, Lily agreed, and Cedric flapped his wings, leading her deeper into the woods. Along the way, they encountered a merry band of forest creatures, a playful squirrel named Nutkin, a wise old badger named Barnaby, and a family of delightful field mice who served as Lily's eager guides. As they ventured further, the book's pages glowed, revealing hidden pathways and enchanted clearings where the trees whispered ancient tales. Lily learned the secrets of the forest's flora and fauna, and how to communicate with the creatures that called it home. However, their journey was not without its challenges. At one point, they came upon a dark, twisted thicket that seemed impenetrable. Cedric explained that this was the Bramble Maze, a cunning labyrinth designed to test the wisdom of those who sought to unravel its secrets. With her new forest friends by her side, Lily faced the maze head-on. She listened to the whispers of the wind, the songs of the birds, and the gentle rustling of the leaves, using her newfound knowledge to navigate the twists and turns. After what seemed like an eternity, they emerged victorious, their journey rewarded with a breathtaking view of a hidden glade where the trees glowed with a soft, ethereal light. As they basked in the beauty of their surroundings, Cedric turned to Lily and said, "You have proven your worth, dear child. The book's magic is now yours to wield. But remember, true wonder lies not in power, but in the appreciation of the natural world and the bonds of friendship." From that day forward, Lily became a guardian of the forest, using the book's magic to protect and nurture the land she had come to love. She would often return to the enchanted glade, surrounded by her animal companions, sharing stories and marveling at the wonders that had once been hidden from her sight. And as she drifted off to sleep each night, Lily would dream of her magical adventures, her heart filled with gratitude for the extraordinary secrets that ordinary objects could hold. Story 32. Once upon a time, in a quaint village, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there stood a little cottage with ivy-clad walls and a chimney that puffed out gentle wisps of smoke. This was the home of a young girl named Lila, whose heart was as warm as the hearth in her family's kitchen. Lila had a curious spirit, always eager to explore the mysteries hidden within the world around her. One crisp autumn afternoon, as leaves danced in the golden sunlight, Lila decided to venture to the attic, a place she had seldom visited. The attic was filled with forgotten treasures, hidden beneath layers of dust and time. As she sifted through old trunks and boxes, her fingers brushed against something smooth and cool. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, unlike anything she had seen before. With a gentle click, the box opened to reveal a shimmering, iridescent feather. As Lila held it up to the light, it glowed with a soft, ethereal light that filled the room with warmth. Suddenly, she felt a flutter in her heart, and a gentle breeze rustled through the rafters, whispering secrets only she could hear. That evening, as twilight painted the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Lila sat by the fireplace, the feather cradled in her hands. She realized this was no ordinary feather. It held a magic that was both ancient and kind. With a sense of wonder, she decided to seek the wisdom of someone who could help her understand its power. Her journey led her to the edge of the village, where a wise old woman named Myrna lived. She was known for her knowledge of the mystical and the mundane, and her garden was a sanctuary of rare herbs and flowers that sang with the wind. Myrna welcomed Lila with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling like stars. As Lila showed her the feather, Myrna nodded thoughtfully. "This feather," she said in a voice as soft as a lullaby, "is a gift from the wind spirits. It can reveal the true heart of things and guide you through the unseen paths of wisdom." Intrigued and a little apprehensive, Lila asked how she might use this gift. Myrna explained that the feather could help Lila see beyond appearances, to understand the feelings and thoughts of others. But she cautioned, with such a gift came the responsibility to listen and act with kindness. Determined to prove herself worthy, Lila returned to the village. She soon found herself drawn to the edge of the woods, where she met a fox with fur like silver moonlight. The fox, whose name was Finn, was playful and sharp-witted. He had been shunned by the other animals for his mischievous ways, but Lila, with the feather's guidance, saw the loneliness behind his antics. "Would you like to walk with me, Finn?" Lila asked gently. Finn hesitated, surprised by her kindness, but nodded. Together they wandered beneath the canopy of rustling leaves, sharing stories and laughter. As the days turned into weeks, Finn's heart began to open, and the forest animals saw him in a new light, understanding and appreciating his unique charm. One day, as Lila and Finn strolled along a brook that tinkled like a stream of silver bells, they encountered a weeping willow tree, whose branches drooped with sorrow. The tree, named Willow, had lost the song of the birds that once nestled in her boughs. She longed for their return, but feared they would never come back. Lila sat beneath Willow's branches, resting the feather on her lap. As the breeze whispered through the leaves, she listened with her heart. She understood that Willow's sadness stemmed from the belief that she was no longer beautiful or welcoming to the birds. With the feather's gentle magic, Lila spoke words of encouragement, reminding Willow of the shelter and love she offered. Finn, too, contributed by gathering the forest animals to sing a melody of hope and renewal. Touched by their kindness, Willow lifted her branches, swaying with grace and joy. As spring approached, the birds returned, filling the air with their melodious songs. Willow stood tall and proud, her heart brimming with gratitude. Lila had learned that true beauty lies in the warmth and love we share, not in outward appearance. With her journey complete, Layla returned home, her heart full of new wisdom. She placed the feather back in its box, knowing its magic would always be a part of her. The village, once quiet and still, now hummed with the music of unity and friendship. And so, each night as she drifted to sleep by the fire's glow, Lila dreamed of the wonders yet to come, her heart forever changed by the gentle magic of a feather and the bonds of kindness it had woven. In this cozy corner of the world, where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, Lila had discovered that the truest magic was the love and understanding shared between friends. And beneath the twinkling stars, she knew that all was well with the world. Story 33. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between lush green hills and meandering rivers, there was a whisper of magic in the air. The villagers often spoke in hushed tones about the hidden wonders that lay within the dense forest bordering their homes. It was a forest where the leaves whispered secrets and the rivers sang lullabies, and deep within, it was said, lay the enchanted realm of Everwood. Our story begins on a crisp autumn morning when the air was filled with the rich scent of fallen leaves and the gentle hum of nature preparing for winter. Young Lily, a spirited girl with bright, curious eyes and a heart full of wonder, lived at the edge of this mysterious woodland. Her days were often spent exploring the fringes of the forest, collecting acorns and tracing the delicate patterns of fern leaves. She had always felt a strange pull towards the deeper parts of the forest, a longing to explore the unseen paths that lay beyond her familiar haunts. One particular morning, as golden sunlight filtered through the canopy, Lily stumbled upon something peculiar, a small, glimmering stone half buried in the earth. It sparkled with an inner light, shifting colors like the rainbow's end. Intrigued, she picked it up and felt a warm tingling spread through her fingers. It was as if the stone was alive, its warmth comforting and inviting. She slipped it into her pocket, feeling as though it belonged to her, as though it had been waiting for her. That evening, by the light of the fireplace in her cozy cottage, Lily turned the stone over in her hand, mesmerized by its luminescence. Her grandmother, a wise and gentle soul with stories as ancient as the forest itself, noticed the stone. "Ah, my dear," she said, her voice warm and knowing, "you found yourself a piece of Everwood. It's said that such stones can reveal hidden paths and grant the heart's deepest wishes, but only to those who seek with pure intent." Lily's heart raced with excitement. The thought of finding hidden paths within the forest filled her with a sense of adventure. That night, she fell asleep, dreaming of enchanted woods and secret realms, the stone nestled safely under her pillow. The following day, Lily awoke with a sense of purpose. With the stone tucked securely in her pocket, she ventured into the forest, her feet carrying her deeper than she had ever dared before. As she walked, the world around her seemed to change. The trees stood taller, their branches arching overhead like the vaulted ceilings of a grand cathedral. The air was fragrant with the scent of pine and wildflowers, and the soft, earthy carpet of the forest floor muffled her steps, creating a sense of sacred quiet. Guided by an instinct she couldn't quite understand, Lily soon found herself at the edge of a shimmering pond. The water was so clear it seemed almost invisible, reflecting the autumn sky and the vibrant foliage like a mirror. As she gazed into its depths, Lily noticed something astonishing. An entryway at the bottom of the pond, a glowing arch that seemed to beckon her closer. Taking a deep breath, she held the stone tightly and stepped into the water. Instead of feeling the cold rush of the pond's embrace, she experienced a gentle warmth, as if stepping into a sunlit world. Down she went, through the magical portal, the water parting around her like a silken curtain. When she emerged, she found herself in Everwood, the hidden world she had only dreamed of. Everwood was a place of breathtaking beauty and enchantment. The trees were taller than any she had seen, their leaves shimmering with a light that seemed to come from within. Flowers of every hue dotted the landscape, their petals softly glowing. The air was filled with the sweet melody of birdsong, harmonizing with the rustle of leaves and the murmuring streams. Lily wandered through this magical realm with wide-eyed wonder, her heart singing with joy. As she walked, she stumbled upon a clearing where a group of creatures unlike any she had ever seen were gathered. They were small, no taller than her knee, with soft, downy fur and large, expressive eyes. They moved with a gentle grace, their presence soothing and kind. One of the creatures, a particularly curious one with lavender-tinted fur, approached Lily. "Welcome to Everwood," it chimed in a voice that sounded like wind chimes in a gentle breeze. "I am Fen, and we are the keepers of this realm. You have come at a time of need." Lily knelt to meet Fen's gaze, her heart full of warmth and kinship. "What do you mean?" she asked, her voice soft with wonder. "A shadow has fallen upon our world. Fen explained, glancing towards the forest's heart, where the trees seemed to stand a little less tall, their leaves less vibrant. The balance of our realm is in peril, and we need your help to restore it. Feeling a surge of determination, Lily nodded. I'll do whatever I can to help, she promised, her voice steady and sincere. Fen led Lily deeper into the forest, where the trees whispered of ancient powers and the earth thrummed with hidden magic. They arrived at the base of a grand, ancient tree, its trunk wide enough to house a small village. Its bark was silvered with age, and its branches stretched towards the sky like arms reaching for the heavens. This is the Heartwood, Fen said reverently. It is the source of Everwood's magic, and it is here that the balance must be restored. Lily placed her hand on the tree's bark, feeling the pulse of life that coursed through it. The stone in her pocket grew warm, and she understood what needed to be done. She closed her eyes, focusing on the warmth of the stone, the song of the forest, and her desire to help this magical world. As she concentrated, a soft glow enveloped her hand, spreading from her touch to the tree. The light flowed like liquid gold, seeping into the heartwood and radiating outwards. The forest responded in kind, vibrant colors blooming across the landscape, the air filling with the pure, joyous music of nature reborn. When Lily opened her eyes, she saw the change that had taken place. The forest was alive with magic once more, the light and life restored to every corner of Everwood. The creatures around her danced with joy, their voices raised in a harmonious chorus of gratitude. Fen approached her, his eyes shimmering with tears of happiness. You have restored the balance, Lily. Everwood is grateful for your kindness and courage. Touched by the bond she felt with this magical realm, Lily smiled, her heart swelling with a sense of fulfillment. Thank you for allowing me to help, she replied, her voice full of sincerity and warmth. With the balance restored, it was time for Lily to return home. Fen and the other keepers guided her back to the shimmering pond, their presence a comforting reminder of the friendship they had formed. As she stepped through the portal, the stone in her pocket pulsed one last time, a gentle farewell that filled her with peace. Emerging from the pond, she found herself back in the familiar forest of Willowbrook, the sun setting in a blaze of orange and pink. With a heart full of gratitude and wonder, Lily made her way home, the stone still warm in her pocket, a reminder of the magical world she had helped to save. That night, as she lay in bed, she dreamed of Everwood, its beauty and magic forever etched in her heart. And so, with the warmth of the hearth and the gentle whisper of the wind outside her window, Lily drifted into a peaceful sleep, comforted by the knowledge that she had made a difference, and that the magic of friendship and courage could light even the darkest paths. Story 34. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled at the foot of verdant, mist-kissed mountains, there lived a young woman named Mira. The village was a patchwork quilt of cobblestone streets, thatched roof cottages, and gardens brimming with vibrant wildflowers. It was a place where the air was always scented with the perfume of pine and earth, and the songs of birds wove through the trees like a gentle lullaby. Mira, with her gentle spirit and curious heart, had grown up listening to the village elders' stories about the ancient people who once roamed these lands. They spoke of a time when magic danced in the air, and the world was a tapestry of wonder and mystery. However, as the years passed and the world modernized, many of these tales faded into whispers. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Mira sat by her grandmother's side beside the warmth of a crackling fire. Her grandmother, with eyes twinkling like stars, handed Mira an old, weathered journal. Its cover was adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer in the firelight. "This was your great-grandmother's," her grandmother said, her voice a soft murmur. "She spoke of an ancient legacy, Mira, one that is woven into our very being." Mira's heart fluttered with excitement as she carefully opened the journal. The pages were yellowed with age, filled with elegant script and delicate sketches of unfamiliar symbols and objects. One drawing in particular captured her attention, a pendant shaped like a crescent moon, entwined with vines and tiny sparkling stones. "This," her grandmother continued, pointing to the drawing, "is the moonstone pendant. It is said to hold the essence of our ancestors' wisdom and magic, It has been lost for generations, but it is your destiny to find it, Mira. That night, Mira lay in her bed, the journal clutched to her chest. The fire had long since faded to glowing embers, but her mind was alight with possibilities. She felt a stirring in her soul, a connection to something greater, something that beckoned her to seek out her roots. The next morning, with the journal tucked safely in her satchel, Mira set off on her quest. The village bid her farewell with hopeful smiles, and as she walked, the mountains loomed ahead, their peaks crowned with snow that glistened under the morning sun. The path was lined with ancient oaks and whispering pines, their leaves a symphony of green. As she journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, she marveled at the world around her. Dappled sunlight danced upon the forest floor, and the air was alive with the scent of damp earth and blooming heather. Birds flitted among the branches, their songs a cheerful accompaniment to her steps. After several days of travel, Mira arrived at the ruins of an old stone temple, hidden away in a secluded glade. The temple was draped in ivy, its stones worn but still standing as a testament to time. It was here that she felt the pull of something familiar, a gentle hum in the air that resonated deep within her. Inside the temple, shafts of light streamed through the broken roof, illuminating a mosaic on the floor, a depiction of a crescent moon, much like the one from her great-grandmother's journal. As she traced her fingers over the cool stones, Mira felt a surge of warmth, as if the temple itself recognized her presence. In the center of the mosaic, partially hidden beneath a layer of dust, lay a small, ornate box. Mira's breath caught in her throat as she gently opened it. Inside, nestled on a bed of velvet, was the moonstone pendant, just as it had been drawn in the journal. The stones embedded in the pendant shimmered with an ethereal light, casting tiny rainbows around the room. Cradling the pendant in her hands, Mira felt a wave of peace wash over her. It was as if the voices of her ancestors were whispering in her ear, reminding her of the strength and wisdom that flowed through her veins. The pendant was more than just a relic. It was a symbol of her heritage, a connection to the magic and the stories that had shaped her family. With the pendant around her neck, Mira returned to the village, her heart full of newfound understanding. She shared her journey with the villagers, and together they celebrated, reviving the old stories and traditions that had been lost to time. The pendant's glow seemed to infuse the village with a renewed sense of unity and belonging. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Mira became a keeper of stories, weaving the lessons of the past into the fabric of everyday life. She taught the children the songs of their ancestors and led them in dances under the moonlit sky, the pendant always resting against her heart, a constant reminder of the legacy she had uncovered. And so, the village thrived, its people bound by the threads of history and love. The mountains stood watch over them, the forest sang its eternal song, and the stars in the night sky twinkled with approval. Mira had found her place, her purpose, and the world felt a little bit more magical. As the fire crackled softly and the stars twinkled overhead, Mira knew that she was never truly alone, for the spirits of her ancestors walked beside her, guiding her steps with wisdom and love. And with that comforting knowledge, she drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the echoes of ancient songs and the gentle glow of the moonstone's light. Story 35. In the heart of a dense, whispering forest, where the trees stood like ancient sentinels, and the air was perfumed with the earthy scent of moss and pine, there lay a village named Willowbrook. Nestled beside a gentle stream that sang as it flowed over smooth stones, Willowbrook was a place where magic subtly wove through the fabric of everyday life, like the golden threads in a richly embroidered tapestry. The villagers were a simple folk, content with their lives, but they carried within them a secret, a tale passed down through generations about a wondrous ability hidden within the woods. It was said that deep within the forest, where sunlight dappled the ground in patterns of gold and green, there existed a hidden world, a sanctuary for creatures of magic and a repository of ancient wisdom. And within that hidden world was a magical object of great power, a mirror that could reveal one's true self. The story of the mirror was known to all, but few believed it was more than a fanciful legend. Yet, in a small cottage at the edge of the village lived a young woman named Clara, who held the tale close to her heart. Clara was known for her gentle spirit and her eyes, which seemed always to be searching for something beyond the horizon. She often wandered the forest, her footsteps light upon the forest floor, as though she feared disturbing the quiet slumber of the woodland creatures. Clara had always felt a connection to the forest, a sense of belonging that she couldn't quite explain. Her father, a wise old man who had once been the village storyteller, often spoke of the magic that lay beneath the surface of the world, waiting to be discovered by those who truly believed. He would tell Clara, "The forest holds secrets that only the heart can see, my dear. Trust in your journey, and it will lead you to where you need to be." One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced to the ground in a symphony of reds and golds, Clara decided to venture deeper into the forest than she had ever gone before. She felt a pull, a gentle urging that coaxed her footsteps onward. The air was cool and carried the sweet scent of fallen leaves mingled with the faintest hint of wood smoke from the village. As Clara walked, the forest seemed to come alive around her. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting playful shadows that flickered like the pages of an unread story. Birds trilled overhead, their songs weaving through the branches like a delicate lace of sound. It was as though the forest itself was guiding her, its whispers urging her forward. After hours of walking, Clara found herself in a part of the forest she had never seen before. The trees here were taller, their trunks thick and ancient. Their bark was covered in a soft, velvety moss that glowed faintly in the dappled sunlight. The air was filled with the soft murmuring of a nearby brook and the earthy scent of damp leaves and rich soil. It was here that Clara stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a circle of stones covered in intricate carvings, half hidden beneath a carpet of emerald moss. In the center of the circle stood a pedestal, and upon it rested the mirror of legend, a delicate frame of silver vines cradling a surface as smooth and clear as still water. Clara approached the mirror with a mix of awe and trepidation. She hesitated for a moment, her heart pounding like the wings of a caged bird. Then, with a deep breath, she leaned forward and gazed into its depths. What she saw was not just her reflection, but a tapestry of images that unfolded before her eyes. In the mirror, Clara saw herself as a child, playing among the trees with her father, her laughter mingling with the rustle of the leaves. She saw her father's kind eyes and remembered his stories, each one a lesson, wrapped in the warmth of his voice. As the images shifted, Clara saw herself growing older, her heart filled with dreams and questions, always searching for something more. Then the mirror's depths shimmered, revealing a future she had yet to live. Clara saw herself surrounded by the villagers, their faces filled with joy and gratitude. She saw herself standing at the edge of the forest, her hand outstretched to a small boy who looked up at her with eyes full of wonder. She realized that the boy was her own son, and in that moment Clara understood the true power of the mirror. It did not just show what was, but what could be. Overwhelmed by the vision, Clara stepped back, her heart swelling with a newfound sense of purpose. She understood now that her journey was not just about finding the mirror, but about discovering the strength and kindness within herself. She realized that the true magic of the forest, the mirror, and her own heart lay in the connections she made with others and the love she shared. With this revelation, Clara turned to leave the hidden grove. As she did, she felt the forest around her shift, the trees seeming to lean in, as if to offer their silent blessing. The path that had been uncertain now seemed clear and inviting, leading her back toward Willowbrook and the life she was meant to live. When Clara returned to the village, she found it just as she had left it, yet somehow different. She noticed the small details she had overlooked before, the bright smiles of the children, the warmth in the eyes of the elders, the quiet strength of the community that held them all together. She realized that the magic of the forest was reflected in the people of Willowbrook, and she felt a deep sense of gratitude for the journey that had brought her to this understanding. In the days that followed, Clara shared her story with the villagers, her words painting a vivid picture of the hidden world within the forest and the mirror that had revealed her true self. Her tale inspired others to seek their own paths of discovery, to look beyond the surface and find the magic within their own hearts. The village thrived, its people drawing closer together, united by the shared belief in the wonders of the world around them. And so, as the seasons turned and the years passed, Clara's journey became a cherished part of Willowbrook's lore. Her story was told by the fireside on long winter nights, the crackling flames casting flickering shadows that danced like the leaves in the forest. It was a story of hope and transformation, a reminder that the greatest magic of all was the love and kindness that bound them together. In her heart, Clara knew that the mirror's vision would one day come to pass. She felt a quiet joy in the knowledge that her life was a journey of discovery and growth, and that the legacy of her father's stories would live on in the hearts of those who listened. As she sat by her own hearth, her son nestled in her lap, Clara whispered the tales of the forest, her voice a gentle lullaby that wrapped around them like a warm embrace. And thus, in the quiet village of Willowbrook, the story of the mirror and the hidden world within the forest became a part of the tapestry of life, a testament to the enduring power of wisdom, friendship, and the magic that lay within the heart of all who dared to believe. Story 36. In a quaint village nestled between the emerald arms of the whispering woods and the azure stretch of the endless sea, there existed a small, unassuming cottage. This was the home of an elderly woman named Marigold, known fondly by the villagers for her gentle nature and the warm smile that never left her face. Her cottage, with its thatched roof and climbing ivy, was a place of solace for many, a sanctuary where worries seemed to melt away with the scent of her freshly baked cinnamon bread. Marigold had a secret, known only to a few close friends, and that was her garden, a hidden world of wonder and magic. Beyond the quaint picket fence, past the rows of vibrant marigolds and daisies that bore her namesake, lay a garden unlike any other. It was a place where the mundane laws of the world seemed to pause, where colors were brighter and the air was imbued with a melody that only the heart could hear. The centerpiece of this magical sanctuary was an ancient tree, its bark gnarled with age, yet pulsing with life. Its branches stretched out like welcoming arms, adorned with leaves that shimmered like emeralds kissed by the sun. At the base of the tree, nestled among its roots, was a peculiar, shimmering stone, a heartstone. It was said that the heartstone held the power to reveal one's truest desires and to guide those who were lost. One quiet afternoon, as the sun began its descent, casting a golden hue over the village, a young boy named Finn found himself wandering to Marigold's cottage. Finn was a curious soul, with eyes as bright as the summer sky and a spirit unburdened by the trials of life. Yet recently, a restlessness had settled in his heart, a longing for something more, something beyond the horizon he had always known. He approached the garden gate, hesitating only for a moment before pushing it open. The path before him was a tapestry of petals and leaves, soft underfoot, inviting him deeper into the garden's embrace. As he wandered, he felt the whispers of the wind, gentle and soothing, as if the very garden was welcoming him. Marigold, tending to her flowers, noticed the young visitor. Her eyes crinkled with a smile, and she motioned for him to join her. "Finn," she called softly, her voice as comforting as a lullaby. "What brings you to my little corner of the world?" Finn shrugged, a sheepish smile playing on his lips. "I don't know, Miss Marigold. I just felt like I needed to be here." Marigold nodded, understanding more than she let on. "Sometimes our hearts know the way before our minds do," she replied, her gaze drifting to the heartstone nestled under the great tree. "Would you like to see something special?" With a nod, Finn followed her to the tree. As they approached, he could feel a gentle warmth emanating from the stone, a pulse that seemed to mirror his own heartbeat. Marigold knelt beside the heartstone, her fingers brushing its smooth surface. "This is the heartstone," she explained. "It has the power to show you what you truly seek." Finn's eyes widened with wonder. "Really? What does it show you?" Marigold chuckled softly. "That, dear boy, is for you to discover. But remember, the heartstone only reveals what is already within you." Curious and a little apprehensive, Finn reached out, his fingers trembling slightly as they touched the stone. The world around him seemed to blur, colors swirling into a kaleidoscope of dreams and desires. He felt a strange sensation, as if he was being gently pulled into a different realm. Before him, a vision unfolded, a path stretching into a forest of silver trees, their leaves glistening like stardust. It was a path that beckoned him, promising adventures untold and mysteries yet to be unraveled. He could see himself walking along it, his heart light with promise and his spirit unburdened by doubt. The vision faded as quickly as it had come, leaving Finn breathless with wonder. He turned to Marigold, his eyes alight with excitement. "Did you see that?" he asked eagerly. Marigold smiled, her gaze filled with wisdom. "I saw the light in your eyes, Finn. Whatever path this stone has shown you, it is yours to follow." With newfound resolve, Finn decided he would embark on the journey the Heartstone had revealed. The path, though unknown, felt like a calling he could not ignore. Marigold offered him a small satchel filled with provisions, a loaf of her famous cinnamon bread, a flask of cool spring water, and a small, hand-drawn map of the surrounding lands. As Finn set off, the village behind him began to dissolve into the distance, replaced by the lush, whispering trees of the forest. Each step felt like a new beginning, the air around him alive with possibility. The path, though winding and sometimes obscured by the underbrush, was clear in his heart. Along the way, Finn encountered creatures of the forest, gentle deer that watched with curious eyes, birds that sang melodies unknown to him, and squirrels that chattered amongst themselves. Each encounter filled him with a sense of wonder and companionship, as if the entire forest was welcoming him into its fold. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of rose and gold, Finn found himself at a clearing. Here, the silver trees gave way to a pool of crystal-clear water, reflecting the night sky like a mirror. In its center stood an island, and upon it a small, glowing structure, a lantern that seemed to pulse with the same warmth as the Heartstone. Drawn to it, Finn made his way across the stepping stones that led to the island. As he approached, he noticed a figure seated by the lantern, a girl about his age, with hair as dark as the night and eyes that sparkled like stars. She looked up as he arrived, a smile playing on her lips. "Hello," she greeted, her voice as soft as the evening breeze. "I wondered if someone would come." Finn was taken aback, unsure of what to say. "I'm Finn," he managed, his curiosity piqued. "Who are you?" "I am Luna," she replied, her gaze steady and welcoming. "I've been waiting for someone to find this place. The lantern guides those who seek the light within themselves." Finn felt a connection, a kinship with this stranger who seemed to understand the journey he was on. As they talked, he learned that Luna too had followed a path shown to her by the Heartstone, leading her to this very place. Together they shared their dreams and hopes, their fears and doubts, and found comfort in each other's company. As the night wore on, the lantern's glow seemed to grow stronger, casting a warm, golden light that enveloped the clearing. It was a light that spoke of hope, of dreams realized and journeys fulfilled. Finn and Luna sat in its embrace, their hearts alight with the promise of friendship and the adventures that awaited them. In the days that followed, Finn and Luna explored the hidden world of the forest, each discovery more wondrous than the last. They found a glen where the flowers sang with the wind, a brook where the water danced with laughter, and a meadow where the stars kissed the earth. Each moment was a treasure, each memory a gift. Through their adventures, Finn learned the true power of the Heartstone, not just to reveal desires, but to bring people together, to forge bonds that transcended the ordinary. With Luna by his side, he felt a strength he had never known, a courage that came from knowing he was not alone. As the days turned to weeks, Finn realized that the journey he had embarked on was not just a quest for adventure, but a journey of self-discovery. He learned to trust in himself, to believe in the dreams that the Heartstone had shown him, and in doing so, he found a peace he had been searching for all along. One evening, as they sat by the lantern, Luna turned to him, her eyes reflecting the light of the stars. "Finn," she said softly, "do you ever wonder what happens next?" Finn smiled, feeling the warmth of the lantern and the comfort of Luna's presence. "I think," he replied thoughtfully, "that the journey never really ends. As long as we have each other, there's always more to discover, more to learn." Luna nodded, her gaze filled with a quiet understanding. "Together, then," she said, holding out her hand. Finn took it, feeling the strength of their friendship, the promise of new adventures. Here, in the heart of the forest, with the Heartstone's magic coursing through him, he knew that he had found something truly special. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars and the gentle glow of the lantern, Finn and Luna forged a bond that would carry them through whatever lay ahead. Their journey, though started by a simple stone, had become a tapestry of dreams and friendship, woven together by the magic of the Heartstone and the light within their hearts. As they sat together, the night cradling them in its embrace, Finn felt a contentment that filled him to his very core. He knew that whatever paths they would walk, whatever adventures awaited, they would face them together, guided by the light of the Heartstone and the unwavering strength of their friendship. And so, in the heart of the magical forest, Finn and Luna discovered not just a hidden world, but a truth that resonated deep within them, a truth that would guide them through all the journeys yet to come. The Heartstone, with its gentle, guiding light, had led them to each other and to the promise of endless possibilities. In this place of wonder and magic, Finn found not just a path, but a home, a place where dreams could take flight and where friendship could light the way. The journey, it seemed, was only just beginning, and with Luna by his side, he was ready for whatever the future held. As the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, painting the sky with shades of dawn and promise, Finn and Luna knew that they had found something truly magical, a hidden world within themselves, where friendship and dreams could flourish. And in the heart of it all, the Heartstone whispered its gentle secrets, guiding them ever forward on the path of discovery and wonder. Story 37. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy stretched like an emerald blanket across the sky, there lived a community of creatures who thrived on the harmony of their hidden world. The forest was a place where the lines between reality and magic softly blurred, creating a sanctuary of wonder and tranquility that few outside its bounds could even imagine. As dawn's first light filtered through the dense foliage, it painted the forest floor in dapples of gold and green. The air was rich with the scent of damp earth and wildflowers, a fragrance that whispered stories of the night to those who listened closely. Among the towering oaks and whispering birches, a gentle breeze carried the melodies of the forest, a symphony conducted by rustling leaves, the babble of a nearby brook, and the distant chant of morning birds. In this enchanted realm, creatures of every kind lived in a delicate balance. Squirrels with tails like plumes of smoke danced from branch to branch, their tiny feet barely disturbing the lichen-coated bark. Below, a family of rabbits nibbled on clover, their soft fur blending with the shadows of the underbrush. Above them, a wise old owl, his feathers speckled like moonlit snow, kept watch over the woodland from his perch high in the branches. But there was one creature in this forest who was unlike any other, a creature known only as the Keeper. The Keeper was a figure shrouded in mystery, with eyes that glimmered like starlight and a presence that seemed to be woven into the very fabric of the forest itself. It was said that the Keeper knew the stories of every tree and brook, every creature and breeze, and that it was their duty to maintain the harmony that kept the forest alive. As the seasons turned, the Keeper would guide the magic of the forest, ensuring that each creature played its part in the great symphony of life. The arrival of spring brought a burst of new life, as buds blossomed and streams sang with the thaw of winter's ice. Summer came with its warm embrace, filling the forest with the hum of bees and the laughter of sun-drenched leaves. Autumn painted the trees in hues of amber and gold, a gentle reminder of the cycle of life. And winter, with its quiet blanket of snow, offered a time of rest and reflection. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest was aglow with color, a young fox named Finn set out on a journey. Finn was a curious soul, with eyes as bright as the harvest moon and fur that shimmered like the copper leaves underfoot. He had heard tales of the Keeper's wisdom and was determined to seek their guidance. For Finn sensed a change in the air, a subtle shift that whispered of an imbalance within the forest. As he trotted through the woodland, the scent of pine mingled with the crispness of fallen leaves, and the sound of acorns crunching beneath his paws marked his passage. The forest was alive with the chatter of creatures preparing for the coming winter, yet Finn's heart was filled with a quiet determination. He knew that if he could find the keeper, he might learn how to restore the harmony that was slipping away. The journey led Finn deeper into the forest than he had ever ventured before, to a place where the trees grew so close together that they seemed to form a living cathedral, their branches arching high above like the vaulted ceilings of an ancient temple. It was here, in this sacred grove, that Finn found the keeper. The keeper appeared as a gentle, shimmering presence, their form ever-changing like a mist caught in the light. Finn approached with a respectful bow, his heart full of questions. The keeper's voice, when it came, was like the rustle of leaves and the murmur of distant streams. "Young Finn," the keeper began, "you seek answers to restore the balance of our forest. What troubles you, dear one?" Finn took a deep breath, the cool autumn air filling his lungs as he spoke. "I sense that something is amiss," he said softly. "The creatures speak of a disturbance, of streams running dry and the trees whispering of unease. I wish to understand how we can help." The keeper nodded, their form shimmering with understanding. "You are wise beyond your years, young fox. The balance of our forest is indeed delicate, and it is in times of change that we must come together." With a wave of their ethereal hand, the keeper conjured an image upon the forest floor, a vision of the woodland as it was and as it could be. In the vision, Finn saw the roots of the trees reaching deep into the earth, drawing life from the soil and water. He saw the brook, once vibrant, now a mere trickle that struggled to sustain the life around it. "The forest speaks to those who listen," the keeper continued. "It is through our connections with one another that we find strength. The trees, the streams, the creatures, they are all part of the same tapestry. To restore balance, we must nurture these bonds and understand the cycle of life that sustains us all." Finn watched in wonder as the vision faded, but its message lingered in his heart. He understood now that the forest was a living, breathing entity, and that each creature played a role in its well-being. The keeper's wisdom had shown him that it was not just one creature's burden to bear, but a shared responsibility among all who called the forest home. With the keeper's guidance in his heart, Finn returned to the woodland where his friends awaited him. He shared the keeper's wisdom with the community, speaking of the importance of unity and the power of working together to sustain the balance of their world. And so, under Finn's gentle leadership, the creatures of the forest came together to tend to the land they cherished. They cleared the streams, allowing the water to flow freely once more, and nurtured the soil so that it could support the trees and plants. The birds sang songs of gratitude, and the trees swayed in agreement, their leaves whispering a promise of renewal. As the seasons turned and winter wrapped the forest in its gentle embrace, the creatures found solace in the knowledge that they had restored harmony to their home. The keeper watched over them with a serene smile, knowing that the wisdom of the forest had been passed on to a new generation. In the quiet of the winter nights, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the inky sky, the creatures gathered beneath the ancient trees. They shared stories and laughter, their breath mingling with the icy air in clouds of warmth. And as they huddled together, they knew that their bonds were as strong as the roots of the great oaks that sheltered them. The forest stood as a testament to the power of unity and the enduring spirit of its inhabitants. And in the heart of this magical realm, the keeper continued to watch over all, their presence a gentle reminder of the wisdom and love that sustained their world. With each new dawn, the forest awoke to the promise of another day, a day filled with the beauty of nature and the joy of living in harmony. And in this enchanted forest, where reality and magic danced hand in hand, the creatures knew that they were part of something truly extraordinary, a world where the magic of life was celebrated in every leaf, every breeze, and every heart that called the forest home. Story 38. Once upon a time, in a village cradled by emerald hills and whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Leora. Her home was a quaint little cottage on the edge of the village, where the thatched roof seemed to bow in greeting to the passing winds, and wildflowers adorned the pathway like a colorful welcome mat. Leora was known throughout the village for her gentle spirit and an unparalleled curiosity that often led her to the most unexpected of adventures. Leora's days were spent in harmony with nature. She would rise with the sun, her senses awakening to the earthy scent of dew-kissed grass and the melodious symphony of birds heralding a new day. Her mornings were dedicated to tending to the lush garden her mother cherished, where the blooms were as varied as the hues of a painter's palette. The afternoons, however, were reserved for exploration. With her faithful companion, a little fox named Ember, Leora would wander through the dappled light of the forest, discovering hidden nooks and crannies where magic seemed to linger like a forgotten echo. One such afternoon, as the sun dipped behind the canopy, painting the forest floor with shadows and golden streaks, Leora stumbled upon something unusual. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, half buried beneath a blanket of fallen leaves. The box was adorned with delicate engravings of swirling vines and mysterious symbols, which seemed to shimmer in the waning light. A subtle warmth emanated from it, inviting Leora to uncover its secrets. With Ember's curious snout nudging her hand, Leora gently lifted the box from its leafy bed. As she opened the lid, a soft, iridescent glow filled the air around her. Inside lay a delicate amulet, its surface etched with the same intricate patterns as the box. Leora felt a strange connection to the amulet, as if it were whispering secrets of the forest directly to her heart. She decided to wear it, slipping the chain around her neck. The moment the amulet touched her skin, she felt a gentle warmth spread through her, like sunlight breaking through clouds on a chilly day. That night, as Leora lay in bed, the amulet resting against her chest, she dreamed of a world unlike any she had ever known. It was a realm of shimmering waterfalls cascading into pools of liquid silver, where trees towered like ancient guardians, their leaves glowing with an inner light. Creatures of all shapes and sizes roamed freely, their eyes twinkling with the wisdom of ages. The dream felt so vivid, so real, that Leora awoke with a start, the image of the enchanted world lingering in her mind like a melody she could not forget. The next morning, driven by an insatiable curiosity, Leora set out to uncover the origin of the amulet. She ventured deeper into the forest than she had ever dared before, her steps guided by an invisible thread of destiny. Ember trotted beside her, his eyes bright with excitement and mischief. As they journeyed, the forest seemed to change around them. The air grew sweeter, filled with the scent of blooming jasmine and honeysuckle. Sunlight danced through the leaves in patterns that seemed almost alive, leading Leora further into the heart of the woods. Along the way, they encountered creatures that watched them with curious eyes, as if recognizing the amulet Leora wore. Eventually, Leora and Ember arrived at a clearing where the forest gave way to a vast, glistening lake. The surface of the water was so still that it mirrored the sky, a canvas of azure and drifting clouds. At the center of the lake stood a small island, its shore lined with stones that sparkled like stars. Feeling a pull towards this island, Leora knew she had to reach it. Just as she pondered how to cross the lake, a gentle voice broke through the silence. "Seek the path that is not seen, for it is there you will find the truth." Startled, Leora looked around but saw no one. Ember, however, seemed unperturbed, his gaze fixed on the lake. Trusting her instincts, Leora took a tentative step towards the water. To her amazement, the surface rippled beneath her feet, solidifying into a pathway of shimmering light. With each step, the path extended, leading her and Ember across the lake to the island. Upon reaching the island, Leora discovered an ancient stone archway draped in climbing roses, their petals a deep crimson hue. As she passed beneath the arch, she felt a tingling sensation, as if she were stepping into another world. On the other side, she found herself in a realm that mirrored her dream, a land of ethereal beauty where the natural world seemed touched by magic. In this hidden world, Leora met a wise old owl named Eldrin, whose eyes held the knowledge of countless ages. Eldrin welcomed her warmly, explaining that the amulet she wore was a key to this enchanted realm, a place known as the Evergrove. It was a sanctuary for creatures and beings who lived in harmony with nature, unseen by the eyes of those who could not comprehend its wonders. Eldrin spoke of an ancient prophecy, one that foretold the coming of a heart as pure as Leora's, destined to restore balance between the human world and the Evergrove. The amulet had chosen her, he said, because she possessed the wisdom and kindness needed to bridge the two worlds. Leora listened intently, her heart swelling with a sense of purpose. She realized that her love for the natural world had prepared her for this moment, and she vowed to fulfill the prophecy. With Ember by her side, she set out to learn all she could about the Evergrove, guided by Eldrin and the wise creatures who dwelled there. As days turned into weeks, Leora discovered the true magic of the Evergrove. She learned to communicate with the trees, listening to their stories whispered on the wind. She danced with the fireflies under moonlit skies, their light twinkling like 1,000 tiny stars. She found friendship in the most unexpected places, from a mischievous sprite named Willow to a gentle giant named Bramble, whose laughter rumbled like distant thunder. Through her adventures, Leora came to understand the delicate balance that sustained the Evergrove. She saw how every creature, every plant, played a vital role in maintaining the harmony of this magical realm. And she realized that this balance was being threatened by the actions of those in the human world who had forgotten the importance of living in harmony with nature. Determined to make a difference, Leora returned to her village, her heart filled with newfound wisdom and courage. She shared her experiences with her family and friends, telling stories of the Evergrove and the lessons she had learned. She spoke of the importance of protecting the natural world, of nurturing the connection between humans and the environment. Her words resonated with the villagers, who began to see the world through Leora's eyes. They joined her in efforts to preserve the beauty of their surroundings, planting trees, cleaning streams, and living more mindfully. The village flourished, becoming a beacon of harmony and sustainability. A testament to the power of one person's vision to inspire change. Leora's journey had transformed her, and through her, it had transformed her entire community. The amulet's glow never faded, a constant reminder of the magical world that lay just beyond the reach of ordinary sight. And though the path to the Evergrove remained hidden, Leora knew that its magic lived on in the hearts of those who believed in its wonders. As the years passed, Leora continued to visit the forest, her bond with Ember and the creatures of the Evergrove unbroken. She became a guardian of the balance between worlds, her life a testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and love. And so, in a village nestled in the embrace of emerald hills and whispering woods, the story of Leora and the Evergrove became a cherished tale, passed down through generations. A story of a girl who, through her gentle heart and unwavering spirit, had unlocked the magic within and around her, showing the world that true harmony was not a distant dream, but a reality waiting to be embraced by those willing to see beyond the ordinary. And as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, the village would gather by the fireside to hear the tale once more, comforted by the warmth of its timeless message and the gentle glow of the amulet that had started it all. Story 39. Once upon a time, nestled deep within the heart of an ancient whispering forest, there lay a glen where magic and nature danced together in gentle harmony. The trees stood tall and wise, their gnarled branches like fingers tracing patterns in the dappled sunlight that filtered through the canopy. The air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and earth, mingling with the soft notes of birdsong and the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze. In this enchanted glen, the creatures of the forest lived in a delicate balance, each playing their part in the grand tapestry of life. Among them were the wise old owls, their golden eyes gleaming with the light of countless moons, and the nimble deer, whose nimble hooves danced across the forest floor with the grace of a summer breeze. There were also the clever foxes, their russet coats blending seamlessly with the underbrush, and the industrious beavers, whose dam-building skills were rivaled only by their dedication to preserving the flowing streams. The forest was a realm of wonder, where the seasons whispered their secrets to those who listened. And among these creatures was a wise tortoise named Tiberius, whose shell was a mosaic of jade and amber, worn smooth by the passage of time. Tiberius had lived in the forest longer than most could remember, and his slow, deliberate pace belied the wealth of knowledge he carried within. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden leaves fell like a shower of stars to the forest floor, Tiberius awoke from his slumber and felt a stirring in the air. It was the kind of sensation that tickled the back of one's mind, whispering of change and the need for wisdom. As he emerged from his leafy nest, The chill in the air nipped at his nose, and the scent of frost lingered, promising the impending arrival of winter. Tiberius knew it was time to call a gathering, a meeting of the forest's inhabitants to share the ancient wisdom passed down through the generations. Word spread quickly among the creatures, carried by the twittering sparrows and chittering squirrels, and soon they all gathered beneath the great oak, its branches stretching like a protective canopy above them. The forest was alive with the gentle murmurs of anticipation as Tiberius began to speak, his voice as soothing as the first snowfall. "Dear friends," he began, "as the seasons turn, we must remember the balance that sustains our home. The harmony of our forest depends on each of us understanding our role and the roles of those around us." The creatures listened intently, their eyes reflecting the wisdom of the ancient tortoise. Tiberius spoke of the cycle of life, how the fallen leaves enriched the soil for new growth, how the streams provided water for all, and how the changing seasons brought challenges that could only be met through cooperation and respect. He recounted the legend of the Great Frost, a tale known to the eldest of the forest's inhabitants. It was said that long ago, a harsh winter had descended upon the land, threatening to freeze the very heart of the forest. But through the unity and ingenuity of its creatures, warmth was found and shared, and the forest thrived once more. As Tiberius finished his tale, a gentle snow began to fall, dusting the glen with a soft white blanket. The creatures huddled closer, warmed by the shared understanding that they were all part of something greater than themselves. With the first snowflakes, the forest seemed to come alive with a quiet magic. The frost-tinged air sparkled with an unseen energy, and the creatures felt it deep within their hearts, a connection to the ancient rhythms of the world around them. It was a reminder of the power of nature, and the wisdom that flowed through the roots of the great oak and the veins of all who called the forest home. As the winter deepened, the creatures worked together, each contributing their unique gifts to ensure the survival of the whole. The beavers fortified their dams, creating pools of water that would not freeze solid. The squirrels and chipmunks shared their stockpiles of nuts and seeds, ensuring that no belly went empty. The foxes, with their keen instincts, guided the younger animals through the snow-laden paths, teaching them the secrets of the land. Days turned to weeks, and the forest thrived under its blanket of snow. The creatures of the glen found joy in the simple pleasures of winter, playing in the snow, sharing stories by moonlight, and listening to the symphony of the wind through the bare branches. Through it all, Tiberius watched with a knowing smile, proud of the unity and resilience of his friends. He knew that this winter, like those before, would give way to spring. The snow would melt, the streams would swell, and the forest would burst into life anew. And so, as the sun set in a blaze of orange and pink across the horizon, casting long shadows over the glen, Tiberius led the forest in a quiet moment of gratitude. For though the world outside might be cold and harsh, within the heart of the forest there was warmth, harmony, and the timeless magic of nature's wisdom. As night fell, the creatures returned to their nests and burrows, content in the knowledge that they were part of something eternal. Tiberius settled into his cozy hollow beneath the great oak, the sound of the forest lulling him to sleep. The gentle crackle of the frozen branches, the whisper of the wind, and the soft sigh of the snow were a lullaby to the wise tortoise, a reminder that in the cycle of life there was always a place for peace and unity. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, the forest dreamed on, cradled in the arms of the ancient trees, its creatures bound together by the invisible threads of friendship and wisdom. The magic of the glen flowed through the land, a testament to the power of nature and the gentle strength of those who live in harmony with it. In the heart of the ancient forest, where reality and magic intertwined like the roots of the great oak, the creatures continued their timeless dance, a symphony of life that echoed through the ages, whispering of balance, unity, and the enduring beauty of the natural world. Story 40. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled among the rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Lily. She was a curious child with a heart full of wonder and a mind brimming with imagination. One crisp autumn morning, Lily was exploring the enchanted forest near her home when she stumbled upon an old, weathered book lying open on a mossy stump. Its pages were yellowed with age, and its cover was adorned with intricate carvings of vines and flowers. As Lily leaned in to examine the strange book, she noticed something even more peculiar. The illustrations seemed to be moving. The trees swayed gently in an invisible breeze, and the birds took flight, fluttering across the pages. Lily gasped in delight, her eyes wide with amazement. She had never seen anything like this before. Carefully, she turned the next page, and the illustrations sprang to life once more, this time depicting a serene meadow filled with colorful wildflowers. Suddenly, a gentle voice whispered from the pages, "Welcome, dear child. This is no ordinary book, but a portal to the wonders of the natural world." Lily's heart raced with excitement as the book continued. "If you have the courage to embark on a journey of discovery, I can teach you the secrets of the forest and the ancient magic that dwells within." Without hesitation, Lily nodded eagerly, her curiosity overcoming any fear or doubt she might have had. The voice chuckled warmly. "Then let us begin. First, you must seek the guidance of the wise old oak at the heart of the forest. He will be your first teacher on this path." Lily set off immediately, the magical book tucked safely under her arm. As she ventured deeper into the forest, she noticed the trees seemed to lean closer, their branches swaying as if greeting her. The birds sang a cheerful melody, and the squirrels scampered alongside her, their fluffy tails twitching with excitement. After what felt like hours of walking, Lily finally reached a clearing where a majestic oak tree stood tall and proud. Its gnarled bark was etched with intricate patterns, and its branches reached up towards the sky like ancient guardians. As Lily approached, the tree seemed to come alive, its leaves rustling in a gentle breeze. A deep, creaking voice echoed from the trunk. "Welcome, young one. I have been expecting you." Lily listened in awe as the oak tree shared its wisdom, teaching her the secret language of the forest and the importance of respecting and caring for all living things. With each lesson, Lily felt a deeper connection to the natural world around her. But the journey was not without its challenges. As Lily continued her lessons, she encountered a group of mischievous sprites who delighted in causing trouble and disrupting the delicate balance of the forest. The oak tree cautioned Lily against confronting the sprites directly, for their magic was powerful and unpredictable. Instead, it taught her the ancient art of storytelling, a subtle form of magic that could sway even the most stubborn of hearts. With her newfound knowledge, Lily wove tales of friendship, compassion, and the beauty of the natural world. She shared these stories with the sprites, her words as enchanting as the forest itself. Slowly but surely, the sprites began to listen, their mischievous antics giving way to curiosity and wonder. They became Lily's helpers, their boundless energy now channeled into protecting and nurturing the forest they called home. As the seasons changed and the leaves fell, Lily's journey came to an end. The magical book had served its purpose, and Lily had learned the secrets of the forest, becoming a true friend and guardian of nature. But the real magic, she realized, had been within her all along, the ability to see the wonder in the world around her, and the courage to embark on a journey of discovery and growth. From that day on, Lily carried the lessons of the forest in her heart, sharing her love and respect for the natural world with all she met. And whenever she felt lost or uncertain, she would open the magical book once more, letting its stories guide her back to the path of wisdom and wonder. Story 41. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees stood tall and ageless, there existed a secret world, hidden from the hurried eyes of humankind. This was a realm where the natural creatures lived in harmony, their lives intertwined with the magic of the forest and the ancient rhythms of the earth. The canopy above was a tapestry of deep greens, with sunlight filtering through in gentle shafts, casting a dappled dance of light upon the forest floor. The air was rich with the scent of moss and pine, and the soft rustle of leaves was like the forest's own lullaby. At the center of this enchanting world was a glade, bathed in perpetual twilight. Here, the wise old owl, known as Serene, presided over the forest council. His feathers were the color of moonlight, and his eyes, deep and knowing, seemed to hold the secrets of the ages. The creatures of the forest revered Serene, for he was the keeper of tales and the guardian of wisdom, passed down through countless generations. Each season, the creatures gathered in the glade to listen to Soren's stories and to seek guidance from the council, which included the gentle deer, Aster, whose antlers were adorned with delicate blossoms, and the clever fox, Finn, whose fiery coat shimmered like the autumn leaves. Together, they ensured that balance and harmony were maintained in their beloved forest. One winter, an unusual stillness settled over the woods. The snow lay thick and untouched, a soft blanket that muffled the usual chatter of the forest. The creatures sensed that something was amiss. The streams, typically singing with the lively flow of water, were silent, and the wind that usually whispered through the branches carried a chill that felt unfamiliar and foreboding. Gathering in the glade, the council prepared to discuss the troubling signs. Soren, perched upon an ancient oak, spread his wings, summoning the attention of all present. "My friends," he hooted softly, "there is a disruption in the balance of our world. The seasons have shifted, and winter's grasp tightens beyond its time." Aster, her eyes filled with concern, stepped forward. "The frost lingers too long," she spoke, her voice as gentle as the breeze, "and the buds that should awaken with spring remain asleep. What can we do to restore the balance?" Finn, ever the quick thinker, flicked his bushy tail. "Perhaps we must seek the wisdom of the north wind," he suggested. "It is said that the wind carries with it the memories of all seasons and can guide us to the cause of this disturbance." The council murmured in agreement, and it was decided that Aster and Finn would journey to the northern cliffs, where the north wind made its home. As they set out, the forest watched over them, each creature offering a silent prayer for their safe return. The journey was arduous, the path obscured by deep snowdrifts and the biting cold. Yet Aster and Finn pressed on, drawing strength from the warmth of their friendship and the hope of restoring their home. Along the way, they marveled at the serene beauty of the winter landscape, the glistening icicles that hung like crystal chandeliers, the soft crunch of snow beneath their paws and hooves, and the quiet hush that enveloped the world. Finally, they reached the northern cliffs, where the north wind resided. The wind swept around them, a swirling presence that seemed both playful and wise. With a gentle gust, it greeted the travelers, its voice a melodious echo that danced through the air. "Welcome, brave souls," the north wind whispered, its tone carrying the warmth of a sunbeam. "I know what you seek, and I shall help you. The imbalance you feel is the result of a forgotten agreement between the elements. It is time for the frost spirits to relinquish their hold and allow spring to awaken." Aster and Finn listened intently, their hearts filled with gratitude. "How can we remind them of this agreement?" Finn inquired, his eyes bright with determination. "The answer lies in the Song of Seasons," the north wind replied. "It is a melody that resonates with the heart of nature, stirring the spirits and reminding them of their ancient dance." With this knowledge, Aster and Finn made their way back to the Whispering Woods, their hearts buoyed by the north wind's guidance. Upon their return, the council gathered once more in the glade, eager to hear of their journey. Soren, with a soft hoot of approval, prepared to lead the creatures in the Song of Seasons. As his voice rose in a gentle, rhythmic chant, the other creatures joined in, their voices harmonizing in a symphony that echoed through the trees. It was a melody woven with the essence of each season, the gentle awakening of spring, the vibrant warmth of summer, the golden abundance of autumn, and the serene stillness of winter. As the song flowed through the forest, the frost spirits, invisible yet ever-present, began to stir. The melody wove its way into their hearts, reminding them of their place in the cycle of life. Slowly, tenderly, the frost released its grip, and the first signs of spring began to emerge. Buds unfurled from their slumber, the streams began to babble once more, and the air thrummed with the promise of renewal. The creatures of the forest rejoiced, their world restored to its natural rhythm. Soren, Aster, and Finn, their eyes alight with the joy of accomplishment, looked upon their home with pride and contentment. Thus, the Whispering Woods continued to thrive, a sanctuary of peace and harmony, where the wisdom of the ages ensured that balance was always maintained. And in the heart of the forest, beneath the watchful gaze of the ancient trees, the Song of Seasons remained, a testament to the enduring power of friendship and the gentle strength of nature's wisdom. Story 42. In a quaint village nestled between emerald hills and the edge of a whispering forest, there lived a young girl named Marin. Her world was filled with the soft rustle of leaves, the gentle babbling of brooks, and the distant echo of wind chimes that swayed in the light breeze. Marin was known for her curious heart and a spirit that danced with the rhythms of the wild. Her hair was the color of ripe chestnuts, and her eyes mirrored the deep blue of the morning sky. She wore a cloak of forest green, which blended seamlessly with the world around her, making her seem like an extension of the woods themselves. Every morning, Marin would wander into the forest, her footsteps light and purposeful, as if she were part of a secret dance with the earth. She knew every tree by name, every brook by song, and every animal by heart. Her dearest friend was a small, wise owl named Whimsy, who perched on her shoulder as they explored the wonders of their hidden world. One crisp autumn day, as the leaves painted the ground in shades of amber and gold, Marin discovered something extraordinary. In a secluded glen, where sunlight filtered through the canopy like liquid gold, she stumbled upon an ancient tree unlike any she had seen before. Its trunk was twisted and gnarled, with a bark that shimmered like silver under the morning light. Nestled within its roots was a small, intricately carved box, glistening as if it held the secrets of the universe itself. Curiosity piqued, Marin gently freed the box from its resting place and opened it. Inside lay a delicate, crystalline compass, its needle spinning slowly, as if attuned to the whispers of the world. Whimsy gazed at it with wide, knowing eyes, hooting softly as if to say, "This is no ordinary find." Marin felt a thrill of excitement mixed with a tinge of trepidation. She could sense that this compass was imbued with magic, a gift from the forest itself. It pulsed with a gentle warmth, a heartbeat that echoed with the promise of adventure. That night, beneath a blanket of stars, Marin cradled the compass in her hands, pondering its purpose. She felt a tug at her heart, a yearning to follow wherever it might lead. And so, with Whimsy by her side, she made a decision. At dawn, they would embark on a journey beyond the familiar paths of their forest home, guided by the mysterious compass. As the first light of morning spilled over the hills, painting the sky in hues of rose and gold, Marin set out with a determination that shone as brightly as the sun. The compass guided her steps, its needle pointing unwaveringly toward the unknown. She felt a sense of wonder and anticipation, her heart a wild drumbeat of possibility. Their journey led them through landscapes that seemed to spring from the pages of a forgotten fairy tale. They traversed fields where wildflowers danced in the breeze, crossed rivers that sang with the laughter of water sprites, and climbed hills that touched the sky. Each step revealed a new facet of the world, a hidden beauty that filled Marin with awe. As days turned into weeks, Marin and Whimsy found themselves in a realm that felt both strange and familiar. It was a hidden world, woven seamlessly into the fabric of nature. The trees whispered secrets of ancient times, and the air shimmered with a magic that tingled against their skin. Marin realized that this was a place where the boundaries between the ordinary and the extraordinary blurred, where the stories of the earth came to life. In this enchanted realm, Marin encountered creatures she had only dreamed of. There were gentle fairies with wings like stained glass, who danced in the moonlight and sang songs that wove dreams. There were majestic unicorns whose hooves left trails of stardust, and whose eyes held the wisdom of ages. And there were mischievous sprites who played tricks that left Marin laughing until tears rolled down her cheeks. Yet, despite the wonders of this hidden world, Marin sensed a mystery lingering in the air, a whisper of something left undone. The compass seemed to glow with a deeper light, urging her onward with a silent promise of revelation. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with strokes of crimson and violet, Marin followed the compass to the edge of a shimmering lake. The water mirrored the heavens, a vast expanse of liquid silver. It was here that she met an unexpected friend, a gentle water nymph named Lyra. Lyra emerged from the water with a grace that was ethereal, her hair flowing like ripples in the moonlight. Her eyes were deep pools of serenity, and her smile was like a lullaby. She greeted Marin with a warmth that felt like coming home. "You have come far, brave traveler," Lyra said, her voice a melody that danced on the air. The compass you hold is a treasure of this world, a guide for those who seek to understand their heart's true desire. Marin listened, captivated by Lyra's words. "What is it guiding me toward?" she asked softly, feeling the weight of the compass in her hand. "It leads you to the heart of the world," Lyra replied, her gaze steady and kind. "To a place where you will discover not only the magic that surrounds you, but the magic within yourself. It is a journey of transformation, of growth and understanding." Marin felt a tremor of understanding ripple through her. She realized that this journey was not just about exploring the world, but about exploring her own heart, her own dreams and desires. With Lyra's guidance, Marin continued her journey, the compass leading her to places of profound beauty and wonder. She learned to listen to the whispers of the earth, to the stories woven into the fabric of time. She discovered that the magic of the world was reflected in her own spirit, and that she was capable of great things. As the seasons turned, Marin found herself transformed. She had grown in ways she had never imagined, her heart open and full of understanding. She had forged friendships with creatures of legend, learned the language of the forest, and discovered the strength within herself. Finally, one golden afternoon, as the compass led her to the crest of a hill bathed in sunlight, Marin understood the true purpose of her journey. It was not about finding a destination, but about embracing the journey itself, about cherishing the moments and the bonds forged along the way. With a heart brimming with joy and gratitude, Marin decided it was time to return to her village. She had seen the hidden world, walked with magical beings, and uncovered the mysteries that lay within herself. She knew that she carried the magic of the journey with her, a light that would guide her for the rest of her days. As she made her way back through the familiar paths of the forest, with whimsy perched on her shoulder, Marin felt a sense of peace and fulfillment. She had discovered a hidden world, but more importantly, she had discovered her own heart. When she finally returned to her village, the townsfolk noticed a change in her. There was a light in her eyes, a wisdom in her smile, and a warmth that seemed to envelop everyone she met. She shared her stories with those she loved, tales of magic and friendship, of growth and understanding. And every night, as she lay beneath the stars, Marin held the compass close, a reminder of the journey that had changed her life. She knew that the world was full of mysteries waiting to be uncovered, and that her heart was forever open to the wonders of the earth. In the quiet of the night, as the village slept under the watchful gaze of the moon, Marin dreamed of new adventures, of paths yet to be discovered, and of the magic that lived within every heart. And as she drifted into a peaceful slumber, the compass glowed softly, a symbol of the journey that had led her to the heart of the world and to the heart of herself. Story 43. In the heart of a whispering forest, where the trees swayed like graceful dancers and the streams sang soft lullabies, there nestled a quaint village known as Willowbrook. The village was a place of warmth and wonder, where the cobblestone paths were lined with lanterns that glowed like captured starlight, and the air was perfumed with the sweet scent of honeyed bread from the local bakery. In this enchanting village lived a gentle soul named Harland, a kind-hearted clockmaker whose shop was filled with the comforting tick-tock of timepieces large and small. Harland was known for his serene nature and his knack for solving puzzles, a skill that was about to be called upon in the most unexpected way. One evening, as the sun dipped beneath the horizon and painted the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Harland noticed something peculiar. The village's clock tower, a majestic structure that stood as the heart of Willowbrook, began to chime not just on the hour, but at odd intervals throughout the day and night. This strange occurrence puzzled the villagers, for never before had the clock tower faltered in its steadfast rhythm. Determined to unravel the mystery, Harland decided to visit the clock tower. As he climbed the spiral staircase that wound around the ancient stones, he was joined by a flutter of wings. It was Pip, a small, iridescent fairy with a mischievous twinkle in her eye. Pip often visited Harland, delighting in the way he could fix anything broken with a gentle touch. "Hello, Harland," chirped Pip, her voice as light as the breeze. "I sensed a bit of a mystery afoot and thought you might need some help." Harland smiled warmly. "I'm glad to have your company, Pip. Something seems to be amiss with our clock tower. As they reached the top, Harlan and Pip found themselves in a room filled with gears and cogs, each one intricately designed and perfectly in place. Yet, something was indeed wrong. Harlan noticed that the largest gear, usually steady and sure, was moving erratically, causing the clock to chime at random. Pip fluttered closer, her tiny hands tracing the outlines of the gears. "Look here, Harlan," she said softly, pointing to a faint trail of shimmering dust that glimmered under the moonlight streaming through the window. "This looks like the work of a dust moth." "A dust moth?" Harlan echoed, intrigued. He had read about these elusive creatures, known for their love of shiny things and their tendency to tinker with mechanisms in search of something that sparkled. "Yes," Pip nodded, her wings a blur of color. "They're harmless, but can be quite the nuisance when they find something they like. We must find out what has attracted it." Together, they followed the trail of dust through the inner workings of the clock, their path illuminated by the soft glow emanating from Pip's wings. The trail led them to a small compartment behind the clock face itself, where, nestled among the gears, was a tiny glistening gem, a sapphire that sparkled like a fragment of the night sky. "This must be it," murmured Harlan, gently picking up the gem. "It has caught the dust moth's eye." Just then a soft, fluttering sound filled the air, and from the shadows emerged the dust moth. It was a delicate creature, with translucent wings that shimmered as if dusted with stars. The dust moth gazed at Harlan, its eyes filled with a curious innocence. Harlan, understanding the creature's fascination, held out the sapphire. "You sought this, didn't you?" he said kindly. "It's beautiful, but it belongs to the clock. Would you mind if we found something else for you to keep?" The dust moth seemed to ponder this, its wings whispering secrets to the night. Then, with a gentle nod, it agreed. Pip clapped her hands in delight. "Oh, I know just the thing!" she exclaimed, darting to a forgotten corner of the clock tower and returning with a tiny, discarded prism that cast rainbows in the moonlight. Presenting the prism to the dust moth, Harlan watched as the creature's eyes lit up with joy. It took the prism gently in its delicate grasp, its wings fluttering with satisfaction. The dust moth nodded its thanks and with a graceful sweep disappeared into the night, leaving behind a trail of starry dust. With the gem returned to its rightful place and the clock's gears realigned, the tower resumed its harmonious ticking, its chimes no longer erratic but a soothing melody that echoed throughout Willowbrook. As Harlan and Pip descended the tower, the village lay peacefully under the watchful gaze of the moon. The mystery of the chiming clock had been solved with patience and kindness, and once again the rhythm of the village life was restored. Back in his cozy shop, Harlan brewed a pot of chamomile tea, the aroma filling the air with its calming fragrance. Pip settled on the windowsill, her wings folding softly around her. "Thank you, Pip," Harlan said, his voice a gentle murmur. "I couldn't have done it without you." Pip smiled, her eyes twinkling like the stars. "It was my pleasure, Harlan. After all, solving mysteries is always better with a friend." As the night deepened, Harlan sipped his tea, content in the knowledge that tomorrow would bring new adventures, new puzzles, and perhaps even new friends, all under the watchful ticking of Willowbrook's beloved clock tower. And with that comforting thought, he drifted into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the soft whispers of the forest and the gentle ticking of time. Story 44. Once upon a time, in the heart of a vibrant and enchanted forest called the Whimsy Woods, there lived a collection of quirky and kind-hearted creatures. This forest was no ordinary place. It was a kaleidoscope of colors and sounds, where the trees sang gentle lullabies that swayed with the wind, and streams giggled as they trickled over polished pebbles. The air was perpetually scented with the sweet aroma of honeysuckle and the earthy warmth of moss. Among the lively inhabitants was Whisker, the wondrous weasel, known for his twinkling eyes and a tail that shimmered with the colors of the rainbow. Whisker had an uncanny ability to find lost things, be it a misplaced button or a forgotten dream. There was also Marigold the merry mouse, who wore a daisy petal hat and could weave the most beautiful tapestries from moonlight threads. Her laughter was as infectious as her smile, and she was always up for an adventure. The Whimsy Woods was also home to Glimmer the gleeful gnome, who had a long, curly beard that seemed to have a mind of its own. It often tied itself into knots when he was deep in thought. Glimmer was a collector of stories, and his mushroom-shaped house was filled with scrolls recounting tales from across the ages. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves were painted in hues of amber and gold, a peculiar thing happened. The forest awoke to find that all the magic had been turned upside down. The trees whispered backward, the streams flowed uphill, and even the squirrels found their acorns bouncing away before they could be buried. The most peculiar of all was the sky, which had taken on a patchwork appearance, where fluffy clouds were stitched into place with threads of sunlight. It was clear that something magical had gone awry, and Whisker, Marigold, and Glimmer were determined to set things right. Gathering at Glimmer's mushroom house, the trio pondered their predicament. "It seems as if the world's been turned topsy-turvy," said Whisker, his tail flickering with concern. "I bet it's got something to do with that mischievous breeze I felt yesterday," suggested Marigold, adjusting her daisy hat. "It was tickling my whiskers and giggling as if it had a secret." Glimmer stroked his curly beard thoughtfully. "Perhaps we should consult the Book of Whimsical Wonders," he proposed, patting a large dusty tome that sat on a pedestal made of twisted roots. As the pages of the book fluttered open, they revealed an incantation for a great reversal, a magical spell designed to set things right when the world goes awry. However, the spell required a very specific ingredient, the laughter of 100 happy creatures. "This is going to take some creativity," Whisker mused. "We need to gather everyone and make them laugh." And so the trio set off on a quest to collect laughter, each using their unique gifts. Whisker led the way with riddles and puns, his voice carrying through the forest like a gentle breeze, coaxing giggles from even the grumpiest badgers and bashful hedgehogs. Marigold, with her knack for storytelling, spun tales so funny that the owls hooted in delight, and the foxes rolled with laughter, their tails waving like flags in the sunshine. Meanwhile, Glimmer entertained with his beard, which he had trained to perform a dance routine. It twisted and twirled, much to the amusement of the rabbits and birds, who chirped and clapped along. As they traveled through the whimsy woods, they found themselves joined by a parade of joyful creatures. The forest echoed with mirth, each laugh a sparkling note in a symphony of joy. By the time they returned to Glimmer's mushroom house, they had gathered far more than 100 laughs. The laughter swirled around them like a warm, comforting breeze. Glimmer carefully recited the incantation from the Book of Whimsical Wonders, and as the final word was spoken, the laughter rose into the sky, gently stitching the world back together. The streams resumed their gentle flow, the trees sang their lullabies once more, and the patchwork sky smoothed out into a canvas of soft blues and pinks. The whimsy woods was restored to its natural magical state. The creatures celebrated their success with a grand feast beneath the stars, where fireflies danced like living lanterns, and the moon smiled down in approval. As the festivities wound down, Whisker, Marigold, and Glimmer sat together, their hearts full of gratitude and joy. "We did it," Marigold said softly, her eyes shining with happiness. "Indeed we did," replied Glimmer, his beard finally at rest. "And we learned that with friendship and a bit of laughter, even the most tangled problems can be unraveled." Whisker nodded, his tail glowing softly in the moonlight. "And we made the forest sing once more." As the night grew deeper, the creatures of the whimsy woods drifted to sleep, their dreams filled with the echoes of laughter and the promise of more magical adventures to come. And thus, another whimsical chapter closed, leaving behind a world where magic and joy walked hand in hand. Story 45. The Whispering Grove. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the trees grew tall and twisted like the dreams of ancient giants, there lay a secret hidden from the world. The grove was a place of mystery, known only to those who dared to wander deep into the forest, beyond the reach of sunlight and the echo of human voices. It was here, in the stillness of twilight, that the story of a young girl named Leora began. Leora was a curious soul, with eyes the color of polished amber and hair that cascaded like autumn leaves. She lived in the village of Elderglen, a quaint settlement nestled at the forest's edge, where the air was always sweet with the scent of pine and the distant murmur of the river. The villagers spoke in hushed tones of the whispering woods, weaving tales of enchantment and caution. But Leora's heart thrummed with a different tune, a melody of wonder and the allure of the unknown. One crisp autumn morning, as the first frost kissed the fallen leaves, Leora set out on a journey that would change her life forever. With a small satchel slung over her shoulder, filled with bread and apples, she ventured into the forest, guided by the whispers of the wind and the soft crunch of leaves underfoot. Her mother had always said she had the heart of an explorer, and today she would prove it. The deeper Leora went, the thicker the trees grew, their branches weaving a tapestry of shadows and light. She marveled at the way the sunlight danced through the canopy, painting the forest floor in dappled gold. Every now and then she paused to listen to the symphony of birdsong, the gentle rustle of leaves, and the distant call of a brook hidden somewhere in the depths of the woods. As midday approached, Leora stumbled upon a clearing unlike any she had seen before. The ground was carpeted with soft, green moss, and at its center stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches reaching towards the sky like arms in eternal prayer. This was no ordinary tree. It was the heart of the Whispering Woods, a guardian of secrets and a keeper of time. Curiosity piqued, Leora approached the tree, her fingers brushing against its bark. To her surprise, a voice, gentle and wise, spoke from the tree itself, though its lips did not move. "Welcome, young seeker. You have found the Whispering Grove, a place where dreams and reality dance as one." Leora's eyes widened in awe. Who are you?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "We are the spirits of the forest," the voice replied, as if carried on the breeze. "We have watched over this land for centuries, and we have awaited one with a heart pure and curious." Leora felt a warmth spread through her chest, as if the forest itself embraced her. "What do you wish of me?" The tree seemed to smile, its leaves rustling in gentle laughter. "There is a world hidden within this grove, a place of magic and wonder. Will you journey into the heart of the forest and discover its secrets?" Without hesitation, Leora nodded, her heart alight with the thrill of adventure. "I will." The tree's branches swayed, creating a doorway of light and shadow. "Then step through, dear child, and let the journey guide you." With a deep breath, Leora stepped into the light, feeling a rush of warmth envelop her as she crossed the threshold. The world shifted around her, the air tingling with magic. She found herself in a place both familiar and strange, a hidden world within the forest, where the very air shimmered with enchantment. The trees here were alive with vibrant hues, their leaves singing with every breeze. A carpet of flowers stretched as far as the eye could see, each bloom a symphony of color. Creatures both wondrous and whimsical danced among the foliage, their eyes sparkling with mischief and mirth. Leora wandered through this magical realm, her heart swelling with joy. She encountered a family of talking squirrels who offered her nuts and berries, their voices high and cheerful. She marveled at a stream of liquid silver, its waters singing a melody that filled her with peace. As she journeyed deeper, Leora came upon a clearing where a circle of stones stood, ancient and wise. In the center sat an old woman, her hair as white as snow and her eyes as deep as the forest itself. She smiled at Leora, her presence serene and comforting. "Welcome, child," the woman said, her voice a gentle breeze. "I am Serene, the keeper of the Whispering Grove." Leora bowed her head in respect. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Serene. This place is beyond words." Serene chuckled softly. "Indeed, it is a place of wonder, but also of mystery. The forest has a secret, and it is up to you to uncover it." Leora's curiosity burned brighter. "What is the secret?" The old woman gestured to the stones surrounding her. "These stones hold the memories of the forest, the stories of those who have walked its paths. They whisper of a magical object, a gift from the heart of the woods. It is said to grant the bearer the ability to understand the language of nature, to hear the voices of the trees and the songs of the stars." Leora's eyes sparkled with excitement. "How can I find this object?" "You must listen," Serene replied, her gaze steady and kind. "The forest will guide you if your heart is true and your spirit willing." With newfound determination, Leora set out once more, her senses attuned to the whispers of the trees and the murmurs of the wind. She felt the forest's pulse beneath her feet, each step resonating with the rhythm of the earth. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of gold and lavender, Leora followed a path of glowing mushrooms that led her to a small glade. There, nestled among the roots of an ancient oak, lay a shimmering stone, its surface etched with runes that glowed like moonlight. Leora knelt beside the stone, her fingers tracing the delicate patterns. As she touched it, a warmth spread through her body, and the world around her seemed to inhale and exhale in harmony with her own breath. She could hear the forest's voice, a symphony of whispers, laughter, and songs echoing through the trees. With the stone in her hand, Leora returned to Selene, her heart full of wonder. The old woman smiled, her eyes twinkling like stars. "You have found the Heartstone, the key to understanding the language of nature. With it, you will always be a friend of the forest." Leora beamed with pride and gratitude. "Thank you, Selene. I will cherish this gift and use it wisely." As the night deepened, Leora bid farewell to the magical realm, her heart aglow with the promise of new adventures. She stepped back through the doorway of light, feeling the warmth of the whispering grove embrace her one final time. Returning to the village, Leora carried with her the magic of the forest, a bond that would never fade. She shared her stories with the villagers, weaving tales of wonder and friendship, inspiring others to listen to the whispers of the world around them. And so, Leora became a guardian of the whispering woods, her heart forever attuned to the symphony of nature. Through her adventures, she learned that the greatest magic of all was the connection between all living things, a bond unbreakable and eternal. As the years passed, Leora continued to explore the hidden wonders of the world, her spirit ever curious and kind. She discovered that the true journey was not just through enchanted forests, but through the hearts of those she met along the way. And in each moment of friendship and understanding, she found the greatest treasure of all. In the quiet of the night, as the stars whispered their secrets to the moon, Leora would sit by the hearth, her amber eyes reflecting the glow of the fire. She would tell stories of her adventures, her voice a gentle lullaby that carried the listener to a world where magic and reality intertwined, and where the heart was always open to wonder. Thus, the tale of Leora and the Whispering Grove became a legend in Elderglen, a story passed down through generations, reminding all who heard it of the magic that resides in the world around them and the power of a heart that listens. And so, dear listener, as you close your eyes and drift into dreams, remember the whispers of the world and the magic that lies within. For in the heart of the forest and the warmth of friendship, you will find a story all your own, waiting to be discovered. Story 46. On the edge of an ancient forest, where the whisper of leaves mingled with the gentle murmur of streams, there lay a hidden glen known only to the most dedicated wanderers and the creatures that called it home. This secret enclave was a place where the world seemed to hold its breath and listen, a sanctuary where the natural and the magical lived in delicate harmony. In this enchanted forest, the trees were tall and wise, their trunks gnarled with age, and their branches reaching high into the cerulean sky. The air was perfumed with the scent of pine needles and wildflowers, a heady mix that danced lightly on the breeze. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, where a soft carpet of moss cushioned the steps of those who ventured there. One such creature of the forest was Niam, a gentle-hearted fox with fur as fiery as the autumn leaves. Niam was known throughout the forest for her kindness and her deep understanding of the land and its rhythms. Her amber eyes held the wisdom of many seasons, gleaned from the stories whispered by the wind and the lessons shared by the elders of her kind. As autumn's golden hues began to paint the forest, a magical phenomenon unfolded that only the oldest creatures remembered witnessing. The aurora arboris, a mystical display of shimmering lights, would grace the forest with its presence once every 100 years, heralding an era of renewal and prosperity. The creatures of the forest awaited its arrival with a blend of excitement and reverence, for it was said that the aurora brought with it a chance to restore balance where it was needed most. Niamey, with her keen sense of harmony, noticed that the forest was whispering of a discord, a subtle imbalance that threatened the tranquility they cherished. The streams, usually bubbling with laughter, were now murmuring more softly, and the songs of the birds were tinged with a hint of melancholy. Niamh knew that the aurora arboris could help, But first, the forest must be prepared to receive its gift. Determined to restore the harmony, Niamh embarked on a journey through the forest, her paws treading softly on the fallen leaves, making barely a sound. Her first stop was the wise old oak, whose roots delved deep into the earth, anchoring it for centuries. As she sat beneath its expansive branches, the oak creaked gently, acknowledging her presence. "Old oak," Niamh began, her voice a soft melody in the stillness, "our forest feels troubled. The streams are quiet, and the birds' songs are sad. How can we prepare for the aurora arboris so that it might restore our balance?" The oak responded with a slow, thoughtful rustle of leaves. "Young Niamh," it intoned in a voice as ancient as the stones beneath the earth, "the forest is a tapestry of life, and each thread must be in harmony. Seek the wisdom of the winds, the guidance of the waters, and the strength of the earth. Only together can we welcome the aurora." With gratitude, Niamh bowed her head, knowing her journey had just begun. She set off again, this time to the edge of the whispering stream, where the water flowed with a gentle, melodic hush. There, she found her friend Orin, a playful otter known for his laughter and boundless energy, though today he seemed unusually quiet. "Orin," Niamh called softly, sitting by the water's edge, "what troubles you, dear friend? The stream's song is different, and I fear the forest feels it too." Orin looked up, his dark eyes reflecting the sunlit ripples. "Ah, Nam," he sighed, "the stream has grown weary. The recent dry spells have left the waters low, and the spirit of the stream is saddened. I've been trying to cheer it up, but I fear my antics are not enough." Niamh pondered this, her mind weaving the threads of the oak's wisdom with Orin's plight. "Perhaps," she mused, "it's time to call upon the rains. Together we can summon the clouds to dance above our forest and fill the stream with laughter once more." With a nod of agreement, Orin slipped into the water, his sleek form cutting through the surface with ease. Together, they performed a gentle dance, a symphony of movement that called to the sky. Their efforts were rewarded as clouds began to gather, their soft gray forms promising the rain that the forest so desperately needed. As the first drops fell, the stream began to sing once more, its voice gaining strength and vitality. Niamh and Orin watched as the water swirled around the rocks, creating a melody that resonated through the forest, lifting the spirits of all who heard it. Their task at the stream complete, Niamh continued on her journey, her heart filled with hope and her steps guided by the wisdom shared by the oak. She made her way to the meadow, a sunlit clearing where the grass swayed like a sea of emerald waves. Here she found Imara, a wise old tortoise whose shell bore the marks of countless seasons. Imara was known as the keeper of stories, her slow, measured words weaving tales that held the lessons of the ages. "Imara," Niamh greeted with a respectful dip of her head, "our forest seeks balance as we await the aurora arboris." The old oak spoke of seeking the wisdom of the winds, the guidance of the waters, and the strength of the earth. "What guidance can you offer us?" Imara regarded Nam with eyes that seemed to hold the weight of history. "The forest," she began, her voice a deep, soothing rumble, "is a living tapestry. Each creature, each plant, each whisper of wind is a thread in that tapestry. The winds are wise and carry stories long forgotten. To truly restore balance, we must listen to these tales and allow them to guide us." With these words in mind, Nam settled beside Imara, listening to the gentle rustle of the meadow grass as the wind wove through it. The breeze carried with it the fragrance of distant pine and the soft murmur of leaves, a symphony of nature that spoke of harmony and renewal. Here, Niamh understood the importance of pausing, of listening to the stories and lessons that the world around her offered. As the days passed, the forest slowly began to respond to the changes brought about by Niamh and her friends. The streams flowed with renewed vigor, the trees whispered secrets of strength and endurance, and the creatures of the forest moved with a renewed sense of purpose. The night of the aurora arboris finally arrived, casting the forest in a silvery glow. The air was alive with anticipation as creatures gathered in the glen, their eyes turned to the sky where the first tendrils of light began to unfurl. Niamh stood among them, her heart swelling with pride and a deep sense of belonging. As the lights danced across the heavens, the forest seemed to breathe as one, its many voices joining in a harmonious chorus. The aurora's glow bathed the trees and creatures alike, infusing them with a gentle magic that resonated deep within their beings. In that moment, Nam understood the true power of unity and the strength that came from working together in harmony. The forest had taught her well, and she knew that each season, each challenge, would be met with wisdom and friendship, ensuring that their home would always be a place of peace and balance. As the aurora's light faded into the dawn, Niam returned to her den, her heart warm with the knowledge that the forest was once again in harmony. She curled up in the soft embrace of the earth, lulled to sleep by the gentle lullaby of the wind, her dreams filled with the promise of future adventures and the comforting presence of her friends. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, the hidden lives of natural creatures continued, woven together by the threads of wisdom and friendship, ensuring that their world remained a sanctuary of peace and balance for generations to come. Story 47. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang soft lullabies and the moonlight spilled like silver silk, there nestled a quaint little village named Everhaven. It was a place where magic wove through the air like the gentle breeze, and every creature, be it large or small, had a tale to tell. The villagers, known for their warmth and kindness, lived harmoniously with the magical beings that roamed the woods. In a cozy cottage at the edge of the village, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, and her heart brimmed with the love of adventure. She had hair the color of chestnuts and a smile that could light up even the cloudiest day. Her cottage was always filled with the comforting aromas of cinnamon and fresh-baked bread, and her evenings were spent by the fire, listening to the stories her grandmother told. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves rustled with secrets and the stars twinkled with knowing glances, Lila noticed something peculiar. The moon, which usually glowed brightly in the night sky, was shrouded in a soft, mysterious haze. It seemed to cast shadows that danced in unusual patterns across the forest floor. The air felt different, too, as if it were whispering a secret she couldn't quite catch. Intrigued by this strange occurrence, Lila decided to seek the counsel of her friend, Oliver the owl. Oliver was a wise old bird, his feathers a patchwork of browns and grays, and his eyes as deep as the night sky. He perched on the highest branch of the oldest oak tree, surveying the woods with a gentle watchfulness. Lila wrapped herself in a woolen cloak, the color of twilight, and made her way through the moonlit paths. The forest was alive with soft sounds, the gentle rustle of leaves, the distant croak of frogs by the pond, and the soothing hum of the wind weaving through the branches. "Oliver," Lila called softly as she reached the ancient oak, "something unusual is happening with the moon tonight." Oliver tilted his head, his keen eyes reflecting the moon's glow. "Ah, young Lila," he hooted softly, "the moon speaks in riddles tonight. It seems the star sprites have taken to playing tricks again." "The star sprites?" Lila asked, her voice filled with wonder. She had heard tales of these mischievous beings, known to draw patterns in the sky and weave dreams into the night air. "Indeed," Oliver nodded, his feathers ruffling in the breeze. "They delight in casting illusions, but fear not, for they mean no harm. It is merely their way of celebrating the change of seasons." "But why now?" Lila pondered, gazing at the moonlit sky. "And what can we do to understand their message?" Oliver closed his eyes, contemplating. "Perhaps a visit to the Enchanted Glade will provide clarity. It's a place where the veil between worlds is thinnest, and where the whispers of the sprites can be heard more clearly." Thanking Oliver, Lila set off towards the Enchanted Glade. The path was dappled with moonlight, and the air carried a sweet, earthy scent. As she walked, she felt the gentle presence of the woods around her, as if the trees themselves were guiding her steps. Upon reaching the glade, she found it bathed in an ethereal glow. The grass shimmered with dew that sparkled like tiny stars, and the air was filled with a melodious hum that seemed to vibrate with life itself. In the center of the glade stood a circle of ancient stones, their surfaces etched with runes that pulsed with a soft, welcoming light. Lila approached the stones, feeling a sense of calm wash over her. She sat within the circle, closed her eyes, and listened closely. The hum grew louder, and soon she could make out the faint, tinkling laughter of the star sprites. "Little Lila," the sprites chimed in playful harmony, their voices as light as the breeze. We dance tonight to honor the harvest moon, a time of reflection and gratitude. Our patterns are a reminder to cherish the abundance of the earth and the magic of the turning seasons. Understanding dawned on Lila like the first light of dawn cresting over the hills. She realized that the sprite's playful patterns were not just whims, but messages of celebration and harmony. She thanked them for sharing their wisdom and promised to convey their message to the villagers. As Leela made her way back home, the moon shone brighter than before, its light no longer obscured by the haze. The forest seemed to hum with contentment, and Lila felt a profound sense of peace and connection to the world around her. The next day, Leela gathered the villagers in the town square, beneath the sprawling branches of the great oak. She shared the story of the star sprites and their celestial dance, and the villagers listened with rapt attention, their hearts warmed by the tale. Inspired by the sprite's message, the villagers decided to hold a festival to celebrate the harvest moon. They adorned the square with lanterns that twinkled like stars, and tables were laden with the bounty of the harvest: ripe apples, golden loaves of bread, and fragrant herbs. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the villagers gathered around a crackling bonfire, their faces aglow with its warm light. They sang songs, shared stories, and danced in joyful circles, their laughter mingling with the crisp night air. Lila watched with a happy heart, knowing that the strange occurrence had brought the village closer, reminding them of the beauty and abundance of their world. As the festival drew to a close, she felt the gentle touch of the star sprite's magic, as if a soft hand had brushed against her cheek, leaving behind a trail of stardust. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, the villagers of Everhaven drifted into a peaceful sleep, their dreams filled with shimmering stars and the gentle murmur of the whispering woods. And as the night deepened, the star sprites continued their dance across the sky, a celestial celebration that promised new tales and wonders with each passing season. In the cozy warmth of her cottage, Lila snuggled beneath her quilt, her heart filled with gratitude for the magical world she called home. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, and as sleep gently claimed her, she knew that in the morning, the sun would rise on a village woven together by friendship, wisdom, and the gentle magic of the whispering woods. Story 48. In the heart of an ancient forest where sunlight danced like liquid gold through a tapestry of emerald leaves, there lived an old, wise owl named Orin. His feathers were the color of moonlight, and his eyes held the wisdom of countless seasons. Orin perched high in the oldest oak tree, a sentinel of the forest's secrets and stories. From his vantage point, he could see the gentle undulation of the land, where rivers weaved silver ribbons through the lush tapestry of green, and flowers painted the meadows with splashes of color. The forest was alive with the soft symphony of rustling leaves and the gentle murmur of the breeze, a harmonious orchestra that sang of life's quiet persistence and the delicate balance that each creature maintained. Within this verdant realm, all beings, great and small, played their part in a timeless waltz of survival and symbiosis. Orin shared his home with a myriad of creatures, each with its own melody in the forest's symphony. There was Bramble, the clever fox with fur the color of autumn leaves, who loved to tell stories of the sun and stars to his kits as the twilight deepened. There was also Willow, the gentle deer, whose hooves barely whispered against the earth as she moved, her eyes always alert and kind. The creatures of the forest lived in harmony, each respecting the ancient laws that governed their existence. This balance was delicate, like the gossamer threads of a spider's web glistening with morning dew. It was a balance that had been maintained through the ages, passed down in whispers and songs, and the forest thrived because of it. But one autumn, something shifted. The leaves, instead of turning their usual fiery shades of amber and gold, began to fall too soon, leaving the trees bare and forlorn. The rivers, once full and laughing as they tumbled over stones, began to dwindle, and the flowers bowed their heads as if in mourning. The air held a quiet unease, a hushed anticipation of something amiss. Orin was the first to notice the changes. From his high perch, he observed the forest with a watchful eye. He could feel the forest speaking to him, its voice a low murmur of concern carried on the wind. The balance was faltering, and it was up to the forest's inhabitants to restore it before winter wrapped its icy fingers around their world. Gathering the creatures together in a clearing bathed in the soft light of the waning sun, Orin spoke with a voice that resonated like the tolling of a distant bell. "Friends," he began, his eyes reflecting the concern that gripped his heart. "The forest is speaking to us in its own way, and we must listen. The balance is shifting, and we must find the cause and restore it." Bramble, with his quick wit and sharp eyes, was the first to offer a suggestion. "Perhaps it's the lack of rain," he mused, his voice thoughtful. "The skies have been drier than usual, and without water the forest cannot thrive." Willow nodded, her soft gaze sweeping over the assembled creatures. "The trees whisper of changes in the soil," she added, her voice as gentle as the breeze through the leaves. "Perhaps something beneath the earth is amiss." Orin listened carefully, weighing each suggestion with the wisdom of ages. "We must seek the root of this imbalance," he affirmed, "and work together to restore what has been lost. Each of us has a role to play, for each of us is a thread in the great tapestry of life." The creatures nodded in agreement, understanding the gravity of their task. Together they decided to explore the forest, to listen and learn from the very earth and sky that sustained them. Bramble, with his nimble paws and sharp senses, set out to track the weather patterns, observing the sky for signs of change. He listened to the winds and watched the clouds, seeking to understand the rhythm of the rain. Willow, with her deep connection to the land, spent her days among the trees, listening to their whispers and feeling the pulse of the earth beneath her hooves. She spoke with the flowers and the grasses, learning of their needs and concerns. Orin, with his keen eyes and ancient wisdom, flew high above the forest, surveying the land. He spoke with the mountains and the rivers, gathering their stories and sharing them with the creatures below. As the days passed, the forest began to reveal its secrets. Bramble discovered that the winds had shifted, carrying the rain clouds away from the forest and leaving it parched. Willow learned that the roots of the trees were struggling to find nourishment as the soil had grown tired and weary. Orin realized that the balance of the seasons had been disturbed and that the magic of the forest was fading. Together, the creatures devised a plan to restore the balance. Bramble and his fellow foxes began to dig small channels to guide the rainwater back to the thirsty roots of the trees. Willow and the deer gently tilled the soil, helping it to breathe and regain its strength. Orin shared his wisdom, guiding the creatures in a dance of harmony and renewal. Slowly, the forest began to heal. The rains returned, gentle and life-giving, soaking into the soil and quenching the thirst of the land. The trees stretched their branches towards the sky, their leaves unfurling in vibrant shades of green and gold. The rivers swelled with joy, their waters singing once more, as they tumbled over stones and flowed through the heart of the forest. The creatures of the forest rejoiced, their hearts lifted by the knowledge that they had restored the balance. They understood that they were all connected, bound together by the rhythm of life and the magic of the seasons. They knew that the forest had given them a gift, a lesson in unity and harmony that would echo through the ages. As the sun set on the forest, casting long shadows that danced among the trees, Orin gathered the creatures once more. "We are the guardians of this land," he said, his voice soft and warm. "We must cherish and protect it, for the forest is our home, and it is up to us to ensure that it remains a sanctuary for all who dwell here." The creatures nodded, their hearts filled with gratitude and resolve. They knew that their work was not done, for the cycle of life continued, and the balance of the forest was a delicate dance that required constant care and attention. As the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, the forest settled into a gentle slumber. The creatures returned to their homes, their hearts light and their spirits at peace. They knew that whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them together, guided by the wisdom and love that bound them to the land and to each other. And so, the ancient forest continued to thrive, its magic woven into the very fabric of life. The creatures lived in harmony, their lives a testament to the power of unity and the beauty of the natural world. In the heart of the forest, where reality and magic intertwined, the whisper of the trees and the song of the rivers carried a timeless truth. that harmony is not merely a state of being, but a way of life, nurtured by the bonds of friendship and the wisdom of the ages. Story 49. In a small village nestled between rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Luna. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, and her heart yearned for adventure. One night, as she lay in bed gazing at the stars through her window, a twinkling light caught her eye. It wasn't a star, but something much closer, flickering in the meadow behind her house. Curiosity piqued. Luna slipped out of bed and tiptoed outside, following the dancing light. As she approached, she saw a peculiar object resting in the tall grass, glowing softly. It was a small, ornate chest made of polished wood and adorned with intricate carvings. Luna reached down and gingerly picked it up. The chest felt warm to the touch, as if imbued with some magical energy. She ran her fingers over the carvings, tracing the winding patterns that seemed to tell a story of their own. Suddenly, the lid sprang open, and a burst of golden light enveloped Luna. She gasped, shielding her eyes, and when the light faded, a tiny creature hovered before her. It resembled a tiny person with gossamer wings glowing like a firefly. "Greetings, Luna," the creature spoke in a melodious voice. "I am Zephyr, a pixie guardian of the Hidden Grove." Luna's eyes widened in disbelief. "The Hidden Grove? A pixie? But I thought those were just stories." Zephyr chuckled. "Oh, they are very real, child. The Hidden Grove is a realm within the heart of this forest, invisible to human eyes unless one possesses the enchanted chest you now hold." Luna looked down at the chest in awe. "So this chest is the key to finding the Hidden Grove?" "Precisely," Zephyr replied. "The grove is a sanctuary for all manner of magical beings, pixies, fairies, sprites, and more. But it has been sealed away from the human world for centuries, protected from those who might seek to exploit its wonders." Luna's heart raced with excitement. "Can you take me there? Please, I must see it." Zephyr regarded her with a twinkle in her tiny eyes. "Very well, but heed my warning. The path to the grove is not an easy one. You will face challenges that will test your courage, your wit, and your heart." Luna nodded resolutely. "I'm ready." With a wave of Zephyr's hand, the meadow around them seemed to shimmer and distort. The trees twisted and bent, their trunks forming an archway. Luna gasped as a dirt path appeared, leading into the forest's depths. "Follow this path and trust in your own inner strength," Zephyr instructed. "I cannot accompany you, but the chest will be your guide." Luna clutched the chest tightly and ventured forth, her steps filled with equal parts trepidation and wonder. The forest seemed to come alive around her, the leaves whispering secrets and the branches reaching out like gnarled fingers. As she walked, the chest grew warmer in her hands, pulsing with a steady rhythm. Luna realized it was leading her deeper into the heart of the forest, where the trees grew thicker and the undergrowth more tangled. Suddenly, a deep growl rumbled through the trees, and a massive creature emerged from the shadows. It was a fearsome beast, half wolf and half bear, with glowing eyes and razor-sharp claws. Luna froze in terror, her heart pounding in her chest. The beast snarled, saliva dripping from its jaws, and began to stalk towards her. In that moment, Luna remembered Zephyr's words, "Trust in your own inner strength." She took a deep breath and held out the chest, which had begun to glow brighter than ever. "Back, foul beast!" she cried, her voice ringing with newfound courage. "I am the bearer of the enchanted chest, and I will not be deterred from my quest." The beast recoiled, blinded by the chest's radiant light. Luna seized the opportunity and darted past it, her feet carrying her swiftly along the path. As she ran, she could hear the creature's enraged howls echoing through the trees, but the chest seemed to guide her onwards, leading her deeper into the forest's mystic heart. After what felt like an eternity, Luna stumbled into a clearing unlike any she had ever seen. The trees formed a perfect circle, their branches intertwined to create a living canopy overhead. Wildflowers bloomed in vibrant hues, their petals shimmering with ethereal light. In the center of the clearing stood a towering oak tree, its trunk carved with intricate symbols and runes. Luna approached in awe, the chest growing warmer still in her hands. As she neared the tree, a shimmering portal appeared in its hollow trunk, swirling with iridescent colors. Luna hesitated for a moment, but the chest seemed to pulse with reassurance, urging her onwards. Taking a deep breath, she stepped through the portal and the world around her transformed. She found herself in a realm of breathtaking beauty, where crystalline streams flowed through meadows of prismatic flowers. Towering trees bore fruits of every imaginable color, and the sky above was a tapestry of ever-changing hues. But what truly captivated Luna were the creatures that inhabited this wondrous place. Pixies and fairies flitted through the air, their wings sparkling like diamonds. Tiny sprites danced among the flowers, and friendly woodland critters scampered about without fear. As Luna marveled at the sights around her, she felt a gentle tap on her shoulder. She turned to see Zephyr hovering before her, a radiant smile on her face. "Welcome to the Hidden Grove, Luna," the pixie said warmly. "You have proven yourself worthy of beholding its wonders." Luna could barely find the words to express her amazement. "It's all so beautiful. I've never seen anything like it." Zephyr nodded. "Few humans have ever laid eyes upon the grove, for it is a sanctuary of magic, protected from those who might seek to exploit or destroy it." As Luna explored the grove, she discovered that each creature had a unique and wondrous ability. The fairies could weave spells with their delicate dance, while the pixies could coax plants to bloom and flourish with a mere touch. She befriended a group of mischievous sprites who taught her how to navigate the grove's many hidden pathways and secret glades. Together, they embarked on whimsical adventures, playing games of hide-and-seek among the towering mushrooms and catching fireflies in jars made of crystalline dew. One day, as Luna sat by a sparkling stream, braiding crowns of wildflowers, she felt a profound sense of peace wash over her. She realized that her journey to the Hidden Grove had not only opened her eyes to a world of magic, but had also changed her in a profound way. She had faced her fears and found courage she never knew she possessed. She had learned the value of friendship and the importance of protecting the natural world. And most importantly, she had discovered her own inner strength and resilience. As the days turned to weeks, Luna found herself growing closer to the creatures of the grove, learning their ways and embracing their reverence for the magic that permeated every aspect of their existence. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and lavender, Luna gathered with her newfound friends around a glowing campfire. The pixies, fairies, and sprites regaled her with stories of the grove's ancient history and the powerful magic that flowed through its very roots. It was then that Zephyr approached Luna, a solemn expression on her delicate features. "Dear child," the pixie said, "your journey in the Hidden Grove has been one of wonder and self-discovery, but now the time has come for you to return to your own world." Luna's heart sank, a lump forming in her throat. "But I don't want to leave. This place has become my home, and you've all become my family." Zephyr smiled gently, placing a tiny hand on Luna's cheek. "The human world needs your light, your courage, and your love for the natural world. You have learned so much here, and now it is time to share those lessons with others." Tears welled in Luna's eyes, but she knew Zephyr spoke the truth. She had been given a precious gift, a glimpse into a world of magic and wonder that few humans had ever witnessed. With a heavy heart, Luna said her goodbyes to her dear friends, promising to cherish the memories they had made and the lessons they had taught her. As she stepped back through the shimmering portal in the ancient oak tree, she clutched the enchanted chest tightly, a reminder of the extraordinary journey she had undertaken. When she emerged back in the familiar forest behind her home, the night air felt crisp and cool against her skin, but within her heart burned a newfound fire, a passion for protecting the natural world and sharing the wonders she had witnessed. From that day forth, Luna became a tireless advocate for the preservation of forests and the creatures that called them home. She shared her stories of the Hidden Grove with anyone who would listen, igniting a sense of wonder and reverence for the magic that existed all around them, if only they had the eyes to see it. And whenever she felt discouraged or weary, she would open the enchanted chest and let its warm glow remind her of the incredible journey she had undertaken, a journey that had forever transformed her into a champion of the natural world and a guardian of its most sacred secrets. Story 50. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where sunlight dappled through the thick canopy and the air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, there was a secret world that thrived in harmony. This enchanted forest was home to creatures of all kinds, from the smallest beetle to the grandest stag, each playing a part in the symphony of life that resonated through the trees. As the seasons changed, so too did the forest, each transformation a magical phenomenon in its own right. In spring, the forest awoke with a gentle hum as blossoms unfurled and the air filled with the sweet fragrance of new beginnings. The streams, swollen with melted snow, sang their way through the forest, their waters sparkling in the golden light of the sun. Among the many creatures of the forest, there was a wise old tortoise named Bramble. His shell was etched with the passage of time, and his eyes held the wisdom of countless seasons. Bramble was known to all as the keeper of stories and the guardian of the forest's ancient secrets. He would often gather the young creatures around him, sharing tales of the past and teachings passed down through generations. One such story was about the circle of seasons, a magical bond that ensured the forest remained in balance. The circle was maintained by the harmony between all creatures and the natural world, a delicate dance of give and take that had been respected for centuries. Bramble would explain how each creature, no matter how small, contributed to the circle, their actions rippling through the forest like the gentle breeze that rustled the leaves. However, the peace of the Whispering Woods was not without its challenges. There were times when the balance was threatened, and it was during one such time that Bramble's wisdom was called upon. A particularly harsh winter had clung to the forest longer than usual, its icy grip refusing to loosen. The streams were locked under sheets of ice, and the food that should have been plentiful was scarce. The creatures of the forest gathered in a clearing, worry etched across their faces. The birds, who usually filled the air with their melodies, were silent, huddling close to conserve warmth. The deer, their normally graceful movements now slow and labored, stood with their heads bowed, casting anxious glances at the snow-covered ground. It was then that Bramble, with his steady, deliberate steps, made his way to the center of the gathering. The creatures fell silent, knowing that the tortoise's words would be a balm to their troubled hearts. As he spoke, his voice rumbled like distant thunder, carrying the weight of the ages. Long ago, Bramble began, there was a time when the circle of seasons was disrupted, much like now, but it was the strength of friendship and the wisdom of the forest's creatures that restored balance. He told them of a young hare who, guided by the whispers of the wind and the wisdom of the elders, embarked on a journey to find the source of the imbalance. The hare had traversed the forest, listening to the stories of the trees and the secrets of the stones. It was through these tales that the hare discovered the key to restoring harmony, a forgotten song, one that had to be sung by creatures from every corner of the forest. Inspired by this story, the creatures of the Whispering Woods decided to unite. From the tiniest ant to the mightiest bear, they each found their place in the chorus. As their voices rose, a warmth spread through the forest, melting the ice and coaxing the sun to shine brighter. The melody wove through the trees, and the air shimmered with the magic of their unity. Slowly, the grip of winter began to loosen, and the first signs of spring emerged. Shoots of green pushed through the snow, and the streams shed their icy coverings, gurgling happily as they resumed their dance through the woods. The birds took flight, their songs joining the symphony that celebrated the return of balance. As the forest awakened, Bramble watched with a contented sigh. The circle of seasons had been restored, and with it the promise of life renewed. He knew that the lessons of harmony and friendship would be passed down, ensuring that the Whispering Woods would continue to thrive for generations to come. And so, under the canopy of ancient trees, the creatures of the forest lived in peace, their lives intertwined with the magic of the seasons and the wisdom of the ages, each day a new chapter in the story of the Whispering Woods. Story 51. Once upon a time, in the heart of the Whimsy Woods, where the leaves danced to the music of the breeze and the rivers giggled as they rushed over pebbles, there lived a peculiar group of friends. There was Pip, the pocket-sized squirrel with a knack for knitting the most intricate acorn hats. Beside him was Twinkle, the ever-curious fox with a tail that shimmered like the morning dew. And let's not forget Jumble, the rotund rabbit who could juggle just about anything, from carrots to clouds. The trio lived in a cozy little cottage nestled between two ancient oaks, where the scent of wildflowers wafted through the air, and the sun cast gentle beams that twinkled like stars on the forest floor. Their days were filled with adventures and laughter, always discovering new wonders in their enchanted world. One bright and breezy morning, as the friends gathered for their usual breakfast of honeyed berries and toasted nuts, they noticed something unusual. A peculiar pink fog had rolled into the woods overnight, swirling and twirling like cotton candy spun by the wind itself. It seemed playful at first, tickling the noses of the woodland creatures and painting the sky in whimsical hues. But soon enough, the friends realized the fog had a mind of its own. It began to play pranks, lifting Jumble's juggling carrots high into the sky and turning Twinkle's shimmering tail into a kaleidoscope of colors. Pip's acorn hats were whisked away, decorating the forest canopy like tiny, dangling ornaments. "Well, this is certainly unusual," chuckled Twinkle, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "I wonder what it's up to?" Jumble, still attempting to retrieve his carrots from the mischievous mist, suggested, "Perhaps it's trying to tell us something. Maybe it needs help." Pip, always the thinker, nodded thoughtfully. "I bet there's a magical reason behind this." Determined to uncover the mystery, the friends decided to follow the fog deeper into the forest. As they ventured forth, the path twisted and turned, leading them through shimmering meadows and past sparkling brooks. The air was filled with the sweet fragrance of blooming flowers, and the gentle hum of bees added a melodic tune to their journey. After a time, they found themselves standing before the great whispering willow, a wise old tree whose branches stretched high into the sky, adorned with tiny, twinkling lights like stars caught in its embrace. It was said that the tree held the secrets of the forest, and its whispers could only be heard by those who truly listened. As they approached, the willow's branches rustled with a gentle sigh, and a soft melodic voice filled the air. "Welcome, dear travelers. I see you have met the frolicsome fog." Pip, eager to learn, asked, "Great whispering willow, do you know why the fog is playing these tricks?" The willow chuckled softly, the sound like a melody of rustling leaves. "Ah, the fog is but a playful spirit. It has lost its way and seeks the harmony of laughter and joy to return home." The friends exchanged amused glances, for laughter and joy were their specialties. They knew just what to do. "We'll throw the most delightful party the forest has ever seen," exclaimed Twinkle, her tail flickering with excitement. And so the three friends set to work. Jumble juggled bright balloons high into the canopy, where they bobbed and bounced like cheerful clouds. Pip knitted garlands of daisies and dandelions, draping them across branches until the forest itself seemed to be wearing a festive crown. Twinkle, with her shimmering tail, painted the air with arcs of color, creating rainbows that danced in the fog. As the preparations came to life, woodland creatures from near and far gathered, drawn by the joyous energy that tingled in the air. Birds chirped a melodious tune, while butterflies fluttered in formation, adding their own splash of color to the scene. At last, the frolicsome fog began to swirl with delight, its pink tendrils weaving in and out of the party, mingling with the laughter and music. It twirled around Jumble's juggling carrots, played tag with Pip's acorn hats, and danced in step with Twinkle's rainbows. The forest was alive with merriment, and as the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the festivities, the fog shimmered with a contented sigh. It swirled up towards the whispering branches of the great willow, where it was kissed by the light of the twinkling stars. With one last playful twirl, the fog bid farewell, its iridescent tendrils fading gently into the night, leaving behind a sense of peace and joy that lingered long after it was gone. The friends, their hearts full of happiness, sat beneath the great whispering willow, gazing up at the starry sky. The forest, now quiet and still, seemed to embrace them in a warm, comforting hug. "That was quite the adventure," Jumble said, a contented smile spreading across his face. "Indeed," agreed Pip, adjusting an acorn hat that had found its way back to him. "And we learned that sometimes a little playfulness is all it takes to solve a problem." Twinkle nodded, her eyes reflecting the twinkling stars above. "And that friendship and laughter are truly magical." With that, the friends curled up together beneath the ancient tree, the gentle whispers of the willow singing them softly to sleep. As the forest cradled them in its serene embrace, they drifted into dreams filled with whimsy and wonder, their hearts light and their spirits bright. And in the quiet hush of the whimsy woods, all was well. Story 52. In the heart of a quaint village, nestled between emerald hills and shimmering streams, there lived a young girl named Anwen. Anwen had eyes that sparkled with the curiosity of the sun's first morning rays, and hair the color of rich chestnut that danced with the breeze. Her days were filled with the simple joys of life, chasing butterflies, listening to the songs of the meadowlarks, and dreaming of distant lands beyond the horizon. One crisp autumn morning, as the village was wrapped in a soft mist that kissed the earth with dew, Anwen stood beneath the towering sycamore at the edge of the village. She had often heard tales from the elders about the Enchanted glade, a place of wonder and mystery, hidden deep within the whispering woods. A place said to be filled with magic and creatures unlike any the world had ever known. With a heart full of courage and a satchel packed with a loaf of bread, a flask of honeyed milk, and her favorite book of tales, Anwen decided to seek out the glade. Her feet padded softly on the mossy path, the forest canopy above filtering sunlight in dappled patterns on the ground. The air was sweet with the scent of pine and earth, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered secrets only the woods knew. As she ventured deeper into the woods, Anwen's senses were alive. She marveled at the vibrant hues of autumn leaves, golds, oranges, and reds flaming like a sunset, and the gentle crunch of twigs beneath her boots. Her journey was accompanied by the soft chorus of chattering squirrels and chirping crickets, guiding her like gentle companions. After what felt like hours, Anwen came upon a clearing bathed in the ethereal glow of midday sun. There, in the heart of the glade, stood a circle of ancient oaks, their gnarled branches stretching skyward like the arms of wise old guardians. The air shimmered with a light that was not of the sun, but of something more wondrous, a silvery luminescence that danced and twirled with a life of its own. Curiosity piqued. Anwen stepped forward, her heart thumping with anticipation. As she crossed the threshold into the glade, a soft melody floated through the air, as if the very trees were singing a welcome. Her breath caught in her throat as tiny, luminous creatures flitted about, sprites with delicate wings that glowed like moonlight on water. They giggled and twirled around her, leaving trails of sparkling dust that tickled her skin and made her laugh. "Welcome, brave traveler," sang a voice as smooth as silk and as warm as a summer breeze. Anwen turned to see a figure emerging from the dappled shadows, a fox with fur the color of sunset fire and eyes that twinkled with ancient wisdom. "I am Farron, keeper of the glade." Anwen bowed her head, a gesture of respect she had learned from her elders. "I am Anwen," she replied, her voice steady yet filled with awe. "I've come to see the wonders of the glade." Farron smiled, his eyes crinkling with kindness. "You have a heart filled with courage and wonder, young one. The glade holds many secrets, and you shall see them all if you follow its path with an open heart." With Farron as her guide, Anwen began her exploration of the glade. She marveled at the crystal-clear pond, where fish with scales of sapphire and emerald danced beneath the surface. They leapt playfully, splashing water that caught the light like scattered jewels. Nearby, a grove of flowers sang sweet melodies, their petals opening and closing in rhythmic harmony. As she wandered, Anwen encountered creatures of whimsy and delight, a family of hedgehogs wearing hats made of autumn leaves, and a wise old turtle who offered riddles that made her laugh and think in equal measure. Each encounter was a gentle challenge, asking her to see the world not just with her eyes, but with her heart. The day wore on, and the sun began to dip, painting the sky in hues of pink and lavender. Anwen and Farron sat by the pond, sharing stories and laughter. Anwen learned that true courage was not the absence of fear, but the willingness to step forward despite it. Exploration, she realized, was not just about discovering new places, but about discovering oneself. As twilight descended, the glade shimmered with a soft, golden glow. The sprites gathered around Anwen, their laughter like the tinkling of tiny bells. "It is time to return," said Farron gently, "but know that the glade will always welcome you back." Anwen nodded, her heart full and light. She bid farewell to her newfound friends, promising to return with stories of her own world to share. As she made her way back through the whispering woods, the path seemed less daunting, the shadows less imposing. The journey home felt as if the forest itself was guiding her steps, whispering encouragement with every rustle of leaf and crack of twig. When Anwen finally emerged from the woods, the village lay before her, bathed in the serene glow of the setting sun. She paused at the edge of the sycamore, looking back at the woods with a heart full of gratitude and wonder. She had ventured into the unknown and returned with a deeper understanding of herself and the world around her. That night, as Anwen lay beneath a quilt of stars, she felt the warmth of the glade still wrapped around her, like a comforting embrace. Her dreams were filled with the laughter of sprites and the gentle wisdom of Farron, weaving tales of courage and exploration into the tapestry of her heart. And so, with a contented sigh, Anwen drifted into a peaceful slumber, her spirit aglow with the knowledge that the world was a wondrous place, waiting to be explored with courage and kindness. The enchanted glade had become a part of her, a gentle reminder that magic is always there for those who dare to seek it. Story 53. In a quiet village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a gentle soul named Rowan. Rowan was a young weaver, known for crafting the most intricate and colorful tapestries in the village. However, despite the beauty of his creations, Rowan felt a disquieting restlessness within, a yearning for something he could not name. He feared change, yet felt drawn to it like a moth to a flame. Rowan's days were spent in the warm glow of his cottage, where the scent of lavender and cedar hung in the air. The wooden loom stood by the window, bathed in the golden light of the afternoon sun. Outside, the wind played a gentle symphony through the leaves, and the brook nearby sang a soft lullaby. Rowan found comfort in the rhythm of weaving, the shuttle moving back and forth, but inside he was a tapestry of uncertainty and dreams yet to be realized. One evening, as the sky blushed with the colors of dusk, Rowan decided to take a walk through the forest. The path wound gently under a canopy of ancient oaks and birches, their branches entwined like old friends sharing secrets. The air was cool and fragrant, carrying whispers of stories long forgotten. As he walked, Rowan stumbled upon an ancient tree with a hollow trunk, its bark etched with patterns that seemed to shift and dance. Feeling an inexplicable pull, Rowan placed his hand on the tree's gnarled bark. Suddenly, the world around him shimmered, and he found himself in a glade bathed in soft, ethereal light. In the center of the glade stood a magnificent stag, its antlers adorned with delicate vines of glowing flowers. The stag gazed at Rowan with eyes that seemed to hold the wisdom of the ages. "Welcome, gentle weaver," the stag spoke, its voice like a melody woven into the wind. "You have been brought here because your heart seeks transformation, yet your mind fears it." Rowan nodded, a mixture of awe and trepidation swirling within him. "I feel trapped within myself," he confessed. "I long to change, but I'm afraid of losing who I am." The stag nodded, understanding shimmering in its eyes. "Change is not about losing yourself," it said gently. "It is about discovering who you are meant to become. Let the magic of this place guide you, and you will find the answers you seek." With that, the stag turned and began to walk deeper into the glade, its hooves leaving trails of light upon the ground. Rowan followed, feeling a warmth spreading through him, as if the very air was wrapping him in an embrace. As they journeyed, the glade transformed into a realm of wonder. Trees whispered encouragement, their leaves rustling like pages turning in a storybook. The ground beneath Rowan's feet was soft with moss and petals, each step releasing a gentle fragrance. In this enchanted place, time seemed to stretch and bend, allowing Rowan to explore his heart's desires without fear. Along the path, Rowan met a host of kind-hearted creatures. A wise old owl perched on a low branch, offering insights and riddles that made Rowan ponder deeply. A family of rabbits played at his feet, their joyful hops reminding him of the simple pleasures in life. A fox with fur like burnished copper shared tales of courage and cunning, nudging Rowan to find strength he didn't know he possessed. Each encounter enriched Rowan's soul, weaving new threads into the tapestry of his being. He learned that change was not a solitary endeavor. It was a dance with the world around him, a partnership with the magic of life itself. Rowan began to see his own fears as mere shadows, cast by the light of possibility. One day, as the sun dipped low in the sky, painting the glade in hues of amber and rose, Rowan found himself back at the ancient tree. The stag awaited him, its presence as serene and majestic as before. "You have journeyed far within yourself," the stag said, its voice a gentle caress. "What have you discovered, dear weaver?" Rowan's heart was alight with clarity and peace. "I have learned that change is a tapestry of its own," he replied. "It is woven with the threads of hope, courage, and the love of those who walk with us." The stag nodded, its eyes twinkling like stars. "Then you are ready to return, to weave your life anew with the colors of your heart." With a graceful bow, the stag stepped aside, revealing a path that led back to the village. Rowan took a deep breath, feeling the weight of his fears lift, replaced by a buoyant sense of purpose and joy. As he walked back through the forest, the trees seemed to lean closer, their branches forming an archway of blessing. The air was filled with the scent of wildflowers and the promise of new beginnings. Rowan knew he would carry this enchanted journey in his heart forever, a reminder of the magic that lay within. Back in his cottage, Rowan sat at his loom, ready to weave once more. This time, however, his hands moved with newfound grace, guided by the lessons of the forest. The tapestry that emerged was a vibrant celebration of life, threaded with the colors of courage, friendship, and transformation. Rowan smiled, content in the knowledge that he was both the weaver and the tapestry, ever-changing and ever-beautiful. And so, as the stars twinkled like 1,000 fireflies in the night sky, Rowan found peace in the gentle embrace of his own becoming, knowing that he was exactly where he was meant to be. Story 54. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled in a valley where the hills were blanketed with thick, verdant forests, there was a legend about a hidden world known as the Whispering Woods. These woods were said to be unlike any other, filled with enchantments and secrets that hummed through the rustling leaves. The villagers spoke of it in hushed tones, a place where the natural and magical intertwined so seamlessly that the air itself seemed to shimmer with mystery. In this village lived a young girl named Lila, whose heart was as bright as her curious eyes. Lila had a knack for noticing things that others overlooked. She could find beauty in the patterns of a spider's web on a dewy morning, or in the way shadows danced beneath the moonlight. Her favorite pastime was to wander the edges of the forest, where she would sit quietly, listening to the soft whispers of the trees, feeling as if they were sharing secrets only she could understand. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves were painted in hues of amber and gold, Lila found herself drawn deeper into the forest than ever before. The air was cool, carrying the scent of pine and the earthy aroma of fallen leaves. The sun filtered through the canopy, casting a dappled glow on the path ahead. As she walked, she noticed a peculiar shimmering light flickering between the trees. Intrigued, Lila followed the light, her footsteps silent on the carpet of leaves. The light led her to a small clearing, where an ancient oak tree stood majestically in the center. Its gnarled branches stretched out like welcoming arms, and at its base, nestled among the roots, was a small, intricately carved wooden box. The box gleamed with a mysterious light, as if it held the essence of the forest itself. Lila knelt down, her fingers brushing against the smooth wood, feeling a warmth that seemed to pulse in time with her heartbeat. As she opened the box, a soft, golden glow enveloped her, and she heard a gentle voice, like the softest breeze whispering through the leaves. "Welcome, Lila," it said, "to the Whispering Woods. You have found the heart of the forest, a gift for those who truly seek to understand the magic that lies within." Lila felt a sense of wonder and belonging as the light from the box swirled around her, weaving images of the forest's hidden world. She saw creatures of light and shadow, flora that glowed with an inner luminescence, and streams that sang as they flowed over stones. The heart of the forest had granted her the ability to see beyond the ordinary and into the realm of the extraordinary. With this newfound vision, Lila embarked on a journey through the Whispering Woods, guided by the light of the heart. The forest was alive with colors and sounds she had never imagined. Flowers bloomed in vibrant hues, their petals whispering tales of ages past. Birds of brilliant plumage flitted through the branches, their songs a symphony of joy and harmony. On her path, Lila met many creatures who inhabited this hidden world. There was Mira, the wise old owl whose eyes held the wisdom of centuries. She perched on a high branch, her feathers ruffled by a gentle breeze. "The forest has chosen you, dear Lila," Mira hooted softly. "You must use the heart's gift with kindness and care, for it is a rare treasure." Lila nodded, grateful for Mira's guidance and for the trust the forest had placed in her. As she continued her journey, she encountered a mischievous squirrel named Pip, whose antics brought laughter and lightness to her adventure. Pip led her to secret clearings where the sunlight danced in playful patterns and shared stories of the forest's playful inhabitants. But not all was as serene as it seemed. There was a shadow that lurked at the edges of the whispering woods, a darkness that threatened to dim the vibrant light of the forest. It was a creeping vine, black as night and twisted with malice, which began to spread through the undergrowth. The creatures of the forest whispered of its arrival, their voices tinged with fear. Determined to protect the forest she had come to love, Lila sought the counsel of Eldara, the ancient tree spirit who dwelled in the oldest part of the woods. Eldara's bark was etched with the lines of countless years, and her eyes glowed with a gentle green light. "The darkness feeds on fear and forgetfulness," Eldara explained in a voice like rustling leaves. "It can only be banished by the light of understanding and the warmth of friendship." With Eldara's wisdom in her heart, Lila gathered her new friends, Mira, Pip, and others who had come to know her kindness. Together they ventured into the heart of the darkness, where the vine's tendrils writhed and whispered of despair. Holding the heart of the forest aloft, Lila focused on the love and hope she felt for this magical place and her newfound friends. The heart's light blazed brighter than ever, sending out waves of warmth that wrapped around the creeping vine. The darkness shuddered, recoiling from the light's embrace, and slowly it began to wither, its hold on the forest loosening. As the last of the shadow retreated, the forest erupted in a chorus of joy and relief. The creatures celebrated, their songs and dances echoing through the trees, filling the air with a melody of hope and renewal. Lila smiled, her heart swelling with happiness and gratitude for the friends who had stood by her side. In the days that followed, Lila continued to explore the whispering woods, discovering new wonders and learning from the creatures who called it home. She realized that while the heart of the forest had opened her eyes to the magic around her, it was her own heart that guided her actions and forged connections with those she met. And so, Lila's journey through the whispering woods became a tale of friendship that defied expectations and a story of personal transformation and growth. She learned that true magic lay not in the extraordinary sights she witnessed, but in the bonds of trust and love she formed along the way. As the seasons turned and the golden hues of autumn gave way to the crisp chill of winter, Lila returned to her village, her heart full of the forest's secrets and the warmth of friendship. The whispers of the woods were now a part of her, a gentle reminder of the hidden world that thrived just beyond the ordinary. And though the villagers continued to speak of the whispering woods in hushed tones, only Lila knew the true magic that lay within, a magic that whispered of hope, friendship, and the power of a kind heart. And so she lived, forever changed by her journey, always listening to the gentle rustle of leaves, knowing that the forest's whispers would guide her wherever she went. Story 55. In the heart of an ancient, whispering forest, where sunlight dripped like golden honey through the leaves, there lived a community of creatures who understood the language of the wind and the wisdom of the trees. Here, the forest was not merely a collection of trees and shrubs, but a living, breathing tapestry of life, woven with threads of magic and harmony that had endured for centuries. In this verdant enclave, the morning dew hung like crystal beads on the delicate webs spun by the spider folk, who were known for their intricate designs and gentle hearts. Their webs glistened in the early light, catching the first rays of dawn and transforming the forest into a wonderland of sparkling beauty. The air was filled with the soft murmur of leaves, a gentle rustling that spoke of ancient secrets and promises of the day. Among the creatures of this enchanted place were the luminos, small glowing beings who flitted between the ferns, leaving trails of shimmering light in their wake. Their presence was a reminder of the magic that flowed through the veins of the forest, a magic that was deeply tied to the rhythms of the earth and sky. The luminos were the keepers of the forest's lore, their soft, tinkling voices recounting tales of seasons past and the wisdom that had been passed down through the ages. As the seasons changed, so too did the forest. In spring, the world awoke in a riot of colors and scents, as blossoms burst forth in shades of pink and white, painting the landscape with their delicate beauty. The air was thick with the fragrance of lilacs and wild roses, and the songs of birds filled the canopy with a symphony of joyous notes. It was a time of renewal and rebirth, when the forest seemed to pulse with life and energy. Summer followed, a time of warmth and abundance. The sun-dappled glades were filled with the hum of bees and the soft whispers of grass swaying in the gentle breeze. The creatures of the forest basked in the golden sunlight, their hearts filled with a contentment that came from the knowledge that they were part of a greater whole. The streams ran clear and cool, offering a refreshing respite from the heat of the day, their waters dancing over smooth stones and creating a soothing melody that echoed through the trees. As summer gave way to autumn, the forest transformed once more, its leaves turning to shades of amber and gold, creating a tapestry of warmth and richness. The air grew crisp and clean, carrying with it the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the promise of change. It was during this time that the squirrels busied themselves, gathering acorns and nuts to store for the coming winter, their bushy tails flicking with excitement and purpose. Winter arrived in a hush of snow, blanketing the forest in a soft, white silence. The trees stood bare and proud, their branches etched against the pale sky like intricate lacework. It was a time of stillness and reflection, when the creatures of the forest retreated to their cozy burrows and nests, finding warmth and companionship in the shared stories of their ancestors. The luminos glowed brighter during the long nights, their light a beacon of hope and continuity that guided the way through the darkness. Throughout these changing seasons, there was a balance that the forest creatures understood and respected. They knew that each season had its purpose, that the cycles of nature were a testament to the harmony that existed between all living things. It was a lesson passed down through generations, a wisdom that was as old as the forest itself. One such tale, often recounted by the luminos, was of a time when the balance was threatened by an unforeseen change. Many years ago, during a particularly harsh winter, the snow had fallen thicker, and the cold had bitten deeper than any could remember. The streams froze solid, and the food stores dwindled, leaving the creatures of the forest anxious and afraid. It was in this time of need that the elders of the forest called a gathering beneath the great oak, a tree so ancient and wise that it was said to have witnessed the birth of the forest itself. The creatures huddled together, seeking warmth and solace in each other's presence, their breath mingling in the frosty air as they listened to the gentle voice of the great oak. "Fear not, dear ones," the great oak said, its voice a deep rumble that resonated through the earth. "For every problem, there is a solution, and for every challenge, there is a way forward. We must look to our strengths and work together, for it is only through unity that we will overcome this trial." The creatures nodded, their spirits lifting at the wise words of the great oak. The luminos, with their knowledge of the forest's mysteries, suggested a plan. They proposed that the creatures share their resources, pooling their stores of food and warmth to ensure that none would go hungry or cold. The squirrels, though hesitant at first to part with their carefully gathered hoards, realized that a shared burden would be lighter for all. And so, in the spirit of cooperation and trust, the creatures of the forest came together. They shared their food, their warmth, and their stories, creating a bond that was stronger than the cold that surrounded them. The luminos, with their gentle glow, guided the way, reminding all of the light that existed even in the darkest of times. As the winter wore on, the forest thrived in its newfound unity. The snow began to melt, and the first signs of spring appeared, tentative shoots pushing through the cold earth. The streams flowed once more, carrying with them the promise of new beginnings and the renewal of life. When the first blossoms opened, the forest was filled with a sense of triumph and joy. The creatures had learned that together they could weather any storm, that their strength lay not in their individual abilities, but in their capacity to care for one another. It was a lesson that would be passed down through the generations, a reminder of the power of friendship and wisdom. And so, as the forest continued its eternal dance through the seasons, the creatures carried with them the knowledge that they were part of something greater, a harmonious balance that sustained them and filled their lives with meaning. In the gentle embrace of that ancient forest, the creatures lived their lives in peace and contentment, their hearts forever attuned to the rhythms of nature and the timeless magic that bound them all together. And as each season turned, they celebrated the beauty of their world, grateful for the lessons learned and the wisdom shared, a legacy of harmony that would endure for all time. Story 56. Beneath the gentle rustle of a late summer breeze, nestled in a quaint village where cobblestone paths wound between cottages topped with thatched roofs, stood a small, unassuming shop known for its peculiar assortment of curiosities. Inside, the air was sweet with the aroma of time-worn wood and mystery, and shelves lined with trinkets and treasures whispered tales of distant lands and forgotten eras. In this shop, among the various oddities, was a seemingly ordinary teapot. Its porcelain surface was painted with delicate blue patterns that swirled and danced like a calm river under moonlight. It sat quietly on a shelf, overlooked by most visitors, until one day it caught the eye of a kind-hearted young woman named Mara. Mara was known in the village for her gentle spirit and her love for stories and history. She had an insatiable curiosity for the world around her, always seeking the hidden magic beneath the surface of everyday life. As she held the teapot, a warmth spread through her hands, and she felt an inexplicable urge to take it home. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the first stars blinked into existence, Mara decided to brew her evening tea in the newfound teapot. As she poured the steaming water, she noticed the patterns on the teapot beginning to shimmer with a soft, ethereal glow. Before her eyes, the steam rose and formed into a gentle, swirling mist that filled the room with a serene glow. From within the mist emerged a small, luminous figure, a guardian of sorts, who introduced himself as Thistle. Thistle had the appearance of a tiny, wise old man with twinkling eyes and a beard that seemed to be woven from the finest gossamer strands. His voice was soft, yet it carried the weight of ages. He explained that the teapot was enchanted, a vessel of ancient wisdom, and that it could reveal the unseen wonders of the world to those who possessed a pure heart and an open mind. Thistle revealed that Mara had been chosen to embark on a journey of discovery, a journey not just through lands, but through the depths of her own understanding and compassion. The world, he said, was filled with extraordinary secrets hidden in the most ordinary of places, waiting to be uncovered by those with the courage to see them. Mara, filled with wonder and excitement, agreed to the journey. Thistle, with a twinkle in his eye, guided her to a hidden grove beyond the village where the ancient trees whispered secrets of the forest. The path was illuminated by the soft glow of fireflies, their light dancing like tiny lanterns in the night. As they traveled deeper into the forest, Mara was joined by two other companions, a playful fox named Fen and a wise old owl named Orin. Fen, with his fiery fur and mischievous grin, brought laughter and lightness to their journey, while Orin, with his solemn gaze and vast knowledge, offered guidance and insight. Together they encountered various challenges, each teaching Mara a valuable lesson. At a river that seemed impossible to cross, it was not strength that aided her, but the wisdom of listening, for the river whispered its own secrets, revealing a hidden bridge beneath the water's surface. In a meadow where shadows danced and played, it was not fear that guided her, but the courage to see light even in the darkest places. As Mara continued her journey, she discovered that the true magic lay not in the teapot, but in her ability to see beyond the ordinary, to find the extraordinary in the everyday. She learned that kindness and understanding could illuminate paths where none seemed to exist, and that friendship and trust could bridge the widest chasms. After many days of travel and discovery, Mara and her companions returned to the village. The journey had changed her. filling her heart with newfound wisdom and a deep appreciation for the simple wonders of the world. The enchanted teapot, now brimming with the stories she had gathered, found its place of honor in her home, a reminder of the journey and the magic that lay within her. As Mara settled into her chair by the fireplace, with Thistle, Fen, and Orin by her side, she realized that her adventure was not the end, but merely the beginning of a lifetime of discovery. For the world was vast and full of wonder, and she knew that as long as she kept her heart open, there would always be new secrets to uncover and new stories to tell. And so, in the warm glow of the fire, with the soft crackling of the logs and the gentle hum of the night, Mara drifted into a peaceful sleep, knowing that she was surrounded by magic, friendship, and the endless possibilities of the world. Story 57. Once upon a time, in a small village nestled between the whispering pines and the gentle murmur of a crystal-clear brook, there lived a young girl named Anwen. This village was no ordinary place. It was cradled within the arms of an ancient forest that was said to be alive with secrets and magic. The villagers spoke in hushed tones about the forest, sharing tales of mystical creatures and hidden realms that lay just beyond the veil of the known world. Anwen, with her bright eyes and curious mind, was a child of the woods. She spent her days wandering the forest paths, her fingers brushing against the soft moss that clung to the trees, her feet crunching the carpet of fallen leaves. She loved the forest as if it were a dear friend, and in return it seemed to whisper its secrets to her alone. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the sky in hues of gold and rose, Anwen set out on a new adventure. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and earth. As she walked, she heard the distant call of a wood thrush, its song weaving through the trees like a silken thread. Anwen followed the melody, drawn deeper into the heart of the forest where the light played in dappled patterns on the ground. It was there, in a secluded glen surrounded by towering oaks, that Anwen stumbled upon something extraordinary. Nestled among a cluster of wildflowers was a small, intricately carved box. It was unlike anything she had ever seen, with delicate engravings that seemed to shimmer with an inner light. As she reached out to touch it, the box opened with a gentle click, revealing a shimmering stone that pulsed with a soft, warm glow. Anwen gasped in wonder, her fingers hovering over the stone. It was as if the heart of the forest itself had been captured within its depths, radiating warmth and life. She gently picked it up, feeling a tingling sensation spread through her fingertips. In that moment, the world around her seemed to change. The colors of the forest became more vibrant, the sounds of the birds and rustling leaves more clear. It was as if she had stepped into a hidden realm, one that lay just beneath the surface of the familiar. As Anwen stood there, entranced by the stone, a small voice broke through her reverie. "Hello there," it said, soft and gentle as a breeze. Anwen looked around, bewildered, until she noticed a tiny creature perched on a nearby branch. It was a fairy, no taller than her hand, with iridescent wings that sparkled like diamonds in the sunlight. "Who are you?" Anwen asked, her voice filled with awe. "I am Sylvie," the fairy replied with a twinkle in her eye, "guardian of the forest's heart." She nodded toward the stone in Anwen's hand. "You have found something very special, young one." Anwen listened, her heart filled with wonder. "What is it?" She breathed. Sylvie fluttered closer, her wings making a soft humming sound. "It is a piece of the forest's magic, a connection to the hidden world that lies within these woods. With it, you can see the things that are usually hidden from human eyes." Anwen's mind raced with possibilities. "Can I use it to help the forest?" she asked earnestly, her love for the woods shining in her eyes. Sylvie smiled, a gentle warmth in her expression. "Yes, but remember, with great power comes great responsibility. The magic of the forest is not to be taken lightly." Anwen nodded, understanding the weight of Sylvie's words. "I promise to use it wisely," she vowed, clutching the stone close to her heart. With that promise, Anwen embarked on a journey that would change her forever. The forest revealed its wonders to her, showing her hidden paths and secret glades where magical creatures dwelled. She met wise old owls who shared their wisdom, playful squirrels who taught her the joy of living in the moment, and gentle deer who showed her the beauty of grace and kindness. As the days turned into weeks, Anwen's bond with the forest deepened. She learned to listen to its whispers, to understand its rhythms and needs. But it was not just the forest that changed. Anwen herself began to transform. She grew more confident, more attuned to the world around her. Her heart swelled with compassion, not just for the forest, but for all living things. One day, as she sat by the brook that ran through the village, Anwen noticed something troubling. The water, usually so clear and bright, was murky and sluggish. The fish that darted among the stones seemed sluggish, and the plants along the bank drooped as if in distress. Alarmed, Anwen turned to the stone, hoping it could provide an answer. As she held it, the world around her shifted, revealing the source of the problem. A fallen tree upstream had blocked the flow of water, causing stagnation. Without hesitation, Anwen sprang into action. With the help of the forest creatures, she worked tirelessly to clear the blockage, using her newfound understanding of the forest's magic to guide her efforts. The squirrels scampered up the tree, dislodging smaller branches, while the deer used their strength to push the larger pieces aside. The owls, perched on nearby branches, hooted encouragement. As the last of the debris was cleared, the brook surged forward with a joyful rush, its waters sparkling in the sunlight. Anwen watched as the fish leapt and danced, their scales glinting like jewels. The plants along the bank straightened, their leaves unfurling in gratitude. Sylvie appeared beside Anwen, her wings shimmering in approval. "You have done well, Anwen," she said, her voice filled with pride. "You have proven yourself a true guardian of the forest." Anwen smiled, her heart swelling with happiness. "I couldn't have done it without my friends," she replied, looking at the creatures gathered around her. Sylvie nodded, her eyes twinkling. "Indeed, it is through friendship and cooperation that the greatest challenges are overcome." From that day forward, Anwen continued to care for the forest, using the stone's magic to protect and nurture the land she loved. But more importantly, she carried with her the lessons she had learned, of kindness, of courage, and of the power of friendship. And so, as the sun set behind the trees, casting a warm glow over the village, Anwen sat by the brook once more. She listened to the gentle murmur of the water, the rustle of leaves, and the distant call of a wood thrush. In that moment, she knew that she was exactly where she was meant to be, at home in the heart of the forest. As the fireflies began to dance in the twilight, Anwen felt a deep sense of peace. She had discovered a hidden world within the natural environment, a world of magic and wonder that had transformed her in ways she could never have imagined. But more importantly, she had learned that even in the most unexpected places, friendship and wisdom could light the way. And so, with a heart full of gratitude and joy, Anwen and her friends watched as the stars twinkled to life, their glow a gentle reminder of the magic that lay all around them. In the embrace of the forest, they found not only adventure and mystery, but the true meaning of home. And so, dear listener, as you drift into slumber, remember that the world is full of hidden wonders waiting to be discovered, and that the greatest adventures often begin with a single step into the unknown. Sleep well, and may your dreams be filled with magic and light. Story 58. Once upon a time, in a world hidden from mortal eyes, there lived a young fairy named Luna. Her wings shimmered like moonbeams, and her laugh tinkled like silver bells carried on the night breeze. Luna was a curious and adventurous spirit, always eager to explore the wonders of the enchanted forest that surrounded her cozy tree-hollow home. One night, as Luna flitted among the glowing mushrooms and danced with the fireflies, she noticed something peculiar. A trail of shimmering dust leading deeper into the woods. Curiosity piqued, she followed the sparkling path, her delicate wings carrying her over twisted roots and under gnarled branches draped with moss. The trail led Luna to a clearing where an ancient willow stood, its branches swaying gently as if beckoning her closer. At the base of the tree, a tiny door carved into the trunk glowed with an otherworldly light. Luna's heart raced with excitement as she realized she had stumbled upon the entrance to a hidden world within the forest itself. Mustering her courage, Luna pushed open the door and stepped inside, gasping at the wondrous sight that greeted her. A miniature village lay before her, with tiny houses crafted from acorn caps, twigs, and colorful petals. Fairies no bigger than Luna's thumb scurried about, tending to their daily chores and chattering in a language that sounded like the buzzing of bees. As Luna wandered through the village, she was approached by a kind-faced elder fairy named Willow. Willow explained that this was the realm of the woodland fairies, a secret society that had lived in harmony with the forest for centuries. She told Luna of an ancient magic that flowed through the trees, a power that the fairies used to protect and nurture the natural world. Luna was entranced by Willow's tales and begged to learn more about this remarkable magic. Willow agreed to teach her, but first, Luna would have to embark on a journey of self-discovery to prove her worthiness. The first challenge was to find the heart of the forest, a sacred place where the ancient magic was said to be strongest. Luna set off, guided by the wisdom of Willow and her own sense of wonder. She traversed misty glades, hopped across babbling brooks, and climbed towering oaks, all the while marveling at the beauty and resilience of nature. Along the way, Luna befriended a mischievous squirrel named Nutkin and a wise old owl named Hooty. Together they faced obstacles and overcame challenges, their friendship growing stronger with each adventure. Luna learned valuable lessons about courage, perseverance, and the importance of respecting the natural world. Finally, after many twists and turns, Luna found herself standing before a massive, ancient tree, the heart of the forest. Its trunk was wider than 100 fairies standing side by side, and its branches reached for the heavens like gnarled fingers. Luna could feel the power emanating from this sacred place, a force as old as the earth itself. With Nutkin and Hooty by her side, Luna approached the tree and placed her tiny hands upon its rough bark. She closed her eyes and opened her heart, allowing the ancient magic to flow through her. In that moment, she understood the true nature of the woodland fairy's power. It was not a force to be wielded, but a sacred bond with the living world itself. Luna emerged from her transformation, a changed fairy. Her wings shimmered with newfound strength, and her eyes sparkled with the wisdom of ages. She had become a guardian of the forest, tasked with protecting its delicate balance and ensuring that the ancient magic would endure for generations to come. Returning to the woodland fairy village, Luna was welcomed as a hero. Willow bestowed upon her a magical acorn, a symbol of her newfound role and a reminder of the journey that had changed her forever. From that day on, Luna embraced her destiny, using her newfound powers to nurture the forest and guide other curious fairies on their own paths of discovery. She remained steadfast friends with Nutkin and Hooty, and together they embarked on countless adventures, unraveling the mysteries of the enchanted realm and safeguarding its wonders for all time. And whenever a child's laughter echoed through the trees or a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, Luna knew that the ancient magic was alive and well, dancing on the winds of change and whispering secrets to those with open hearts and curious minds. Story 59. In the quiet corner of the cosmos, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds on a velvet blanket, nestled a small, vibrant planet named Zephyria. Its lush landscapes were painted in hues of emerald green and sapphire blue, and its skies shimmered with the gentle glow of 3 moons. Zephyria was a haven for diverse life forms, each living in harmony with the others, yet its inhabitants had never ventured beyond their own world. Aboard a sleek, silver spacecraft that glided silently through the starlit expanse, a young explorer named Leora from the planet Lumara peered out at the mesmerizing beauty of Zephyria. Lumara, her home, was a world of luminescent forests and iridescent lakes, where the nights were as bright as the days. Leora's heart brimmed with the excitement of discovery, yet a whisper of apprehension lingered, as Lumara's teachings warned of the unknowns that lay beyond their familiar stars. As the ship descended through the Zephyrian atmosphere, Leora's gaze was drawn to the vibrant landscape below. She landed the ship gently in a meadow, where the flowers bloomed in colors unseen on Lumara, their petals rustling softly in the warm breeze. Leora stepped out, her form wrapped in a shimmering suit that adjusted to the planet's conditions. The air was fragrant with the scent of sweet blossoms, and the soft earth cushioned her footsteps. Not far from where Leora had landed, an inhabitant of Zephyria named Corin was tending to a grove of ancient trees. Corin, a being of grace and earthy wisdom, was unlike anything Leora had seen. His skin was the color of moss, and his hair flowed like silver streams down his back. His eyes, deep and knowing, reflected the verdant world around him. Their initial meeting was marked by a wary curiosity. Leora, eager to learn about this new world, approached Corin with an outstretched hand. Corin, though startled by this unexpected visitor, sensed no threat and returned the gesture with a gentle nod. Yet, despite their goodwill, their words were tangled by the barrier of language, each misunderstanding the other's intentions. Days turned into weeks as Leora and Corin endeavored to bridge the gap between their worlds. They communicated through gestures and shared experiences, learning more about one another with each passing day. Leora marveled at the way Corin spoke to the plants, his voice a soothing melody that encouraged them to grow and flourish. In return, she shared with him the stories of Lumara's glowing forests and shimmering skies. Their bond deepened when a sudden storm swept across Zephyria, its fierce winds and torrential rains threatening the delicate balance of the ecosystem. Together, Leora and Corin worked tirelessly to protect the grove and its inhabitants. Corin's deep understanding of the land guided their efforts, while Leora's ingenuity and resourcefulness found solutions to unexpected challenges. In the heart of the storm, as they sheltered beneath the broad canopy of an ancient tree, Leora and Corin found solace in each other's presence. Corin shared a story of his ancestors, who had once faced a similar tempest, and Leora listened with rapt attention, her own fears soothed by the cadence of his words. In that moment, they realized that their differences were not barriers but bridges, each bringing something unique and valuable to their shared journey. As the storm passed, and the sun painted the sky in hues of gold and rose, Leora and Corin emerged from their refuge to find the world renewed. The air was fresh, the land glistening with droplets of rain like scattered jewels. The grove, which had weathered the storm, stood as a testament to their cooperation and friendship. With a newfound understanding, Leora and Corin continued to explore the wonders of Zephyria, learning from each other and growing in ways they had never imagined. Their adventures took them to the crystal caverns beneath the mountains, where they marveled at the play of light on the cavern walls, and to the tranquil shores of the azure seas, where they watched the moons rise, casting their gentle glow upon the waters. Through their shared experiences, Leora and Corin discovered the true meaning of friendship. It was not the absence of differences, but the embrace of them, the willingness to listen and learn, to support and uplift one another. Their journey was a tapestry woven with threads of compassion, understanding, and joy. As Leora prepared to return to Lumara, her heart was full, not with sadness, but with gratitude. She and Corin stood together in the meadow, the place where their paths had first crossed. The flowers swayed in the breeze, their colors vibrant against the backdrop of the setting sun. With a gentle smile, Corin placed a small, glowing seed in Leora's hand, a gift from Zephyria. "So you will always carry a piece of our world with you," he said, his voice warm and steady. Leora clasped the seed, feeling its warmth spread through her fingers. "And you, my friend," she replied, "will always have a place in my heart." As Leora's ship ascended into the sky, she looked down at the world that had become so dear to her. Zephyria receded into the distance, but the bond she shared with Corin remained, a shining thread that connected their hearts across the stars. And so, with the lessons of friendship guiding her, Leora journeyed back to Lumara, her spirit forever enriched by the kindness and wisdom she had found on a distant world. Story 60. Title: The Whispering Brook. In the heart of a lush, ancient forest, where the canopy of leaves danced with the sun's golden rays, there was a brook whose whispers filled the air. This brook was not just a simple stream. It was said to be alive with magic, flowing through the heart of the forest like a gentle song. To the untrained ear, it was merely the babble of water over stones, but to those who listened closely, it carried secrets and stories of the woodland and beyond. In a small, cozy village nestled at the edge of this forest lived a young girl named Lila. Her hair was as fiery as the autumn leaves, and her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions. Lila was known for her adventurous spirit and her kind heart, which often led her into the depths of the forest, seeking the wonders it held. One misty morning, as the sun began to rise, Painting the sky in hues of pink and orange, Lila set off on one of her explorations. The forest was alive with the sound of rustling leaves and the soft chirping of morning birds. The air was crisp and filled with the earthy scent of pine and damp soil. Lila's boots crunched over twigs and leaves as she followed the winding path that led deeper into the woods. As she walked, Lila hummed a tune, her voice mingling with the forest sounds. She was drawn towards the brook, as she often was, for it held a special place in her heart. Today, however, she felt an unusual pull, as if the brook was calling her, whispering her name through its rippling waters. When she reached the brook, she sat down on a smooth stone at its edge. The water sparkled as it flowed, clear and cool, reflecting the dappled sunlight. As Lila leaned closer, she could hear the brook's whispers more clearly than ever before. It was as if the water was trying to tell her something important, something urgent. Curiosity piqued. Lila dipped her hands into the brook, feeling the refreshing chill of the water. To her amazement, the water seemed to shimmer and glow around her fingers, and she felt a tingling sensation run up her arms. It was then that she noticed a small, glimmering object nestled among the smooth pebbles at the bottom of the brook. Carefully, Lila fished the object out of the water. It was a pendant, delicate and intricately designed, with a stone that glowed faintly with an inner light. As she held it, the whispers of the brook grew louder, forming words she could finally understand. "Guardian of the heart, keeper of secrets," the brook murmured, its voice gentle and melodic. "Find the hidden world within, where dreams and reality spin." Lila's heart skipped a beat. She had heard tales of a hidden world within the forest, a place where magic was woven into the fabric of reality. But these were just stories, bedtime tales told by the village elders. Yet here was the brook, whispering secrets of this hidden world, urging her to seek it out. With the pendant safely tucked into her pocket, Lila rose and looked around, her gaze sweeping over the familiar landscape. The forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting for her to make her move. Determined to uncover the mystery, Lila decided to follow the brook upstream, hoping it would lead her to the hidden world it spoke of. As she journeyed along the brook, the forest around her transformed. The trees seemed taller, their leaves shimmering with a silvery sheen. The air hummed with energy, and Lila felt a sense of wonder and anticipation growing within her. She passed by patches of wildflowers that glowed with vibrant colors, their petals whispering softly in the breeze. Hours passed as she ventured deeper into the heart of the forest. The brook guided her like a gentle hand, its whispers growing stronger with each step. Lila felt as if she were walking on the edge of a dream, where reality blurred with fantasy. Finally, she arrived at a clearing, bathed in the soft light of the afternoon sun. In the center of the clearing was a great oak tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching towards the sky like welcoming arms. The brook flowed into a small pool at the base of the tree, its waters shimmering with an ethereal light. Lila approached the tree, her heart pounding with excitement and wonder. As she stood before it, the pendant in her pocket began to glow, its light resonating with the tree. The whispers of the brook grew into a harmonious song, filling the clearing with a sense of magic and possibility. "Welcome, guardian," the tree spoke, its voice deep and resonant, like the rustling of leaves in a gentle breeze. "You have found the heart of the forest, the gateway to the hidden world." Lila's eyes widened in awe. She reached into her pocket and held the pendant aloft, its light mingling with the glow of the pool. "What is this place?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "This is a place where dreams and reality intertwine, where the magic of the forest flows freely," the tree replied. "The pendant you hold is a key, a gift from the brook to guide you on your journey. But beware, for the path ahead is not without its challenges." Lila nodded, her heart filled with determination. She had always longed for adventure, and here was an opportunity to explore a world beyond her wildest dreams. She felt a deep sense of connection to the forest and its magic, as if she were meant to be here, to uncover its secrets. With a deep breath, Lila stepped closer to the pool, her reflection shimmering in its depths. As she gazed into the water, she saw visions of a world beyond, a world filled with wonders and mysteries, waiting to be discovered. The pendant in her hand pulsed with light, and Lila felt a sense of warmth and reassurance wash over her. She knew she was not alone on this journey, that the forest and its magic would guide her every step of the way. And so, with a heart full of courage and wonder, Lila took the first step into the hidden world, the whispers of the brook echoing in her ears like a promise of adventure and discovery. The hidden world was unlike anything Lila had ever imagined. As she crossed the threshold between realities, she found herself in a realm where the air shimmered with hues of gold and silver, and the ground beneath her feet felt alive with energy. The trees were taller and more magnificent, their leaves sparkling with a luminescent glow. The sky above was a tapestry of swirling colors, and the air was filled with the soft melodies of unseen creatures. Lila wandered through this enchanted landscape, her heart brimming with awe and curiosity. She encountered creatures she had only heard of in legends, graceful deer with antlers that glowed like moonlight, birds with feathers that shimmered like rainbows, and tiny fairies that flitted through the air like dancing fireflies. Despite the wonder of the hidden world, Lila couldn't shake the feeling that she was being watched. The forest seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for something to unfold. She sensed a presence just beyond her sight, a gentle watchfulness that followed her every move. It wasn't long before she discovered the source of this presence. As she wandered deeper into the hidden world, she came upon a small glade where the sunlight filtered through the leaves in a cascade of golden light. In the center of the glade stood a creature unlike any she had ever seen, a great, majestic stag with a coat of shimmering silver and eyes that glowed with the wisdom of ages. The stag regarded Lila with a gentle gaze, its antlers crowned with delicate blossoms that seemed to bloom with every breath. Despite its imposing size, there was a kindness in its eyes, a sense of understanding that put Lila at ease. "Welcome, young seeker," the stag spoke, its voice a soft rumble that resonated through the glade. "You have ventured far to reach this place, drawn by the whispers of the brook and the magic of the forest." Lila nodded, her heart pounding with a mixture of awe and excitement. "I found this pendant," she said, holding it up for the stag to see. "The brook led me here, and I felt as if it was calling me." The stag inclined its head, its antlers casting a graceful shadow across the glade. "The pendant is a token of the forest's trust, a key to unlocking the mysteries of this hidden world, but it is also a reminder of the responsibility you carry as a guardian." "A guardian?" Lila repeated, her brow furrowing in confusion. "What does that mean?" "The hidden world exists alongside your own, a place where magic and nature are intertwined," the stag explained. "As a guardian, it is your duty to protect this balance, to ensure that the magic of the forest flows freely and harmoniously." Lila felt a sense of wonder and purpose settle over her. She had always felt a deep connection to the forest, a bond that went beyond the ordinary. Now she understood why. She was a part of something greater, a guardian of the hidden world and its magic. "But I don't know how to be a guardian," Lila admitted, her voice tinged with uncertainty. "What if I can't do it?" The stag's eyes softened, and it stepped closer, its presence comforting and reassuring. "You possess the heart and spirit of a true guardian, Lila. Trust in yourself and in the magic of the forest. You are not alone on this journey. The forest and its creatures will guide you, as will the pendant you carry." Lila nodded, feeling a renewed sense of determination. She knew the path ahead would not be easy, but she was ready to embrace the challenges and responsibilities of her new role. With a grateful heart, she thanked the stag, who nodded in return before turning to leave. As it walked away, its form began to shimmer and fade, merging with the light and shadows of the glade. Lila watched the stag disappear, feeling a sense of peace and purpose settle over her. She knew she had much to learn, but she was ready to embark on this journey, to explore the hidden world and uncover its secrets. As she turned to leave the glade, the pendant in her hand glowed warmly, its light a reminder of the magic that flowed through the forest and within her own heart. With a smile, Lila set off once more, the whispers of the brook guiding her steps and the promise of adventure filling her soul. As the days passed, Lila explored the hidden world with a sense of wonder and excitement. She traveled through enchanted forests where the trees sang songs of ancient times and the flowers danced in the breeze. She crossed sparkling streams and climbed towering hills, each step uncovering new mysteries and marvels. The pendant around her neck served as both a guide and a protector, its glow leading her through the labyrinthine paths of the hidden world. It whispered secrets of the forest, revealing hidden doorways and paths that only a guardian could see. Throughout her journey, Lila encountered many creatures, each with their own stories and wisdom to share. She befriended a playful fox with fur that shimmered like stardust, who taught her the art of listening to the whispers of the wind. She met an old turtle whose shell was adorned with intricate patterns, who shared tales of the ancient times when the hidden world was first woven into existence. Through these encounters, Lila learned the delicate balance of the hidden world, how each creature and plant played a role in maintaining the harmony of the forest. She discovered the importance of friendship and cooperation, and how even the smallest actions could create ripples of change. One day, as she wandered through a meadow filled with wildflowers, Lila heard a sound that made her pause, a soft, mournful cry that echoed through the air. Her heart ached with the sadness of the sound, and she knew she had to find its source. Following the cry, Lila came upon a small, secluded glen where a young unicorn lay injured, its leg caught in the tangled roots of a tree. The unicorn's coat was a shimmering white, its horn gleaming with a soft, iridescent light. Its eyes were filled with pain and fear, and its cries tugged at Lila's heart. Without hesitation, Lila approached the unicorn, her movements slow and gentle. She spoke softly, her voice soothing and calm, as she reached out to untangle the roots that held the creature captive. The unicorn watched her with wide, trusting eyes, its breathing ragged but hopeful. Lila worked carefully, using her knowledge of the forest to free the unicorn without causing further harm. As the last root fell away, the unicorn struggled to its feet, its legs still tender but free. It nuzzled Lila's hand in gratitude, its eyes shining with a warmth that filled her heart with joy. "Thank you," the unicorn spoke, its voice a soft melody that resonated within Lila's soul. "You have shown kindness and compassion, traits that are rare and precious in the world." Lila smiled, her heart swelling with happiness. "I'm glad I could help. I'm learning so much about this world and the magic it holds." The unicorn nodded, its horn shimmering with light. "The hidden world is a place of wonders and challenges. It is through acts of kindness and friendship that its true magic is revealed." With a graceful bow, the unicorn turned to leave, its coat gleaming like a beacon of light. As it disappeared into the forest, Lila felt a sense of fulfillment and purpose settle over her. She knew that her journey as a guardian was far from over, that there were still many wonders to discover and challenges to face. But she also knew that she had the strength and wisdom to embrace her role, to protect the magic of the hidden world and ensure its harmony. With the whispers of the brook guiding her steps and the light of the pendant illuminating her path, Lila continued her journey through the hidden world, her heart filled with the promise of adventure and the joy of friendship. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a warm, golden glow, Lila found herself back at the great oak tree where her journey had begun. The pool of water at its base shimmered with the light of the evening stars, and the whispers of the brook sang a gentle lullaby. Lila sat by the pool, her heart full of gratitude and wonder. She had traveled far and seen much, her journey transforming her in ways she had never imagined. She had learned the value of kindness, the strength of friendship, and the importance of balance in preserving the magic of the hidden world. As she gazed into the pool, the pendant around her neck glowed softly, its light a reminder of her role as a guardian. She knew she would return to the village to share her stories and the wisdom she had gained, but the hidden world would always be a part of her, its magic woven into the fabric of her being. With a deep breath, Lila rose to her feet, her heart full of determination and hope. She knew that her journey as a guardian was just beginning, that there were still many adventures to be had and mysteries to uncover. As she turned to leave the clearing, the whispers of the brook echoed in her ears, a promise of the magic and wonder that awaited her. And so, with the forest as her guide and the magic of the hidden world in her heart, Lila set off on a new adventure, ready to embrace the challenges and joys of being a guardian. The hidden world would always be there, a place of dreams and reality, where magic flowed freely, and the whispers of the brook sang a song of wonder and possibility. And Lila knew that she would always be a part of it, a guardian of its magic and a keeper of its secrets, forever bound to the heart of the forest and the enchanting world it held. In the depths of the enchanted forest, beneath the canopy of ancient trees and the shimmering light of the hidden world, the brook continued to whisper its secrets and songs, a testament to the magic and wonder that lay within. And as the stars twinkled above, the forest and its hidden world remained a place of dreams and magic, where the whispers of the brook and the heart of a young guardian intertwined in a tapestry of enchantment and possibility. The end. Story 61. The Whispering Forest and the Sapphire Lantern. On the edge of a quaint village, nestled amidst rolling hills and lush meadows, there lay a forest that was both feared and revered by the villagers. It was called the Whispering Forest, named for the gentle murmurs that seemed to echo through the trees, especially on moonlit nights. The villagers spoke of ancient secrets hidden within its depths, stories passed down through generations about a mystical world that lay just beyond the threshold of their understanding. In this village lived a young girl named Clara, whose heart was as bright as the sunrise over the misty hills. Clara had always been drawn to the whispering forest, captivated by the rustling leaves that seemed to speak a language only she could hear. Her grandmother, with her twinkling eyes and tales of long ago, would often warn her, "The forest is a place of mystery, dear one. Always listen with your heart, and it will guide you well." One crisp autumn morning, when the leaves were a tapestry of gold and crimson, Clara set out for an adventure. Her satchel packed with freshly baked bread and a flask of warm elderberry tea, she made her way towards the forest. The air was cool, carrying the scent of earth and pine, as small birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs weaving a gentle melody. As Clara entered the forest, she felt the familiar sensation of the world shifting slightly, the whispers growing more pronounced. She walked along a path cushioned with fallen leaves, each step a soft crunch underfoot. The trees, towering and ancient, seemed to lean closer, their branches like welcoming arms guiding her deeper into their embrace. After a time, Clara came upon a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight, where a peculiar scene unfolded. There, in the center, stood a small, graceful fox with fur as white as newly fallen snow and eyes like gleaming sapphires. The fox was attempting to lift a heavy, ornate lantern that glowed with an otherworldly blue light. Its intricate patterns shimmered as though telling a story of worlds unknown. Curious and kind-hearted, Clara approached the fox gently, her voice soft and soothing. "Hello, little one. What troubles you so?" The fox paused, its sapphire eyes meeting Clara's, as if assessing her spirit. Then, much to her surprise, it spoke in a voice as soft as the breeze through the leaves. "I am Aisling, guardian of the Sapphire Lantern. This lantern holds the light of the hidden world, a place untouched by time and filled with wonders beyond imagination. But it has grown too heavy for me to carry alone." Clara knelt beside Aisling, her heart brimming with empathy and wonder. "How can I help you, Aisling?" "The lantern must be returned to its rightful place at the heart of the forest, where the veil between worlds is thinnest," Aisling explained, a note of urgency in its voice. "But beware, for the path is fraught with challenges that test the strength of the heart and the wisdom of the soul." Determined to aid her newfound friend, Clara nodded. "I will help you carry the lantern. Together, we can overcome whatever lies ahead." With a grateful nod, Aisling and Clara lifted the lantern together, its weight surprisingly lighter when borne by two. As they journeyed deeper into the forest, the whispers grew clearer, forming a harmonious chorus that seemed to guide their steps. The air around them shimmered with unseen magic, the trees whispering stories of old as they passed. Their first challenge appeared as they reached a river, its waters flowing swiftly, reflecting the cerulean sky above. There was no bridge, and the current seemed strong enough to sweep them away. Clara paused, looking at Aisling, who nodded encouragingly. "Trust in the light," Aisling urged, its voice calm and reassuring. Clara closed her eyes, focusing on the lantern's glow, which seemed to pulse in rhythm with her heart. Slowly, the waters began to part, revealing stepping stones that glistened in the sun. Clara and Aisling crossed the river with care, their bond growing stronger with each step. On the other side, they found themselves facing a dense thicket of brambles, their thorns sharp and unyielding. Clara hesitated, unsure of how to proceed without harm, but as she pondered, she remembered her grandmother's words. Listen with your heart. She placed a hand over her chest, feeling the warmth of the lantern, and listened. The whispers guided her, revealing a hidden path that wove gently through the brambles, untouched by thorns. With careful steps, Clara and Aisling navigated the path, emerging unscathed on the other side. As they continued, the forest seemed to change around them, the air thick with anticipation. They reached a grove where the trees formed a perfect circle, their branches intertwining to create a canopy that filtered the sunlight into a kaleidoscope of colors. In the center stood a pedestal of stone, carved with ancient runes that glowed softly in the lantern's light. "This is the heart of the forest," Aisling murmured, its voice filled with reverence, "the place where the two worlds touch." Clara and Aisling placed the lantern upon the pedestal, its light intensifying until it enveloped the entire grove in a soothing, sapphire glow. The air hummed with magic, and the whispers of the forest rose in a crescendo, a chorus of gratitude and joy. In that moment, a portal shimmered into existence, revealing glimpses of the hidden world, fields of endless wildflowers, skies painted with hues unseen, and creatures of unimaginable beauty. Clara felt a sense of peace and belonging, as if she had found a lost part of herself. Aisling turned to Clara, its eyes filled with warmth. "You have done more than carry the lantern, dear Clara. You have brought light to the heart of the forest and opened a path of friendship between worlds." Clara smiled, her heart full of joy and understanding. "And you have shown me the magic that lies in kindness and courage." As the portal slowly faded, leaving behind a lingering sense of wonder, Clara knew she would never forget the journey she had taken with Aisling. The forest, once a place of mystery, had become a place of friendship and discovery, a reminder of the magic that lies just beyond the veil of the everyday. With a gentle breeze ruffling her hair, Clara bid farewell to Aisling, knowing their paths would cross again. As she made her way back through the forest, she felt the warm glow of the lantern within her heart, a light that would guide her always. And when she returned to her village, she carried with her the whispers of the forest, sharing stories of wonder and friendship that would inspire generations to come. In the quiet of the night, as the village slept under a blanket of stars, the whispering forest stood watch, its secrets safe in the hearts of those who dared to listen. And so, with a heart full of warmth and dreams of moonlit forests, Clara drifted into a peaceful sleep, wrapped in the comfort of the stories she would tell. Story 62. In a small village nestled at the edge of an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. Though her life seemed ordinary, she possessed an extraordinary gift, the ability to communicate with the trees and hear their whispered secrets. One crisp autumn morning, as Willow was walking through the woods, she heard a faint voice calling out to her. Following the sound, she came upon a towering oak tree, its branches swaying gently in the breeze. "Willow," the tree spoke, its voice like the rustling of leaves. "I have a favor to ask of you." Willow listened intently as the oak tree explained that deep within the forest, hidden from human eyes, lay a magical realm known as the Whispering Grove. This enchanted world was home to the guardians of nature, ethereal beings who maintained the delicate balance of the natural world. However, a dark force had taken root, threatening to disrupt the harmony they had so carefully cultivated. "You have been chosen, Willow," the oak tree said solemnly. "Only one with a pure heart and a deep connection to the forest can undertake this journey." Willow felt a mixture of excitement and trepidation. She had always known her gift was special, but never imagined it would lead her on such an extraordinary quest. With a deep breath, she agreed to help, and the oak tree revealed a hidden path that would lead her to the Whispering Grove. As Willow ventured deeper into the forest, the world around her began to change. The trees seemed to whisper louder, and the air grew thick with the scent of wildflowers and moss. Strange shapes flickered at the corner of her eye, and she could have sworn she heard the laughter of unseen creatures echoing through the trees. After what felt like an eternity, Willow emerged into a clearing unlike anything she had ever seen. The Whispering Grove was a vibrant tapestry of color and life, where towering trees intertwined with glittering streams and verdant meadows. Floating orbs of light danced among the branches, and the air was alive with the hum of nature's symphony. As Willow stood in awe, a figure emerged from the shadows, a slender woman with skin that seemed to shimmer like moonlight. "Welcome, child," she said, her voice like the gentle flow of a stream. "I am Althea, the guardian of this realm." Althea explained that a dark force had infiltrated the Whispering Grove, sowing seeds of discord and corruption. The once harmonious plants and animals had turned against each other, and the delicate balance was unraveling. Only Willow, with her pure heart and deep connection to nature, could restore the peace. Armed with a magical staff imbued with the essence of the forest, Willow set out on her quest. She encountered wondrous creatures and faced daunting challenges, but her determination never wavered. Along the way, she befriended a mischievous fairy named Thistle, whose sharp wit and unwavering loyalty proved invaluable. Together, Willow and Thistle ventured into the heart of the corruption, where they discovered a twisted being feeding off the discord it had sown. In a climactic battle, Willow called upon the power of the staff, channeling the collective strength of the forest itself. As the final echoes of the battle faded, a profound stillness settled over the Whispering Grove. The trees seemed to sigh with relief, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of renewal. Willow had not only saved the enchanted realm, but had also undergone a personal transformation, emerging as a courageous and resolute young woman. When Willow finally returned to her village, she carried with her the lessons she had learned in the Whispering Grove, the importance of balance, the strength of friendship, and the power of perseverance. Her journey had not only changed her, but had also forged an unbreakable bond between herself and the natural world she had sworn to protect. As the years passed, Willow became a guardian in her own right, sharing her wisdom and experiences with others who possessed the gift of communicating with nature. And whenever she found herself in need of guidance or solace, she would return to the Whispering Grove, where the trees welcomed her like an old friend, whispering their timeless secrets. Story 63. In a secluded corner of the world, beyond the reach of bustling cities and noisy roads, there lay an ancient forest. This forest, with its towering trees and whispering leaves, was a realm where the whispers of magic mingled with the gentle breath of nature. The air was perpetually tinged with the scent of pine and moss, and the sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, casting playful patterns on the forest floor. In this verdant sanctuary, the creatures of the forest led lives intertwined with the rhythms of the earth. Each being, from the smallest beetle to the majestic deer, played its part in maintaining the delicate balance of life. It was a place where the foxes spoke in hushed voices beneath the moonlight, and the owls exchanged stories of wisdom passed down through countless generations. One such creature was a wise and gentle tortoise named Brindle. Brindle had lived in the forest for many years and had seen the seasons change countless times. His shell was a tapestry of greens and browns, a testament to the ages he had witnessed. Brindle was known far and wide for his wisdom and his ability to listen to the forest's heartbeat, a skill he had honed over many years. As the leaves began to turn golden and the crisp scent of autumn filled the air, a change was stirring beneath the surface. The forest was preparing for the arrival of the Whispering Winds, a magical phenomenon that occurred only once in a generation. These winds carried with them the wisdom of the ancients, a soft, melodious breeze that sang secrets of the past and tidings of the future. The creatures of the forest gathered at the great oak, a tree older than any other, its branches stretching towards the sky like a wise elder reaching for the stars. The great oak was the heart of the forest, and it was here that the Whispering Winds would reveal their mysteries. Brindle, with his slow and steady gait, was the first to arrive. He settled at the base of the great oak, feeling the earth cool beneath him as he waited. One by one, others joined him. Pip the squirrel with his bushy tail and bright eyes, Lyra the doe with her gentle gaze, and the mischievous magpies who flitted amongst the branches. As twilight descended and the forest was bathed in a soft silver glow, The whispering winds began their dance. They swept through the leaves with a symphonic rustle, their voices a harmonious blend of ancient songs and gentle murmurs. The forest listened, enraptured, as the winds spoke of harmony and balance, of the interconnectedness of all living things. Brindle closed his eyes, allowing the winds to carry him through memories of the past and visions of the future. He saw the forest as it had been, lush and vibrant, and as it would be, its beauty enduring through the ages. He understood that the forest thrived not through the dominance of any one creature, but through the cooperation and friendship of all. As the winds began to wane, leaving behind a serene hush, Brindle opened his eyes to find the creatures gathered around him. They looked to him for guidance, for he had always been their voice of reason and wisdom. "The whispering winds remind us," Brindle began, his voice as soothing as the winds themselves, "that we are all threads in the tapestry of this forest. Each of us, no matter how small, plays a vital role in the harmony of our home." Pip the squirrel, who had been listening with wide eyes, nodded enthusiastically. "We must take care of each other in the forest," he chirped, his words echoing the wisdom of the winds. "Indeed," agreed Lyra the doe, her voice soft yet firm. "Together, we create a balance that is beautiful and strong." The magpies, usually known for their playful antics, were unusually quiet, their eyes reflecting the glow of understanding. They nodded in unison, a rare moment of solemnity for the lively birds. As the first stars began to twinkle in the night sky, the creatures of the forest departed, each carrying with them the lessons of the whispering winds. Brindle watched them go, his heart filled with a deep sense of peace and purpose. The forest once again settled into its tranquil rhythm, the leaves whispering softly in the gentle breeze. Brindle, feeling the warmth of the earth beneath him, knew that the balance of their world would endure. Through wisdom and friendship, the hidden lives of the forest creatures would continue to thrive, their stories woven into the endless tapestry of time. And so, in the quiet heart of the ancient forest, beneath the watchful gaze of the great oak, the creatures lived in harmony, guided by the wisdom of the whispering winds. The seasons would come and go, but their bond with the earth and with each other would remain, an unbroken circle of life and magic.